Part 1 of Benjamin Britten, Source Stories of 12 Operas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Wales. Benjamin Britten, Source Stories of 12 Operas by Various. Part 1. The Little Sweep. William Blake, the Chimney Sweeper, in Songs of Innocence and Songs of Experience. Songs of Innocence, the Chimney Sweeper. When my mother died, I was very young, and my father sold me while yet my tongue could scarcely cry, weep, 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 weep. So your chimneys I sweep, and in soot I sleep. There's little Tom Dacre, who cried when his head, that curled like a lamb's back, was shaved, so I said, Hush, Tom, never mind it, for when your head's bare, you know that the soot cannot spoil your white hair. And so he was quiet, and that very night, as Tom was a-sleeping, he had such a sight, that thousands of sweepers, Dick, Joe, Ned, and Jack, were all of them locked up in coffins of black. And by came an angel who had a bright key, and he opened the coffins and set them all free. Then down a green plain, leaping, laughing, they run, and wash in a river and shine in the sun. Then naked and white, all their bags left behind, they rise upon clouds and sport in the wind. And the angel told Tom if he'd be a good boy, he'd have God for his father and never want joy. And so Tom awoke, and we rose in the dark, and got with our bags and our brushes to work. Though the morning was cold, Tom was happy and warm, so if all do their duty, they need not fear harm. Songs of Experience, the Chimney Sweeper. A little black thing among the snow, crying weep, weep, in notes of woe. Where are thy father and mother, say? They are both gone up to the church to pray. Because I was happy upon the heath, and smiled among the winter snow, they clothed me in the clothes of death, and taught me to sing the notes of woe. And because I am happy and dance and sing, they think they have done me no injury, and are gone to praise God and his priest and king, who made up a heaven of our misery. End of Part 1. Part 2 of Benjamin Britten, Source Stories of 12 Operas by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, Noah's Flood. Bible, Book of Genesis, chapters 6 through 10. And it came to pass, when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born unto them, that the sons of God saw the daughters of men, that they were fair, and they took them wives of all which they chose. And the Lord said, My spirit shall not always strive with man, for that he also is flesh, yet his days shall be 120 years. There were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men, and they bare children to them, the same became mighty men, which were of old, men of renown. And God saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every imagination of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. And it repented the Lord that he had made man on the earth, and it grieved him in his heart. And the Lord said, I will destroy man whom I have created from the face of the earth, both man and beast, and the creeping things, and the fowls of the air, for it repenteth me that I have made them. But Noah found grace in the eyes of the Lord. These are the generations of Noah. Noah was a just man and perfect in his generations, and Noah walked with God. And Noah begat 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And the earth also was corrupt before God, and the earth was filled with violence. And God looked upon the earth, and behold, it was corrupt, for all flesh had corrupted his way upon the earth. And God said unto Noah, The end of all flesh is come before me, for the earth is filled with violence through them, and behold, I will destroy them with the earth. Make thee an ark of gopher wood. rooms shalt thou make in the ark, and shalt pitch it within and without with pitch. And this is the fashion which thou shalt make it of. The length of the ark shall be 300 cubits, the breadth of it 50 cubits, and the height of it 30 cubits. A window shalt thou make to the ark, and in a cubit shalt thou finish it above. And the door of the ark shalt thou set in the side thereof, with lower, second, and third stories shalt thou make it. And behold, I, even I, do bring a flood of waters upon the earth, to destroy all flesh, wherein is the breath of life from under heaven. And everything that is in the earth shall die. But with thee will I establish my covenant, and thou shalt come into the ark, thou and thy sons and thy wife, and thy sons' wives with thee. And of every living thing of all flesh, 2 of every sort shalt thou bring into the ark, to keep them alive with thee. They shall be male and female. Of fowls after their kind, and of cattle after their kind, of every creeping thing of the earth after his kind, 2 of every sort shall come unto thee to keep them alive. And take thou unto thee of all food that is eaten, and thou shalt gather it to thee, and it shall be for food for thee and for them. Thus did Noah, according to all God commanded him, so did he. And the Lord said unto Noah, Come thou and all thy house into the ark, for thee have I seen righteous before me in this generation. Of every clean beast shalt thou take to thee by sevens, the male and his female, and of beasts that are not clean by 2, the male and his female. Of fowls also of the air by sevens, the male and the female, to keep seed alive upon the face of the earth. For even 7 days, and I will cause it to rain upon the earth 40 days and 40 nights, and every living substance that I have made will I destroy from off the face of the earth. And Noah did according unto all that the Lord commanded him. And Noah was 600 years old when the flood of waters was upon the earth. And Noah went in, and his sons and his wife, and his sons' wives with him, into the ark, because of the waters of the flood. Of clean beasts and of beasts that are not clean, and of fowls, and of every thing that creepeth upon the earth, there went in 2 and 2 unto Noah into the ark, the male and the female, as God had commanded Noah. And it came to pass after 7 days, that the waters of the flood were upon the earth. In the 600th year of Noah's life, in the 2nd month, the 17th day of the month, the same day were all the fountains of the great deep broken up, and the windows of heaven were opened. And the rain was upon the earth 40 days and 40 nights. In the selfsame day entered Noah and Shem and Ham and Japheth, the sons of Noah, and Noah's wife, and the 3 wives of his sons with them, into the ark. They, and every beast after his kind, and all the cattle after their kind, and every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth after his kind, and every fowl after his kind, every bird of every sort. And they went in unto Noah into the ark, 2 and 2 of all flesh, wherein is the breath of life. And they that went in male and female of all flesh, as God had commanded him, and the Lord shut him in. And the flood was 40 days upon the earth, and the waters increased, and bare up the ark, and it was lift up above the earth. And the waters prevailed, and were increased greatly upon the earth, and the ark went upon the face of the waters. And the waters prevailed exceedingly upon the earth, and all the high hills that were under the whole heaven were covered. 15 cubits upward did the waters prevail, and the mountains were covered. And all flesh died that moved upon the earth, both of fowl, and of cattle, and of beast, and of every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth, and every man. All in whose nostrils was the breath of life, of all that was in the dry land, died. And every living substance was destroyed which was upon the face of the ground, both man and cattle, and the creeping things, and the fowl of the heaven, and they were destroyed from the earth. And Noah only remained alive, and they that were with him in the ark. And the waters prevailed upon the earth 150 days. And God remembered Noah, and every living thing, and all the cattle that was with him in the ark. And God made a wind to pass over the earth, and the waters assuaged. The fountains also of the deep and the windows of heaven were stopped, and the rain from heaven was restrained. And the waters returned from off the earth continually, and after the end of 150 days the waters were abated. And the ark rested in the 7th month, on the 17th day of the month, upon the mountains of Ararat. And the waters decreased continually until the 10th month. In the 10th month, on the 1st day of the month, were the tops of the mountains seen. And it came to pass at the end of 40 days that Noah opened the window of the ark, which he had made, and he sent forth a raven, which went forth to and fro until the waters were dried up from off the earth. Also he sent forth a dove from him, to see if the waters were abated from off the face of the ground. But the dove found no rest for the sole of her foot, and she returned unto him into the ark, for the waters were on the face of the whole earth. Then he put forth his hand, and took her, and pulled her in unto him into the ark. And he stayed yet another 7 days, and again he sent forth a dove out of the ark. And the dove came into him in the evening, and lo, in her mouth was an olive leaf plucked off. So Noah knew that the waters were abated from off the earth. And he stayed yet another 7 days, and sent forth the dove, which returned not again unto him any more. And it came to pass in the 601st year, in the 1st month, the 1st day of the month, the waters were dried up from off the earth. And Noah removed the coverings of the ark, and looked, and behold, the face of the ground was dry. And in the 2nd month, on the 27th day of the month, was the earth dried. And God spake unto Noah, saying, Go forth of the ark, thou and thy wife, and thy sons wives with thee. Bring forth with thee every living thing that is with thee of all flesh, both of fowl and of cattle, and of every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth, that they may breed abundantly in the earth, and be fruitful, and multiply upon the earth. And Noah went forth, and his wife, and his sons' wives with him. Every beast, every creeping thing, and every fowl, and whatsoever creepeth upon the earth, after their kinds, went forth out of the ark. And Noah builded an altar unto the Lord, and took of every clean beast and of every clean fowl, and offered burnt offerings on the altar. And the Lord smelled a sweet savour, and the Lord said in his heart, I will not again curse the ground any more for man's sake, for the imagination of man's heart is evil from his youth. Neither will I again smite any more every thing living, as I have done. While the earth remaineth, seedtime and harvest, and cold and heat, and summer and winter, and day and night shall not cease. And God blessed Noah and his sons, and said unto them, Be fruitful, and multiply, and replenish the earth. And the fear of you and the dread of you shall be upon every beast of the earth, and upon every fowl of the air, upon all that moveth upon the earth, and upon all the fishes of the sea. Into your hand are they delivered. Every moving thing that liveth shall be meat for you, even as the green herb have I given you all things. But flesh with the life thereof, which is the blood thereof, shall ye not eat. And surely your blood of your lives will I require. At the hand of every beast will I require it, and at the hand of man. At the hand of every man's brother will I require the life of man. Whoso sheddeth man's blood, by man shall his blood be shed. For in the image of God made he man. And you, be ye fruitful, and multiply, bring forth abundantly in the earth, and multiply therein. And God spake unto Noah, and to his sons with him, saying, And I, behold, I establish my covenant with you, and with your seed after you, and with every living creature that is with you, of the fowl, of the cattle, and of every beast of the earth with you, from all that go out of the ark, to every beast of the earth. And I will establish my covenant with you, neither shall all flesh be cut off any more by the waters of a flood, neither shall there any more be a flood to destroy the earth. And God said, This is the token of the covenant which I make between me and you, and every living creature that is with you, for perpetual generations. I do set my bow in the cloud, and it shall be for a token of a covenant between me and the earth. And it shall come to pass, when I bring a cloud over the earth, that the bow shall be seen in the cloud. And I will remember my covenant, which is between me and you and every living creature of all flesh, and the waters shall no more become a flood to destroy all flesh. And the bow shall be in the cloud, and I will look upon it, that I may remember the everlasting covenant between God and every living creature of all flesh that is upon the earth. And God said unto Noah, This is the token of the covenant which I have established between me and all flesh that is upon the earth. And the sons of Noah that went forth of the ark were Shem, and Ham, and Japheth, and Ham is the father of Canaan. These are the 3 sons of Noah, and of them was the whole earth overspread. And Noah began to be an husbandman, and he planted a vineyard. And he drank of the wine, and was drunken, and he was uncovered within his tent. And Ham, the father of Canaan, saw the nakedness of his father, and told his 2 brethren without. And Shem and Japheth took a garment, and laid it upon both their shoulders, and went backward, and covered the nakedness of their father. And their faces were backward, and they saw not their father's nakedness. And Noah awoke from his wine, and knew what his younger son had done unto him. And he said, Cursed be Canaan, a servant of servants shall he be unto his brethren. And he said, Blessed be the Lord God of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant. God shall enlarge Japheth, and he shall dwell in the tents of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant. And Noah lived after the flood 350 years. And all the days of Noah were 950 years, and he died. Now these are the generations of the sons of Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And unto them were sons born after the flood, the sons of Japheth, Gomer, and Magog, and Madai, and Javan, and Tubal, and Meshach, and Tiras. And the sons of Gomer, Ashkenaz, and Riphath, and Togarmath. And the sons of Javan, Elisha, and Tarshish, Kittim, and Dodanum. By these were the isles of the Gentiles, divided in their lands, every one after his tongue, after their families in their nations. And the sons of Ham, Cush, and Mizraim, and Phut, and Canaan. And the sons of Cush, Seba, and Havilah, and Sabta, and Ramah, and Sabtaka. And the sons of Ramah, Sheba, and Dedan. And Cush begot Nimrod. He began to be a mighty one in the earth. He was a mighty hunter before the Lord, wherefore it is said, Even as Nimrod the mighty hunter before the Lord. And the beginning of his kingdom was Babel, and Erech, and Akkad, and Calneh in the land of Shinar. Out of that land went forth Asshur, and builded Nineveh, and the city Rehoboth, and Calah, and Rezin between Nineveh and Calah. The same is a great city. And Mizraim begot Ludim, and Anamim, and Lebahim, and Naphthalim, and Pashrim, and Kashilim, out of whom came Philistim, and Caphtorim. And Canaan begat Sidon his firstborn, and Heth, and the Jebusite, and the Amorite, and the Girgazite, and the Hivite, and the Archite, and the Sinite, and the Arvadite, and the Zemarite, and the Hamathite, and afterward were the families of the Canaanites spread abroad. And the border of the Canaanites was from Sidon, as thou comest to Gerar unto Gaza, as thou goest unto Sodom, and Gomorrah, and Admah, and Zeboim, even unto Lasha. These are the sons of Ham, after their families, after their tongues, in their countries, and in their nations. Unto Shem also, the father of all the children of Eber, the brother of Japheth the elder, even to him were children born. The children of Shem, Elam, and Ashur, and Arphaxad, and Lud, and Aram, and the children of Aram, Uz, and Hul, and Gethar, and Mesh. And Arphaxad begat Salah, and Salah begat Eber. And unto Eber were born 2 sons. The name of one was Peleg. For in his days was the earth divided, and his brother's name was Joktan. And Joktan begat Almodad, and Sheleph, and Hazaramath, and Jerah, and Hadaram, and Uzal, and Dikla, and Obal, and Abimael, and Sheba, and Ophir, and Havilah, and Jobab. All these were the sons of Joktan. And their dwelling was from Mesha, as thou goest unto Saphar, a mountain of the east. These are the sons of Shem after their families, after their tongues, in their lands, after their nations. These are the families of the sons of Noah, after their generations, in their nations. And by these were the nations divided in the earth after the flood. End of Part 2. Part 3 of Benjamin Britten, Source Stories of 12 Operas by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 3, The Burning Fiery Furnace, Bible, Book of Daniel, chapters 1 through 3. In the 3rd year of the reign of Jehoiakim, king of Judah, came Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, unto Jerusalem, and besieged it. And the Lord gave Jehoiakim, king of Judah, into his hand, with part of the vessels of the house of God, which he carried into the land of Shinar, to the house of his God. And he brought the vessels into the treasure house of his God. And the king spake unto Ashpenaz, the master of his eunuchs, that he should bring certain of the children of Israel, and of the king's seed, and of the princes, children in whom was no blemish, but well favored and skillful in all wisdom, and cunning in knowledge, and understanding science, and such as had ability in them to stand in the king's palace, and whom they might teach the learning and the tongue of the Chaldeans. And the king appointed them a daily provision of the king's meat, and of the wine which he drank, so nourishing them 3 years, that at the end thereof they might stand before the king. Now among these were of the children of Judah, Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, unto whom the prince of the eunuchs gave names, for he gave unto Daniel the name of Belshazzar, and to Hananiah of Shadrach, and to Mishael of Meshach, and to Azariah of Abednego. But Daniel purposed in his heart that he would not defile himself with the portion of the king's meat, nor with the wine which he drank. Therefore he requested of the prince of the eunuchs that he might not defile himself. Now God had brought Daniel into favor and tender love with the prince of the eunuchs, and the prince of the eunuchs said unto Daniel, I fear my lord the king, who hath appointed your meat and your drink. For why should he see your faces worse liking than the children which are of your sort? Then shall ye make me endanger my head to the king. Then said Daniel to Mizor, whom the prince of the eunuchs had set over Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, Prove thy servants, I beseech thee, 10 days, and let them give us pulse to eat, and water to drink. Then let our countenance be looked upon before thee, and the countenance of the children that eat of the portion of the king's meat, and as thou seest, deal with thy servants. So he consented to them in this matter, and proved them 10 days. And at the end of 10 days their countenance appeared fairer and fatter in flesh than all the children which did eat the portion of the king's meat. Thus Melzar took away the portion of their meat and the wine that they should drink, and gave them pulse. As for these 4 children, God gave them knowledge and skill in all learning and wisdom, and Daniel had understanding in all visions and dreams. Now at the end of the days that the king had said he should bring them in, then the prince of the eunuchs brought them in before Nebuchadnezzar. And the king communed with them, and among them all was found none like Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. Therefore stood they before the king. And in all matters of wisdom and understanding that the king inquired of them, he found them 10 times better than all the magicians and astrologers that were in all his realm. And Daniel continued even unto the 1st year of King Cyrus. And in the 2nd year of the reign of Nebuchadnezzar, Nebuchadnezzar dreamed dreams, wherewith his spirit was troubled, and his sleep brake from him. Then the king commanded to call the magicians, and the astrologers, and the sorcerers, and the Chaldeans, for to show the king his dreams. So they came and stood before the king. And the king said unto them, I have dreamed a dream, and my spirit was troubled to know the dream. Then spake the Chaldeans to the king in Syriac, O king, live forever. Tell thy servants the dream, and we shall show the interpretation. The king answered and said to the Chaldeans, The thing is gone from me. If ye will not make known unto me the dream, with the interpretation thereof, you shall be cut in pieces, and your houses shall be made a dunghill. But if you show the dream, and the interpretation thereof, you shall receive of me gifts and rewards and great honour. Therefore show me the dream, and the interpretation thereof. They answered again and said, Let the king tell his servants the dream, and we shall show the interpretation of it. The king answered and said, I know of certainty that you would gain the time, because ye see the thing is gone from me. But if ye will not make known unto me the dream, there is but one decree for you, for ye have prepared lying and corrupt words to speak before me, till the time be changed. Therefore tell me the dream, and I shall know that ye can show me the interpretation thereof. The Chaldeans answered before the king, and said, There is not a man upon the earth that can show the king's matter. Therefore there is no king, lord, nor ruler that asks such things at any magician, or astrologer, or Chaldean. And it is a rare thing that the king requireth, and there is none other that can show it before the king, except the gods, whose dwelling is not with flesh. For this cause the king was angry and very furious, and commanded to destroy all the wise men of Babylon. And the decree went forth that the wise men should be slain, and they sought Daniel and his fellows to be slain. Then Daniel answered with counsel and wisdom to Arioch, the captain of the king's guard, which was gone forth to slay the wise men of Babylon. He answered and said to Arioch, the king's captain, Why is the decree so hasty from the king? Then Arioch made the thing known to Daniel. Then Daniel went in and desired of the king that he would give him time, and that he would show the king the interpretation. Then Daniel went to his house, and made the thing known to Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, his companions, that they would desire mercies of the God of heaven concerning this secret, that Daniel and his fellows should not perish with the rest of the wise men of Babylon. Then was the secret revealed unto Daniel in a night vision. Then Daniel blessed the God of heaven. Daniel answered and said, Blessed be the name of God for ever and ever, for wisdom and might are his, and he changeth the times and the seasons. He removeth kings, and setteth up kings. He giveth wisdom unto the wise, and knowledge to them that know understanding. He revealeth the deep and secret things. He knoweth what is in the darkness, and the light dwelleth with him. I thank thee and praise thee, O thou God of my fathers, who hast given me wisdom and might, and hast made known unto me now what we desired of thee, for thou hast now made known unto us the king's matter. Therefore Daniel went in unto Arioch, whom the king had ordained to destroy the wise men of Babylon. He went and said thus unto him, Destroy not the wise men of Babylon. Bring me in before the king, and I will show the king the interpretation. Then Arioch brought in Daniel before the king in haste, and said unto him, I have found a man of the captives of Judah, that will make known unto the king the interpretation. The king answered and said to Daniel, whose name was Belshazzar, Art thou able to make known unto me the dream which I have seen, and the interpretation thereof? Daniel answered in the presence of the king and said, The secret which the king hath demanded cannot the wise men, the astrologers, the magicians, the soothsayers, show unto the king. But there is a God in heaven that revealeth secrets, and maketh known to the king Nebuchadnezzar what shall be in the latter days. Thy dream and the visions of thy head upon thy bed are these. As for thee, O king, thy thoughts came into thy mind upon thy bed, what should come to pass hereafter, and he that revealeth secrets maketh known to thee what shall come to pass. But as for me, this secret is not revealed to me, for any wisdom that I have more than any living, but for their sakes that shall make known the interpretation to the king, and that thou mightest know the thoughts of thy heart. Thou, O king, sawest, and behold, a great image. This great image, whose brightness was excellent, stood before thee, and the form thereof was terrible. This image's head was of fine gold, his breast and his arms of silver, his belly and his thighs of brass, his legs of iron, his feet part of iron and part of clay. Thou sawest, till that a stone was cut out without hands, which smote the image upon his feet that were of iron and clay, and brake them to pieces. Then was the iron, the clay, the brass, the silver, and the gold broken to pieces together, and became like the chaff of the summer threshing floors, and the wind carried them away, that no place was found for them. And the stone that smote the image became a great mountain, and filled the whole earth. This is the dream, and we will tell the interpretation thereof before the king. Thou, O king, art a king of kings, for the God of heaven hath given thee a kingdom, power, and strength, and glory. And wheresoever the children of men dwell, the beasts of the field and the fowls of the heaven hath he given unto thine hand, and hath made thee ruler over them all. Thou art this head of gold. And after thee shall arise another kingdom inferior to thee, and another third kingdom of brass, which shall bear rule over all the earth. And the fourth kingdom shall be strong as iron, forasmuch as iron breaketh in pieces, and subdueth all things. And as iron that breaketh all these, shall it break in pieces, and bruise. And whereas thou sawest the feet and toes, part of potter's clay, and part of iron, the kingdom shall be divided. But there shall be in it of the strength of the iron, forasmuch as thou sawest the iron mixed with miry clay. And as the toes of the feet were part of iron and part of clay, so the kingdom shall be partly strong and partly broken. And whereas thou sawest iron mixed with miry clay, they shall mingle themselves with the seed of men, but they shall not cleave one to another, even as iron is not mixed with clay. And in the days of these kings shall the God of heaven set up a kingdom which shall never be destroyed, and the kingdom shall not be left to other people. But it shall break in pieces, and consume all these kingdoms, and it shall stand forever. Forasmuch as thou sawest that the stone was cut out of the mountain without hands, and that it brake in pieces the iron, the brass, the clay, the silver, and the gold, the great God hath made known to the king what shall come to pass hereafter, and the dream is certain, and the interpretation thereof sure. Then the king Nebuchadnezzar fell upon his face and worshipped Daniel, and commanded that they should offer an oblation and sweet odours unto him. The king answered unto Daniel, and said, Of a truth it is that your God is a God of gods, and a Lord of kings, and a revealer of secrets, seeing thou couldst reveal this secret. Then the king made Daniel a great man, and gave him many great gifts, and made him ruler over the whole province of Babylon, and chief of the governors over all the wise men of Babylon. Then Daniel requested of the king, and he set Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego over the affairs of the province of Babylon, but Daniel sat in the gate of the king. Nebuchadnezzar the king made an image of gold, whose height was 60 cubits, and the breadth thereof 6 cubits. He set it up in the plain of Dura, in the province of Babylon. Then Nebuchadnezzar the king sent to gather together the princes, the governors, and the captains, the judges, the treasurers, the councillors, the sheriffs, and all the rulers of the provinces, to come to the dedication of the image which Nebuchadnezzar the king had set up. Then the princes, the governors and captains, the judges, the treasurers, the councillors, the sheriffs, and all the rulers of the provinces were gathered together unto the dedication of the image that Nebuchadnezzar the king had set up. And they stood before the image that Nebuchadnezzar had set up. Then an herald cried aloud, To you it is commanded, O people, nations, and languages, that at what time ye hear the sound of the cornet, flute, harp, sackbut, psaltery, dulcimer, and all kinds of music, ye fall down and worship the golden image that Nebuchadnezzar the king hath set up. And whoso falleth not down and worshippeth shall the same hour be cast into the midst of a burning fiery furnace. Therefore at that time, when all the people heard the sound of the cornet, flute, harp, sackbut, psaltery, and all kinds of music, all the people, the nations, and the languages fell down and worshipped the golden image that Nebuchadnezzar the king had set up. Wherefore at that same time certain Chaldeans came near and accused the Jews. They spake and said to the king Nebuchadnezzar, O king, live forever. Thou, O king, hast made a decree that every man that shall hear the sound of the cornet, flute, harp, sackbut, psaltery, and dulcimer, and all kinds of music, shall fall down and worship the golden image. And whosoever falleth not down and worshippeth, that he should be cast into the midst of a burning fiery furnace. There are certain Jews whom thou hast set over the affairs of the province of Babylon, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. These men, O king, have not regarded thee. They serve not thy gods, nor worship the golden image which thou hast set up. Then Nebuchadnezzar, in his rage and fury, commanded to bring Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. Then they brought these men before the king. Nebuchadnezzar spake and said unto them, Is it true, O Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, do not ye serve my gods, nor worship the golden image which I have set up? Now if ye be ready, that at that time ye hear the sound of the cornet, flute, harp, sackbut, psaltery, and dulcimer, and all kinds of music, ye fall down and worship the image which I have made, well. But if ye worship not, ye shall be cast the same hour into the midst of a burning fiery furnace. And who is that God that shall deliver you out of my hands? Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego answered and said to the king, O Nebuchadnezzar, we are not careful to answer thee in this matter. If it be so, our God whom we serve is able to deliver us from the burning fiery furnace, and he will deliver us out of thine hand, O king. But if not, be it known unto thee, O king, that we will not serve thy gods, nor worship the golden image which thou hast set up. Then was Nebuchadnezzar full of fury, and the form of his visage was changed against Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. Therefore he spake, and commanded that they should heat the furnace 7 times more than it was wont to be heated. And he commanded the most mighty men that were in his army to bind Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, and to cast them into the burning fiery furnace. Then these men were bound in their coats, their hosen, and their hats, and their other garments, and were cast into the midst of the burning fiery furnace. Therefore, because the king's commandment was urgent, and the furnace exceeding hot, the flames of the fire slew those men that took up Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. And these 3 men, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, fell down, bound, into the midst of the burning fiery furnace. Then Nebuchadnezzar the king was astonished, and rose up in haste, and spake, and said unto his counselors, Did not we cast 3 men bound into the midst of the fire? They answered and said unto the king, True, O king. He answered and said, Lo, I see 4 men loose, walking in the midst of the fire, and they have no hurt, and the form of the 4th is like the Son of God. Then Nebuchadnezzar came near to the mouth of the burning fiery furnace, and spake, and said, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, ye servants of the Most High God, come forth, and come hither. Then Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego came forth of the midst of the fire. And the princes, governors, and captains, and the king's counselors, being gathered together, saw these men upon whose bodies the fire had no power, nor was an hair of their head singed, neither were their coats changed, nor the smell of fire had passed on them. Then Nebuchadnezzar spake and said, Blessed be the God of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, who hath sent his angel, and delivered his servants that trusted in him, and have changed the king's word, and yielded their bodies, that they might not serve nor worship any god, except their own God. Therefore I make a decree, that every people, nation, and language, which speak anything amiss against the God of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, shall be cut in pieces, and their houses shall be made a dunghill, because there is no other God that can deliver after this sort. Then the king promoted Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego in the province of Babylon. End of Part 3. Part 4 of Benjamin Britten, Source Stories of 12 Operas by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 4, The Prodigal Son. Bible, Book of Luke, Chapter 15, verses 11 through 32. And Jesus said, A certain man had 2 sons, and the younger of them said to his father, Father, give me the portion of goods that falleth to me. And he divided unto them his living. And not many days after, the younger son gathered all together, and took his journey into a far country, and there he wasted his substance with riotous living. And when he had spent all, there arose a mighty famine in that land, and he began to be in want. And he went and joined himself to a citizen of that country, and he sent him into his fields to feed swine. And he would fain have filled his belly with the husks that the swine did eat, and no man gave unto him. And when he came to himself, he said, How many hired servants of my father's have bread enough and to spare, and I perish with hunger? I will arise and go to my father, and will say unto him, Father, I have sinned against heaven and before thee, and I am no more worthy to be called thy son. Make me as one of thy hired servants. And he arose and came to his father. But when he was yet a great way off, his father saw him, and had compassion, and ran, and fell on his neck, and kissed him. And the son said unto him, Father, I have sinned against heaven and in thy sight, and am no more worthy to be called thy son. But the father said to his servants, Bring forth the best robe, and put it on him, and put a ring on his hand, and shoes on his feet. And bring hither the fatted calf, and kill it, and let us eat and be merry. For this my son was dead, and is alive again. He was lost, and is found. And they began to be merry. Now his elder son was in the field, and as he came and drew nigh to the house, he heard music and dancing. And he called one of the servants, and asked what these things meant. And he said unto him, Thy brother is come, and thy father hath killed the fatted calf, because he hath received him safe and sound. And he was angry, and would not go in. Therefore came his father out, and entreated him. And he answering said to his father, Lo, these many years do I serve thee, neither transgressed I at any time thy commandment, and yet thou never gavest me a kid, that I might make merry with my friends. But as soon as this thy son was come, which hath devoured thy living with harlots, thou hast killed for him the fatted calf. And he said unto him, Son, thou art ever with me, and all that I have is thine. It was meet that we should make merry and be glad, for this thy brother was dead, and is alive again, and was lost, and is found. End of Part 4. Part 5 of Benjamin Britten, Source Stories of 12 Operas by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 5, The Golden Vanity. Traditional English Ballad. Version 1. Sir Walter Raleigh has built a ship in the Netherlands. Sir Walter Raleigh has built a ship in the Netherlands, and it is called the Sweet Trinity, and was taken by the false galley, sailing in the Lowlands. Is there never a seaman bold in the Netherlands? Is there never a seaman bold in the Netherlands? That will go take this false galley, and to redeem the Sweet Trinity, sailing in the Lowlands. Then spoke the little shipboy in the Netherlands. Master, master, what will you give me? And I will take this false Galilee, and release the Sweet Trinity, sailing in the Lowlands. I'll give thee gold, and I'll give thee fee in the Netherlands. I'll give thee gold, and I'll give thee fee in the Netherlands. And my eldest daughter thy wife shall be, sailing in the Lowlands. He set his breast, and away he did swim in the Netherlands. He set his breast, and away he did swim in the Netherlands, until he came to the false Galilee, sailing in the Lowlands. He had an auger fit for the nonce in the Netherlands. He had an auger fit for the nonce in the Netherlands, the which will bore 15 good holes at once, sailing in the Lowlands. Some were at cards, and some at dice in the Netherlands. Some were at cards, and some at dice in the Netherlands, until the salt water flashed in their eyes, sailing in the Lowlands. Some cut their hats, and some cut their caps in the Netherlands. Some cut their hats, and some cut their caps in the Netherlands, for to stop the salt water gaps, sailing in the Lowlands. He set his breast and away did swim in the Netherlands. He set his breast and away did swim in the Netherlands, until he came to his own ship again, sailing in the Lowlands. I have done the work I promised to do in the Netherlands. I have done the work I promised to do in the Netherlands, for I have sunk the false Gallally and released the sweet Trinity, sailing in the Lowlands. You promised me gold and you promised me fee in the Netherlands. You promised me gold and you promised me fee in the Netherlands. Your eldest daughter my wife she must be, sailing in the Lowlands. You shall have gold and you shall have fee in the Netherlands. You shall have gold and you shall have fee in the Netherlands. But my eldest daughter your wife shall never be, for sailing in the Lowlands. Then fare you well, you cozening lord in the Netherlands. Then fare you well, you cozening lord in the Netherlands. Seeing you are not so good as your word, for sailing in the Lowlands. And thus I shall conclude my song of sailing in the Lowlands, and thus I shall conclude my song of sailing in the Lowlands, wishing all happiness to all seamen, both old and young, in their sailing in the Lowlands. Version 2. There was a gallant ship, and a gallant ship was she, Ec-Iddle-Doo, and the Lowlands low, and she was called the Golden Vanity, as she sailed to the Lowlands low. She had not sailed a league but only 3, Ec-Iddle-Doo, and the Lowlands low, when she came up with a French galley, as she sailed in the Lowlands low. Outspoke the little cabin boy, outspoke he, Ec-Diddle-Doo, and the Lowlands low, what will you give me if I sink that French galley, as ye sail in the Lowlands low? Outspoke the captain, outspoke he, Ec-Iddle-Doo, and the Lowlands low, we'll give ye an estate in the north country, as we sail in the Lowlands low. Then row me up ticht in a black bull skin, Ec-Diddle-Doo, and the Lowlands low, and throw me o'er deck-board, sink I or swim, as ye sail in the Lowlands low. So they've rowed him up ticht in a black bull skin, Ec-Iddle-Doo, and the Lowlands low, and have thrown him o'er deck-board, sink he or swim, as they sail in the Lowlands low. About and about and about went he, Ec-Iddle-Doo, and the Lowlands low, until he came up with the French galley, as they sailed in the Lowlands low. Oh, some were playing cards, and some were playing dice, Ec-Diddle-Doo, and the Lowlands low, when he took out an instrument, bored 30 holes at twice, as they sailed in the Lowlands low. Then some they ran with cloaks, and some they ran with caps, Ec-Iddle-Doo, and the Lowlands low, to try if they could stap the salt-water draps, as they sailed in the Lowlands low. About and about and about went he, Ec-Iddle-Doo, and the Lowlands low, until he came back to the Golden Vanity, as they sailed in the Lowlands low. Now throw me o'er a rope, and pull me up on board, Ec-Iddle-Doo, and the Lowlands low, and prove unto me as good as your word, as ye sail in the Lowlands low. We'll no throw you o'er a rope, nor pull you up on board, Ec-Iddle-Doo, and the Lowlands low, nor prove unto you as good as our word, as we sail in the Lowlands low. Outspoke the little cabin boy, outspoke he, Ec-Iddle-Doo, and the Lowlands low, then hang me, I'll sink ye as I sunk the French galley, as ye sail in the Lowlands low. But they've thrown him o'er a rope, and have pulled him up on board, Ec-Iddle-Doo, and the Lowlands low, and have proved unto him far better than their word, as they sailed in the Lowlands low. End of Part 5. Part 6 of Benjamin Britten, Source Stories of 12 Operas by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 6, A Midsummer Night's Dream, Shakespeare, A Midsummer Night's Dream, as told by Charles Lamb in Tales of Shakespeare. There was a law in the city of Athens which gave to its citizens the power of compelling their daughters to marry whomsoever they pleased, for upon a daughter's refusing to marry the man her father had chosen to be her husband, the father was empowered by this law to cause her to be put to death. But as fathers do not often desire the death of their own daughters, even though they do happen to prove a little refractory, this law was seldom or never put in execution, though perhaps the young ladies of that city were not unfrequently threatened by their parents with the terrors of it. There was one instance, however, of an old man, whose name was Ægeus, who actually did come before Theseus, at that time the reigning Duke of Athens, to complain that his daughter Hermia, whom he had commanded to marry Demetrius, a young man of a noble Athenian family, refused to obey him because she loved another young Athenian named Lysander. Ægeus demanded justice of Theseus, and desired that this cruel law might be put in force against his daughter. Hermia pleaded in excuse for her disobedience that Demetrius had formerly professed love for her dear friend Helena, and that Helena loved Demetrius to distraction. But this honourable reason, which Hermia gave for not obeying her father's command, moved not the stern Ægeus. Theseus, though a great and merciful prince, had no power to alter the laws of his country. Therefore he could only give Hermia 4 days to consider of it. And at the end of that time, if she still refused to marry Demetrius, she was to be put to death. When Hermia was dismissed from the presence of the Duke, she went to her lover Lysander, and told him the peril she was in, and that she must either give him up and marry Demetrius, or lose her life in 4 days. Lysander was in great affliction at hearing these evil tidings, but recollecting that he had an aunt who lived at some distance from Athens, and that at the place where she lived the cruel law could not be put in force against Hermia, this law not extending beyond the boundaries of the city, he proposed to Hermia that she should steal out of her father's house that night, and go with him to his aunt's house, where he would marry her. "I will meet you," said Lysander, "in the wood a few miles without the city, in that delightful wood where we have so often walked with Helena in the pleasant month of May." To this proposal Hermia joyfully agreed, and she told no one of her intended flight but her friend Helena. Helena, as maidens will do foolish things for love, very ungenerously resolved to go and tell this to Demetrius, though she could hope no benefit from betraying her friend's secret, but the poor pleasure of following her faithless lover to the wood, for she well knew that Demetrius would go thither in pursuit of Hermia. The wood in which Lysander and Hermia proposed to meet was the favourite haunt of those little beings known by the name of fairies. Oberon the king and Titania the queen of the fairies, with all their tiny train of followers, in this wood held their midnight revels. Between this little king and queen of sprites there happened at this time a sad disagreement. They never met by moonlight in the shady walks of this pleasant wood, but they were quarrelling, till all their fairy elves would creep into acorn cups and hide themselves for fear. The cause of this unhappy disagreement was Titania's refusing to give Oberon a little changeling boy, whose mother had been Titania's friend, and upon her death the fairy queen stole the child from its nurse and brought him up in the woods. The night on which the lovers were to meet in this wood, as Titania was walking with some of her maids of honour, she met Oberon attended by his train of fairy courtiers. "Well met by moonlight, proud Titania," said the fairy king. The queen replied, "What, jealous Oberon, is it you? Fairies, skip hence, I have forsworn his company." "Tarry, rash fairy," said Oberon, "am not I thy lord? Why does Titania cross her Oberon? Give me your little changeling boy to be my page." "Set your heart at rest," answered the queen, "your whole fairy kingdom buys not the boy of me." She then left her lord in great anger. "Well, go your way," said Oberon. "Before the morning dawns I will torment you for this injury." Oberon then sent for Puck, his chief favourite and privy councillor. Puck, or as he was sometimes called, Robin Goodfellow, was a shrewd and knavish sprite that used to play comical pranks in the neighbouring villages, sometimes getting into the dairies and skimming the milk, sometimes plunging his light and airy form into the butter churn, and while he was dancing his fantastic shape in the churn, in vain the dairymaid would labour to change her cream into butter. Nor had the village swains any better success. Whenever Puck chose to play his freaks in the brewing copper, the ale was sure to be spoiled. When a few good neighbours were met to drink some comfortable ale together, Puck would jump into the bowl of ale in the likeness of a roasted crab, and when some old goody was going to drink it, he would bob against her lips and spill the ale over her withered chin, and presently after, when the same old dame was gravely seating herself to tell her neighbours a sad and melancholy story, Puck would slip her three-legged stool from under her, and down toppled the poor old woman, and then the old gossips would hold their sides and laugh at her, and swear they never wasted a merrier hour. "Come hither, Puck," said Oberon to this little merry wanderer of the night. "Fetch me the flower which maids call lore in idleness. The juice of that little purple flower laid on the eyelids of those who sleep will make them, when they awake, dote on the first thing they see. Some of the juice of that flower I will drop on the eyelids of my Titania when she is asleep, and the first thing she looks upon when she opens her eyes she will fall in love with, even though it be a lion, or a bear, a meddling monkey, or a busy ape. And before I will take the charm from off her sight, which I can do with another charm I know of, I will make her give me that boy to be my page." Puck, who loved mischief to his heart, was highly diverted with this intended frolic of his master, and ran to seek the flower. And while Oberon was waiting the return of Puck, he observed Demetrius and Helena enter the wood. He overheard Demetrius reproaching Helena for following him, and after many unkind words on his part, and gentle expostulations from Helena, reminding him of his former love and professions of true faith to her, he left her, as he said, to the mercy of the wild beasts, and she ran after him as swiftly as she could. The Fairy King, who was always friendly to true lovers, felt great compassion for Helena, and perhaps, as Lysander said they used to walk by moonlight in this pleasant wood, Oberon might have seen Helena in those happy times when she was beloved by Demetrius. However that might be, when Puck returned with the little purple flower, Oberon said to his favourite, "Take a part of this flower. There has been a sweet Athenian lady here who is in love with a disdainful youth. If you find him sleeping, drop some of the love juice in his eyes, but contrive to do it when she is near him, that the first thing he sees when he awakes may be this despised lady. You will know the man by the Athenian garments which he wears." Puck promised to manage this matter very dexterously, and then Oberon went, unperceived by Titania, to her bower, where she was preparing to go to rest. Her fairy bower was a bank, where grew wild thyme, cowslips, and sweet violets, under a canopy of woodbine, musk roses, and eglantine. There Titania always slept some part of the night, her coverlet the enamelled skin of a snake, which, though a small mantle, was wide enough to wrap a fairy in. He found Titania giving orders to her fairies how they were to employ themselves while she slept. "Some of you," said her Majesty, "must kill cankers in the musk rose buds, and some wage war with the bats for their leathern wings, to make my small elves' coats, and some of you keep watch that the clamorous owl that nightly hoots come not near me, but first sing me to sleep." Then they began to sing this song: "You spotted snakes with double tongue, thorny hedgehogs, be not seen, newts and blind worms do no wrong, come not near our fairy queen. Philomel with melody, sing in our sweet lullaby, lula lula lullaby, lula lula lullaby. Never harm, nor spell, nor charm, come our lovely lady nigh, so good night with lullaby." When the fairies had sung their queen asleep with this pretty lullaby, they left her to perform the important services she had enjoined them. Oberon then softly drew near his Titania, and dropped some of the love juice on her eyelids, saying, "What thou seest when thou wake, do it for thy true love take." But to return to Hermia, who made her escape out of her father's house that night to avoid the death she was doomed to for refusing to marry Demetrius. When she entered the wood she found her dear Lysander waiting for her to conduct her to his aunt's house, but before they had passed half through the wood Hermia was so much fatigued that Lysander, who was very careful with this dear lady, who had proved her affection for him even by hazarding her life for his sake, persuaded her to rest till morning on a bank of soft moss, and lying down himself on the ground at some little distance, they soon fell asleep. Here they were found by Puck, who, seeing a handsome young man asleep, and perceiving that his clothes were made in the Athenian fashion, and that a pretty lady was sleeping near him, concluded that this must be the Athenian maid and her disdainful lover whom Oberon had sent him to seek; and he naturally enough conjectured that, as they were alone together, she must be the first thing he would see when he awoke. So without more ado he proceeded to pour some of the juice of the little purple flower into his eyes. But it so fell out that Helena came that way, and instead of Hermia was the first object Lysander beheld when he opened his eyes; and strange to relate, so powerful was the love charm, all his love for Hermia vanished away, and Lysander fell in love with Helena. Had he first seen Hermia when he awoke, the blunder Puck committed would have been of no consequence, for he could not love that faithful lady too well. But for poor Lysander to be forced by a fairy love charm to forget his own true Hermia, and to run after another lady, and leave Hermia asleep quite alone in a wood at midnight, was a sad chance indeed. Thus this misfortune happened. Helena, as has been before related, endeavoured to keep pace with Demetrius when he ran away so rudely from her, but she could not continue this unequal race long, men being always better runners in a long race than ladies. Helena soon lost sight of Demetrius, and as she was wandering about, dejected and forlorn, she arrived at the place where Lysander was sleeping. "Ah," said she, "this is Lysander lying on the ground. Is he dead or asleep?" Then, gently touching him, she said, "Good sir, if you are alive, awake." Upon this Lysander opened his eyes, and, the love charm beginning to work, immediately addressed her in terms of extravagant love and admiration, telling her she as much excelled Hermia in beauty as a dove does a raven, and that he would run through fire for her sweet sake, and many more such lover-like speeches. Helena, knowing Lysander was her friend Hermia's lover, and that he was solemnly engaged to marry her, was in the utmost rage when she heard herself addressed in this manner, for she thought, as well she might, that Lysander was making a jest of her. "Oh," said she, "why was I born to be mocked and scorned by every one? Is it not enough, young man, that I can never get a sweet look or a kind word from Demetrius, but you, sir, must pretend in this disdainful manner to court me? I thought, Lysander, you were a lord of more true gentleness." Saying these words in great anger, she ran away, and Lysander followed her, quite forgetful of his own Hermia, who was still asleep. When Hermia awoke, she was in a sad fright at finding herself alone. She wandered about the wood, not knowing what was become of Lysander, or which way to go to seek after him. In the meantime, Demetrius, not being able to find Hermia and his rival Lysander, and fatigued with his fruitless search, was observed by Oberon fast asleep. Oberon had learnt by some questions he had asked of Puck that he had applied the love charm to the wrong person's eyes, and now, having found the person first intended, he touched the eyelids of the sleeping Demetrius with the love juice, and he instantly awoke; and the first thing he saw, being Helena, he, as Lysander had done before, began to address love speeches to her. And just at that moment Lysander, followed by Hermia, for through Puck's unlucky mistake it was now become Hermia's turn to run after her lover, made his appearance, and then Lysander and Demetrius, both speaking together, made love to Helena, they being each one under the influence of the same potent charm. The astonished Helena thought that Demetrius, Lysander, and her once dear friend Hermia were all in a plot together to make a jest of her. Hermia was as much surprised as Helena. She knew not why Lysander and Demetrius, who both before loved her, were now become the lovers of Helena, and to Hermia the matter seemed to be no jest. The ladies, who before had always been the dearest of friends, now fell to high words together. "Unkind Hermia," said Helena, "it is you have set Lysander on to vex me with mock praises. And your other lover Demetrius, who used almost to spurn me with his foot, have you not bid him call me goddess, nymph, rare, precious, and celestial? He would not speak thus to me, whom he hates, if you did not set him on to make a jest of me. Unkind Hermia, to join with men in scorning your poor friend. Have you forgot our school-day friendship? How often, Hermia, have we two, sitting on one cushion, both singing one song, with our needles working the same flower, both on the same sampler wrought, growing up together in fashion of a double cherry, scarcely seeming parted. Hermia, it is not friendly in you, it is not maidenly, to join with men in scorning your poor friend." "I am amazed at your passionate words," said Hermia. "I scorn you not. It seems you scorn me." "I do," returned Hermia. "Persevere, counterfeit serious looks, and make mouths at me when I turn my back, then wink at each other and hold the sweet jest up. If you had any pity, grace, or manners, you would not use me thus." While Helena and Hermia were speaking these angry words to each other, Demetrius and Lysander left them, to fight together in the wood for the love of Helena. When they found the gentlemen had left them, they departed, and once more wandered weary in the wood in search of their lovers. As soon as they were gone, the Fairy King, who with little Puck had been listening to their quarrels, said to him, "This is your negligence, Puck, or did you do this wilfully?" "Believe me, King of Shadows," answered Puck, "it was a mistake. Did not you tell me I should know the man by his Athenian garments? However, I am not sorry this has happened, for I think their jangling makes excellent sport." "You heard," said Oberon, "that Demetrius and Lysander are gone to seek a convenient place to fight in. I command you to overhang the night with a thick fog, and lead these quarrelsome lovers so astray in the dark that they shall not be able to find each other. Counterfeit each of their voices to the other, and with bitter taunts provoke them to follow you, while they think it is their rival's tongue they hear. See you do this till they are so weary they can go no farther, and when you find they are asleep, drop the juice of this other flower into Lysander's eyes, and when he awakes he will forget his new love for Helena, and return to his old passion for Hermia. And then the two fair ladies may each one be happy with the man she loves, and they will think all that has passed a vexatious dream. About this quickly, Puck, and I will go and see what sweet love my Titania has found." Titania was still sleeping, and Oberon, seeing a clown near her, who had lost his way in the wood, and was likewise asleep, "This fellow," said he, "shall be my Titania's true love." And clapping an ass's head over the clown's, it seemed to fit him as well as if it had grown upon his own shoulders. Though Oberon fixed the ass's head on very gently, it awakened him, and rising up, unconscious of what Oberon had done to him, he went towards the bower where the Fairy Queen slept. "Ah, what angel is that I see?" said Titania, opening her eyes, and the juice of the little purple flower beginning to take effect. "Are you as wise as you are beautiful?" "Why, mistress," said the foolish clown, "if I have wit enough to find the way out of this wood, I have enough to serve my turn." "Out of the wood do not desire to go," said the enamoured queen. "I am a spirit of no common rate. I love you. Go with me, and I will give you fairies to attend upon you." She then called 4 of her fairies. Their names were Pease Blossom, Cobweb, Moth, and Mustard Seed. "Attend," said the queen, "upon this sweet gentleman. Hop in his walks, and gambol in his sight. Feed him with grapes and apricots, and steal for him the honey bags from the bees. Come, sit with me," said she to the clown, "and let me play with your amiable hairy cheeks, my beautiful ass, and kiss your fair large ears, my gentle joy." "Where is Peaseblossom?" said the ass-headed clown, not much regarding the Fairy Queen's courtship, but very proud of his new attendants. "Here, sir," said little Peaseblossom. "Scratch my head," said the clown. "Where is Cobweb?" "Here, sir," said Cobweb. "Oh, good Mr. Cobweb," said the foolish clown, "kill me the red humble-bee on the top of that thistle yonder, and good Mr. Cobweb, bring me the honey-bag. Do not fret yourself too much in the action, Mr. Cobweb, and take care the honey-bag break not. I should be sorry to have you overflown with the honey-bag. Where is Mustard-seed?" "Here, sir," said Mustard-seed. "What is your will?" "Nothing," said the clown. "Good Mr. Mustard-seed, but to help Mr. Peaseblossom to scratch. I must go to a barber's, Mr. Mustard-seed, for methinks I am marvellous hairy about the face." "My sweet love," said the Queen, "what will you have to eat? I have a venturous fairy shall seek the squirrel's hoard and fetch you some new nuts." "I had rather have a handful of dried peas," said the clown, who with his ass's head had got an ass's appetite. "But I pray, let none of your people disturb me, for I have a mind to sleep." "Sleep then," said the Queen, "and I will wind you in my arms. Oh, how I love you, how I dote upon you!" When the Fairy King saw the clown sleeping in the arms of his Queen, he advanced within her sight and reproached her with having lavished her favours upon an ass. This she could not deny, as the clown was then sleeping within her arms, with his ass's head crowned by her with flowers. When Oberon had teased her for some time, he again demanded the changeling boy, which she, ashamed of being discovered by her lord with her new favourite, did not dare to refuse him. Oberon, having thus obtained the little boy he had so long wished for to be his page, took pity on the disgraceful situation into which, by his merry contrivance, he had brought his Titania, and threw some of the juice of the other flower into her eyes; and the Fairy Queen immediately recovered her senses, and wondered at her late dotage, saying how she now loathed the sight of the strange monster. Oberon likewise took the ass's head from off the clown, and left him to finish his nap with his own fool's head upon his shoulders. Oberon and his Titania being now perfectly reconciled, he related to her the history of the lovers and their midnight quarrels, and she agreed to go with him and see the end of their adventures. The Fairy King and Queen found the lovers and their fair ladies, at no great distance from each other, sleeping on a grass plot; for Puck, to make amends for his former mistake, had contrived with the utmost diligence to bring them all to the same spot, unknown to each other, and he had carefully removed the charm from off the eyes of Lysander, with the antidote the Fairy King gave to him. Hermia first awoke, and finding her lost Lysander asleep so near her, was looking at him and wondering at his strange inconstancy. Lysander, presently opening his eyes and seeing his dear Hermia, recovered his reason, which the fairy charm had before clouded, and with his reason his love for Hermia, and they began to talk over the adventures of the night, doubting if these things had really happened, or if they had both been dreaming the same bewildering dream. Helena and Demetrius were by this time awake, and a sweet sleep having quieted Helena's disturbed and angry spirits, she listened with delight to the professions of love which Demetrius still made to her, and which, to her surprise as well as pleasure, she began to perceive were sincere. These fair night-wandering ladies, now no longer rivals, became once more true friends. All the unkind words which had passed were forgiven, and they calmly consulted together what was best to be done in their present situation. It was soon agreed that as Demetrius had given up his pretensions to Hermia, he should endeavour to prevail upon her father to revoke the cruel sentence of death which had been passed upon her. Demetrius was willing to return to Athens for this friendly purpose, when they were surprised with the sight of Ægeus, Hermia's father, who came to the wood in pursuit of his runaway daughter. When Ægeus understood that Demetrius would not now marry his daughter, he no longer opposed her marriage with Lysander, but gave his consent that they should be wedded on the 4th day from that time, being the same day on which Hermia had been condemned to lose her life. And on that same day Helena joyfully agreed to marry her beloved, and now faithful, Demetrius. The fairy king and queen, who were invisible spectators of this reconciliation, and now saw the happy ending of the lovers' history, brought about through the good offices of Oberon, received so much pleasure that these kind spirits resolved to celebrate the approaching nuptials with sports and revels throughout their fairy kingdom. And now, if any are offended with this story of fairies and their pranks, as judging it incredible and strange, they have only to think that they have been asleep and dreaming, and that all these adventures were visions which they saw in their sleep. And I hope none of my readers will be so unreasonable as to be offended with a pretty harmless Midsummer Night's Dream. End of Part 6. Part 7 of Benjamin Britten, Source Stories of 12 Operas by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 7, Peter Grimes. George Crabbe, The Borough, Letter 22, Peter Grimes. The Poor of the Borough. Methought the souls of all that I had murdered came to my tent, and every one did threat. Shakespeare, Richard III. The time hath been that when the brains were out the man would die, and there an end. But now they rise again, with 20 mortal murders on their crowns, and push us from our stools. Shakespeare, Macbeth. Peter Grimes. The father of Peter a fisherman, Peter's early conduct, his grief for the old man, he takes an apprentice, the boy's suffering and fate, a second boy, how he died, Peter acquitted, a third apprentice, a voyage by sea, the boy does not return. Evil report on Peter, he is tried and threatened, lives alone, his melancholy and incipient madness, is observed and visited, he escapes and is taken, is lodged in a parish house, women attend and watch him, he speaks in a delirium, grows more collected, his account of his feelings and visionary terrors previous to his death. Old Peter Grimes made fishing his employ, his wife he cabined with him, and his boy, and seemed that life laborious to enjoy. To town came quiet Peter with his fish, and had of all a civil word and wish. He left his trade upon the Sabbath day, and took young Peter in his hand to pray. But soon the stubborn boy from care broke loose, at first refused, then added his abuse. His father's love he scorned, his power defied, but being drunk, wept sorely when he died. Yes, then he wept, and to his mind there came much of his conduct, and he felt the shame. How he had oft the good old man reviled, and never paid the duty of a child. How when the father in his Bible read, he in contempt and anger left the shed. It is the word of life, the parent cried. This is the life itself, the boy replied. And while old Peter in amazement stood, gave the hot spirits to his boiling blood. How he, with oath and furious speech, began to prove his freedom and assert the man. And when the parent checked his impious rage, how he had cursed the tyranny of age. Nay, once had dealt the sacrilegious blow on his bare head, and laid his parent low. The father groaned, "If thou art old," said he, "and hast a son, thou wilt remember me. Thy mother left me in a happy time, thou killedst not her, heaven spares the double crime." On an insettle in his maudlin grief, this he resolved, and drank for his relief. Now lived the youth in freedom, but debarred from constant pleasures, and he thought it hard Hard that he could not every wish obey, but must a while relinquish ale and play. Hard that he could not to his cards attend, but must acquire the money he would spend. With greedy eye he looked on all he saw, he knew not justice, and he laughed at law. On all he marked he stretched his ready hand, he fished by water, and he filched by land. Oft in the night has Peter dropped his oar, fled from his boat, and sought for prey on shore. Oft up the hedgerow glided, on his back bearing the orchard's produce in a sack, or farmyard load tugged fiercely from the stack. And as these wrongs to greater numbers rose, the more he looked on all men as his foes. He built a mud-walled hovel, where he kept his various wealth, and there he oft-times slept. But no success could please his cruel soul, he wished for one to trouble and control. He wanted some obedient boy to stand and bear the blow of his outrageous hand, and hoped to find in some propitious hour a feeling creature subject to his power. Peter had heard there were in London then, still have they being, workhouse clearing men, who, undisturbed by feelings just or kind, would parish boys to needy tradesmen bind. They in their want a trifling sum would take, and toiling slaves of piteous orphans make. Such Peter sought, and when a lad was found, the sum was dealt him, and the slave was bound. Some few in town observed in Peter's trap a boy with jacket blue and woollen cap, but none inquired how Peter used the rope, or what the bruise that made the stripling stoop. None could the ridges on his back behold, none sought him shivering in the winter's cold. None put the question, Peter, dost thou give the boy his food? What, man, the lad must live. Consider, Peter, let the child have bread, he'll serve the better if he's stroked and fed. None reasoned thus, and some, on hearing cries, said calmly, Grimes is at his exercise. Pinned, beaten, cold, pinched, threatened, and abused, his efforts punished, and his food refused, awake tormented, soon aroused from sleep, struck if he wept, and yet compelled to weep, the trembling boy dropped down and strove to pray, received a blow, and trembling turned away, or sobbed and hid his piteous face, while he, the savage master, grinned in horrid glee. He'd now the power he ever loved to show, a feeling being, subject to his blow. Thus lived the lad in hunger, peril, pain, his tears despised, his supplications vain, compelled by fear to lie, by need to steal, his bed uneasy, and unblessed his meal. For 3 sad years the boy his tortures bore, and then his pains and trials were no more. How died he, Peter? When the people said, he growled, I found him lifeless in his bed. Then tried for softer tone, and sighed, Poor Sam is dead. Yet murmurs were there, and some questions asked, how he was fed, how punished, and how tasked. Much they suspected, but they little proved, and Peter passed untroubled and unmoved. Another boy with equal ease was found, the money granted, and the victim bound. And what his fate? One night it chanced he fell from the boat's mast, and perished in her well, where fish were living kept, and where the boy, so reasoned men, could not himself destroy. Yes, so it was, said Peter, in his play, for he was idle both by night and day, he climbed the mainmast, and then fell below. Then showed his corpse, and pointed to the blow. What said the jury? They were long in doubt, but sturdy Peter faced the matter out. So they dismissed him, saying at the time, Keep fast your hatchway when you've boys who climb. This hit the conscience, and he coloured more Than for the closest questions put before. Thus all his fears the verdict set aside, and at the slave shop Peter still applied. Then came a boy of manners soft and mild, Our seamen's wives with grief beheld the child. All thought, the poor themselves, that he was one Of gentle blood, some noble sinner's son, Who had belike deceived some humble maid, Whom he had first seduced and then betrayed. However this, he seemed a gracious lad, In grief submissive, and with patience sad. Passive he labour'd, till his slender frame Bent with his loads, and he at length was lame. Strange that a frame so weak could bear so long The grossest insult and the foulest wrong. But there were causes, in the town they gave Fire, food, and comfort to the gentle slave. And though stern Peter with a cruel hand And knotted rope enforced the rude command, Yet he considered what he'd lately felt, And his vile blows with selfish pity dealt. One day such draughts the cruel fisher made, He could not vend them in his Borough trade, But sailed for London mart. The boy was ill, But ever humbled to his master's will. And on the river where they smoothly sailed, He strove with terror, and awhile prevailed. But new to danger on the angry sea, He clung affrightened to his master's knee. The boat grew leaky, and the wind was strong, Rough was the passage, and the time was long. His liquor failed, and Peter's wrath arose. No more is known, the rest we must suppose, Or learn of Peter. Peter says he spied The stripling's danger, and for harbour tried. Meantime the fish, and then the apprentice, died. The pitying women raised a clamour round, And weeping said, "Thou hast thy 'prentice drowned." Now the stern man was summoned to the hall To tell his tale before the burghers all. He gave the account, professed the lad he loved, And kept his brazen features all unmoved. The mayor himself with tone severe replied, "Henceforth with thee shall never boy abide. Hire thee a freeman, whom thou durst not beat, But who in thy despite will sleep and eat. Free thou art now; again shouldst thou appear, Thou'lt find thy sentence, like thy soul, severe." Alas! for Peter not a helping hand, So was he hated, could he now command. Alone he rowed his boat, alone he cast His nets beside, or made his anchor fast. To hold a rope or hear a curse was none, He toiled and railed, he groaned and swore alone. Thus by himself compelled to live each day, To wait for certain hours the tide's delay. At the same time the same dull views to see, The bounding marsh bank and the blighted tree. The water only when the tides were high, When low, the mud half covered and half dry. The sun-burnt tar that blisters on the planks, And bankside stakes in their uneven ranks, Heaps of tangled weeds that slowly float, As the tide rolls by the impeded boat. When tides were neap, and in the sultry day, Through the tall bounding mud banks made their way, Which on each side rose swelling, and below The dark warm flood ran silently and slow. There anchoring, Peter chose from man to hide, There hang his head, and view the lazy tide In its hot slimy channel slowly glide. Where the small eels that left the deeper way For the warm shore within the shallows play, Where gaping mussels left upon the mud Slope their slow passage to the fallen flood. Here dull and hopeless he'd lie down and trace How sidelong crabs had scrouged their crooked race, Or sadly listen to the tuneless cry Of fishing gulls or clanging golden eye. What time the sea birds to the marsh would come, And the loud bittern from the bulrush home Gave from the salt ditch side the bellowing boom. He nursed the feelings these dull scenes produce, and loved to stop beside the opening sluice, where the small stream, confined in narrow bound, ran with a dull, unvaried, saddening sound, where all presented to the eye or ear oppressed the soul with misery, grief, and fear. Besides these objects there were places three, which Peter seemed with certain dread to see. When he drew near them he would turn from each, and loudly whistle till he passed the reach. A change of scene to him brought no relief. In town 'twas plain men took him for a thief. The sailors' wives would stop him in the street, and say, "Now, Peter, thou'st no boy to beat." Infants at play, when they perceived him, ran, warning each other, "That's the wicked man." He growled an oath and an angry tone, cursed the whole place, and wished to be alone. Alone he was, the same dull scenes in view, and still more gloomy in his sight they grew. Though man he hated, yet employed alone at bootless labour he would swear and groan, cursing the shoals that glided by the spot, and gulls that caught them when his arts could not. Cold, nervous trembling shook his sturdy frame, and strange disease, he couldn't say the name. Wild were his dreams, and oft he rose in fright, waked by his view of horrors in the night. Horrors that would the sternest minds amaze, horrors that demons might be proud to raise. And though he felt forsaken, grieved at heart, to think he lived from all mankind apart, yet if a man approached, in terrors he would start. A winter passed since Peter saw the town, and summer lodgers were again come down. These, idly curious, with their glasses spied the ships in bay as anchored for the tide, the river's craft, the bustles of the quay, and seaport views which landmen love to see. One, up the river, had a man and boat seen day by day, now anchored and now afloat. Fisher he seemed, yet used no net nor hook, of sea fowl swimming by no heed he took, but on the gliding waves still fixed his lazy look. At certain stations he would view the stream, as if he stood bewildered in a dream, or that some power had chained him for a time, to feel a curse, or meditate on crime. This known, some curious, some in pity went, and others questioned, "Wretch, dost thou repent?" He heard, he trembled, and in fear resigned his boat. New terror filled his restless mind. Furious he grew, and up the country ran, and there they seized him, a distempered man. Him we received, and to a parish bed, followed and cursed the groaning man was led. Here when they saw him, whom they used to shun, a lost lone man, so harassed and undone, our gentle females, ever prompt to feel, perceived compassion on their anger steal. His crimes they could not from their memories blot, but they were grieved and trembled at his lot. A priest too came, to whom his words were told, and all the signs they shuddered to behold. "Look, look," they cried, "his limbs with horror shake, and as he grinds his teeth, what noise they make! How glare his angry eyes, and yet he's not awake! See what cold drops upon his forehead stand, and how he clenches that broad bony hand." The priest attending found he spoke at times, as one alluding to his fears and crimes. "It was the fall," he muttered. "I can show the manner how. I never struck a blow." And then aloud, "Unhand me, free my chain. On oath he fell, it struck him to the brain. Why ask my father? That old man will swear against my life. Besides, he wasn't there. What? All agreed? Am I to die to-day? My Lord, in mercy give me time to pray." Then as they watched him, calmer he became, and grew so weak he couldn't move his frame, but murmuring spake, while they could see and hear the start of terror and the groan of fear. See the large dew beads on his forehead rise, and the cold death drop glaze his sunken eyes. Nor yet he died, but with unwonted force Seemed with some fancied being to discourse. He knew not us, or with accustomed art He hid the knowledge, yet exposed his heart. 'Twas part confession and the rest defence, A madman's tale with gleams of waking sense. "I'll tell you all," he said, "the very day When the old man first placed them in my way. My father's spirit, he who always tried To give me trouble, when he lived and died. When he was gone, he could not be content To see my days in painful labour spent, But would appoint his meetings, and he made Me watch at these, and so neglect my trade. 'Twas one hot noon, all silent, still, serene, No living being had I lately seen. I paddled up and down and dipped my net, But, such his pleasure, I could nothing get. A father's pleasure, when his toil was done, To plague and torture thus an only son. And so I sat and looked upon the stream, How it ran on, and felt as in a dream. But dream it was not, no, I fixed my eyes On the midstream, and saw the spirits rise. I saw my father on the water stand, And hold a thin pale boy on either hand. And there they glided ghastly on the top Of the salt flood, and never touched a drop. I would have struck them, but they knew the intent, And smiled upon the oar, and down they went. Now from that day, whenever I began To dip my net, there stood the hard old man, He and those boys. I humbled me and prayed They would be gone. They heeded not, but stayed. Nor could I turn, nor would the boat go by, But gazing on the spirits, there was I. They bade me leap to death, but I was loath to die. And every day, as sure as day arose, Would these three spirits meet me ere the close. To hear and mark them daily was my doom, And come, they said, with weak sad voices, come. To row away with all my strength I tried, But there were they hard by me in the tide, The three unbodied forms, and come, still come, they cried. Fathers should pity, but this old man shook His hoary locks, and froze me by a look. Thrice when I struck them, through the water came A hollow groan that weakened all my frame. "Father," said I, "have mercy." He replied, "I know not what," the angry spirit lied. "Didst thou not draw thy knife?" said he. "'Twas true, but I had pity, and my arm withdrew." He cried for mercy, which I kindly gave, But he has no compassion in his grave. There were three places, where they ever rose, The whole long river was not such as those. Places accursed, where if a man remain, He'll see the things which strike him to the brain. And there they made me on my paddle lean, And look at them for hours, accursed scene. When they would glide to that smooth eddy space, Then bid me leap and join them in the place. And at my groans each little villain sprite Enjoyed my pains, and vanished in delight. In one fierce summer day, when my poor brain Was burning hot, and cruel was my pain, Then came this father foe, and there he stood With his two boys again upon the flood. There was more mischief in their eyes, more glee In their pale faces when they glared at me. Still they did force me on the oar to rest, And when they saw me fainting and oppressed, He with his hand, the old man, scooped the flood, And there came flame about him mixed with blood. He bade me stoop and look upon the place, Then flung the hot red liquor in my face. Burning it blazed, and then I roared for pain. I thought the demons would have turned my brain. Still there they stood, and forced me to behold A place of horrors, they cannot be told. Where the flood opened, there I heard the shriek Of tortured guilt no earthly tongue can speak. All days alike, forever, did they say, And unremitted torments every day. Yes, so they said. But here he ceased, and gazed on all around, affrightened and amazed, and still he tried to speak, and looked in dread of frightened females gathering round his bed, then dropped exhausted, and appeared at rest, till the strong foe the vital powers possessed. Then with an inward broken voice he cried, "Again they come!" and muttered as he died. Author's Endnote. The character of Grimes, his obduracy and apparent want of feeling, his gloomy kind of misanthropy, the progress of his madness, and the horrors of his imagination, I must leave to the judgment and observation of my readers. The mind here exhibited is one untouched by pity, unstung by remorse, and uncorrected by shame. Yet is this hardihood of temper and spirit broken by want, disease, solitude, and disappointment, and he becomes the victim of a distempered and horror-stricken fancy. It is evident, therefore, that no feeble vision, no half-visible ghost, not the momentary glance of an unbodied being, nor the half-audible voice of an invisible one, would be created by the continual workings of distress on a mind so depraved and flinty. The ruffian of Mr. Scott, Marmion, has a mind of this nature. He has no shame or remorse, but the corrosion of hopeless want, the wasting of unabating disease, and the gloom of unvaried solitude, will have their effect on every nature, and the harder the nature is, and the longer time required to work upon it, so much the more strong and indelible is the impression. This is all the reason I am able to give why a man of feeling so dull should yet become insane, and why the visions of his distempered brain should be of so horrible a nature. End of Part 7. Part 8 of Benjamin Britten, Source Stories of 12 Operas, by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 8. Albert Herring. Guy de Maupassant short story, Madame Husson's Rosier. We had just left Gisors, where I was awakened to hear the name of the town called out by the guards, and I was dozing off again when a terrific shock threw me forward on top of a large lady who sat opposite me. One of the wheels of the engine had broken, and the engine itself lay across the track. The tender and the baggage car were also derailed, and lay beside this mutilated engine, which rattled, groaned, hissed, puffed, sputtered, and resembled those horses that fall in the street with their flanks heaving, their breast palpitating, their nostrils steaming, and their whole body trembling, but incapable of the slightest effort to rise and start off again. There were no dead or wounded, only a few with bruises, for the train was not going at full speed; and we looked with sorrow at the great crippled iron creature that could not draw us along any more, and that blocked the track, perhaps for some time, for no doubt they would have to send to Paris for a special train to come to our aid. It was then 10 o'clock in the morning, and I at once decided to go back to Gisors for breakfast. As I was walking along, I said to myself, "Gisors, Gisors, why, I know some one there. Who is it? Gisors. Let me see. I have a friend in this town." A name suddenly came to my mind, Albert Marambeau. He was an old school friend whom I had not seen for at least 12 years, and who was practising medicine in Gisors. He had often written inviting me to come and see him, and I had always promised to do so, without keeping my word, but at last I would take advantage of this opportunity. I asked the first passer-by, "Do you know where Dr. Marambeau lives?" He replied without hesitation and with the drawling accent of the Normans, "Rue Dauphine." I presently saw, on the door of the house he pointed out, a large brass plate on which was engraved the name of my old chum. I rang the bell, but the servant, a yellow-haired girl who moved slowly, said with a stupid air, "He isn't here, he isn't here." I heard a sound of forks and of glasses, and I cried, "Hallo, Marambeau!" A door opened, and a large man with whiskers and a cross look on his face appeared, carrying a dinner napkin in his hand. I certainly would not have recognized him. One would have said he was 45 at least, and in a second all the provincial life which makes one grow heavy, dull, and old came before me. In a single flash of thought, quicker than the act of extending my hand to him, I could see his life, his manner of existence, his line of thought, and his theories of things in general. I guessed at the prolonged meals that had rounded out his stomach, his after-dinner naps from the torpor of a slow indigestion aided by cognac, and his vague glances cast on the patient while he thought of the chicken that was roasting before the fire. His conversations about cooking, about cider, brandy, and wine, the way of preparing certain dishes and of blending certain sauces, were revealed to me at sight of his puffy red cheeks, his heavy lips, and his lustreless eyes. "You do not recognize me. I am Raoul Aubutin," I said. He opened his arms and gave me such a hug that I thought he would choke me. "You have not breakfast, have you?" "No." "Oh, how fortunate! I was just sitting down to table, and I have an excellent trout." 5 minutes later I was sitting opposite him at breakfast. I said, "Are you a bachelor?" "Yes, indeed." "And do you like it here?" "Time does not hang heavy. I am busy. I have patients and friends. I eat well, have good health, enjoy laughing and shooting. I get along." "Is not life very monotonous in this little town?" "No, my dear boy. Not when one knows how to fill in the time. A little town, in fact, is like a large one. The incidents and amusements are less varied, but one makes more of them. One has fewer acquaintances, but one meets them more frequently. When you know all the windows in a street, each one of them interests you, and puzzles you more than a whole street in Paris. A little town is very amusing, you know, very amusing, very amusing. Why, take Gisors. I know it at the tips of my fingers, from its beginning up to its present time. You have no idea what queer history it has." "Do you belong to Gisors?" "I? Oh, no. I come from Gournay, its neighbour and rival. Gournay is to Gisors what Lucullus was to Cicero. Here everything is for glory. They say, 'The proud people of Gisors.' At Gournay everything is for the stomach. They say, 'The chewers of Gournay.' Gisors despises Gournay, but Gournay laughs at Gisors. It is a very comical country, this." I perceived that I was eating something very delicious, hard-boiled eggs wrapped in a covering of meat jelly flavoured with herbs, and put on ice for a few moments. I said, as I smacked my lips to compliment Marambeau, "That is good." He smiled. "Two things are necessary, good jelly, which is hard to get, and good eggs. Oh, how rare good eggs are, with the yolks slightly reddish and with a good flavour. I have 2 poultry yards, one for eggs and the other for chickens. I feed my laying hens in a special manner. I have my own ideas on the subject. In an egg, as in the meat of a chicken, in beef or in mutton, in milk, in everything, one perceives, and ought to taste, the juice, the quintessence of all the food on which the animal has fed. How much better food we could have if more attention were paid to this." I laughed as I said, "You are a gourmand." "Parbleu! It is only imbeciles who are not. One is a gourmand as one is an artist, as one is learned, as one is a poet. The sense of taste, my friend, is very delicate, capable of perfection, and quite as worthy of respect as the eye and the ear. A person who lacks this sense is deprived of an exquisite faculty, the faculty of discerning the quality of food, just as one may lack the faculty of discerning the beauties of a book or of a work of art. It means to be deprived of an essential organ, of something that belongs to higher humanity. It means to belong to one of those innumerable classes of the infirm, the unfortunate, and the fools of which our race is composed. It means to have the mouth of an animal, in a word, just like the mind of an animal. A man who cannot distinguish one kind of lobster from another, A herring, that admirable fish that has all the flavors, all the odors of the sea, from a mackerel or a whiting, and a crescent from a Duchess pear, may be compared to a man who should mistake Balzac for Urien Sue, a symphony of Beethoven for a military march composed by the bandmaster of a regiment, and the Apollo Belvedere for the statue of General de Beaumont. Who is General de Beaumont? Oh, that's true, you do not know. It is easy to tell that you do not belong to Gisors. I told you just now, my dear boy, that they call the inhabitants of this town the proud people of Gisors, and never was an epithet better deserved. But let us finish breakfast first, and then I will tell you about our town and take you to see it. He stopped talking every now and then while he slowly drank a glass of wine, which he gazed at affectionately as he replaced the glass on the table. It was amusing to see him, with a napkin tied around his neck, his cheeks flushed, his eyes eager, and his whisker spreading round his mouth as it kept working. He made me eat until I was almost choking. Then, as I was about to return to the railway station, he seized me by the arm and took me through the streets. The town, of a pretty provincial type, commanded by its citadel, the most curious monument of military architecture of the 7th century to be found in France, overlooks in its turn a long green valley where the large Norman cows graze and ruminate in the pastures. The doctor quoted, "Gisors, a town of 4,000 inhabitants in the department of Eure, mentioned in Caesar's commentaries, Caesarius ostium, then Caesartium, Gisertium, Gisors. I shall not take you to visit the old Roman encampment, the remains of which are still in existence." I laughed and replied, "My dear friend, it seems to me that you are affected with a special malady that, as a doctor, you ought to study. It is called the spirit of provincialism." He stopped abruptly. "The spirit of provincialism, my friend, is nothing but natural patriotism," he said. "I love my house, my town, and my province, because I discover in them the customs of my own village. But if I love my country, if I become angry when a neighbor sets foot in it, it is because I feel that my home is in danger, because the frontier that I do not know is the high road to my province. For instance, I am a Norman, a true Norman. Well, in spite of my hatred of the German and my desire for revenge, I do not detest them, I do not hate them by instinct as I hate the English, the real hereditary natural enemy of the Normans, for the English traversed this soil inhabited by my ancestors, plundered and ravaged it 20 times, and my aversion to this perfidious people was transmitted to me at birth by my father. See, here is the statue of the general." "What general?" "General Beaumont. We had to have a statue. We are not the proud people of Gisors for nothing. So we discovered General de Beaumont. Look in this bookseller's window." He drew me towards the bookstore where about 15 red, yellow, and blue volumes attracted the eye. As I read the titles I began to laugh idiotically. They read, "Gisors, its origin, its future, by Monsieur X, member of several learned societies. History of Gisors, by the Abbé A. Gisors, from the time of Caesar to the present day, by Monsieur B, landowner. Gisors and its environs, by Dr. C. D. The glories of Gisors, by a discoverer." "My friend," resumed Marambeau, "not a year, not a single year, you understand, passes without a fresh history of Gisors being published here. We now have 23. "And the glories of Gisors?" I asked. "Well, I will not mention them all, only the principal ones. We had first General de Beaumont, then Baron d'Avallière, the celebrated ceramist, who explored Spain and the Balearic Islands, and brought to the notice of collectors the wonderful Hispano-Arabic China. In literature we have a very clever journalist, now dead, Charles Britten, and among those who are living the very eminent editor of the Nouvelliste de Rouen, Charles Lapierre, and many, many others. We were traversing a long street with a gentle incline, with a June sun beating down on it and driving the residents into their houses. Suddenly there appeared at the farther end of the street a drunken man who was staggering along with his head forward, his arms and legs limp. He would walk forward rapidly, 3, 6, or 10 steps, and then stop. When these energetic movements landed him in the middle of the road, he stopped short and swayed on his feet, hesitating between falling and a fresh start. Then he would dart off in any direction, sometimes falling against the wall of a house, against which he seemed to be fastened, as though he were trying to get in through the wall. Then he would suddenly turn round and look ahead of him, his mouth open and his eyes blinking in the sunlight, and getting away from the wall by a movement of the hips, he started off once more. A little yellow dog, a half-starved cur, followed him, barking, stopping when he stopped and starting off when he started. "Hello," said Marambas, "there is Madame Husson's Rosier." "Madame Husson's Rosier?" I exclaimed in astonishment. "What do you mean?" The doctor began to laugh. "Ah, that is what we call drunkards round here. The name comes from an old story which has now become a legend, although it is true in all respects." "Is it an amusing story?" "Very amusing." "Well, then, tell it to me." "I will." There lived formerly in this town a very upright old lady who was a great guardian of morals, and was called Madame Husson. You know I am telling you the real names and not imaginary ones. Madame Husson took a special interest in good works, in helping the poor and encouraging the deserving. She was a little woman with a quick walk and wore a black wig. She was ceremonious, polite, on very good terms with the Almighty in the person of Abbé Malon, and had a profound horror, an inborn horror of vice, and in particular of the vice the Church calls lasciviousness. Any irregularity before marriage made her furious, exasperated her till she was beside herself. Now, this was the period when they presented a prize as a reward of virtue to any girl in the environs of Paris who was found to be chaste. She was called a Rosier, and Madame Husson got the idea that she would institute a similar ceremony at Gisors. She spoke about it to Abbé Malon, who at once made out a list of candidates. However, Madame Husson had a servant, an old woman called Françoise, as upright as her mistress. As soon as the priest had left, Madame called the servant and said, "Here, Françoise, here are the girls whose name Monsieur le Cure has submitted to me for the prize of virtue. Try and find out what reputation they bear in the district." And Françoise set out. She collected all the scandal, all the stories, all the tattle, all the suspicions. That she might omit nothing, she wrote it all down, together with her memoranda, in her housekeeping book, and handed it each morning to Madame Husson, who, after adjusting her spectacles on her thin nose, read as follows: bread 4 sous, milk 2 sous, butter 8 sous. Malvina Levesque got into trouble last year with Materne Poilier. Leg of mutton 25 sous, salt 1 sou. Rosalie Vatinelle was seen in the Rubidais woods with Césaire Peignoir by Madame Onésime, the ironer, on July the 20th, about dusk. Radishes 1 sou, vinegar 2 sous, oxalic acid 2 sous. Josephine Dordain, who is not believed to have committed a fault, although she corresponds with young Maupassant, who is in service in Rouen, and who sent her a present of a cap of diligence. Not one came out unscathed in this rigorous inquisition. Françoise inquired of every one, neighbours, drapers, the principal, the teaching sisters at school, and gathered the slightest details. As there is not a girl in the world about whom gossips have not found something to say, there was not found in all the countryside one young girl whose name was free from some scandal. But Madame Husson desired that the Rosier of Gisors, like Cæsar's wife, should be above suspicion, and she was horrified, saddened, and in despair at the record in her servant's housekeeping account book. They then extended their circle of inquiries to the neighbouring villages, but with no satisfaction. They consulted the mayor. His candidates failed. Those of Dr. Barbasol were equally unlucky, in spite of the exactness of his scientific vouchers. But one morning Françoise, on returning from one of her expeditions, said to her mistress, "You see, madame, that if you wish to give a prize to anyone, there is only Isidore in all the country round." Madame Husson remained thoughtful. She knew him well, this Isidore, the son of Virginie, the greengrocer. His proverbial virtue had been the delight of Gisors for several years, and served as an entertaining theme of conversation in the town, and of amusement to the young girls who loved to tease him. He was past 21, was tall, awkward, slow, and timid, helped his mother in the business, and spent his days picking over fruit and vegetables, seated on a chair outside the door. He had an abnormal dread of a petticoat, and cast down his eyes whenever a female customer looked at him smilingly, and this well-known timidity made him the butt of all the wags in the country. Bold words, coarse expressions, indecent allusions, brought the colour to his cheeks so quickly that Dr. Barbasol had nicknamed him the thermometer of modesty. Was he as innocent as he looked? Ill-natured people asked themselves. Was it the mere presentiment of unknown and shameful mysteries, or else indignation at the relations ordained as the concomitant of love that so strongly affected the son of Virginie, the greengrocer? The urchins of the neighbourhood, as they ran past the shop, would fling disgusting remarks at him, just to see him cast down his eyes. The girls amused themselves by walking up and down before him, cracking jokes that made him go into the store. The boldest among them teased him to his face, just to have a laugh, to amuse themselves, made appointments with him, and proposed all sorts of things. So Madame Husson had become thoughtful. Certainly Isidore was an exceptional case of notorious, unassailable virtue. No one, among the most sceptical, most incredulous, would have been able, would have dared, to suspect Isidore of the slightest infraction of any law of morality. He had never been seen in a café, never been seen at night on the street. He went to bed at 8 o'clock and rose at 4. He was a perfection, a pearl. But Madame Husson still hesitated. The idea of substituting a boy for a girl, a Rosier for a Rosier, troubled her, worried her a little, and she resolved to consult Abbé Malon. The Abbé responded: "What do you desire to reward, madame? It is virtue, is it not, and nothing but virtue? What does it matter to you, therefore, if it is masculine or feminine? Virtue is eternal. It has neither sex nor country. It is virtue." Thus encouraged, Madame Husson went to see the mayor. He approved heartily. "We will have a fine ceremony," he said, "and another year, if we can find a girl as worthy as Isidore, we will give the reward to her. It will even be a good example that we shall set to Nanterre. Let us not be exclusive. Let us welcome all merit." Isidore, who had been told about this, blushed deeply and seemed happy. The ceremony was fixed for the 15th of August, the festival of the Virgin Mary and of the Emperor Napoleon. The municipality had decided to make an imposing ceremony, and had built the platform on the Couronne, a delightful extension of the ramparts of the old citadel, where I will take you presently. With the natural revulsion of public feeling, the virtue of Isidore, ridiculed hitherto, had suddenly become respected and envied, as it would bring him in 500 francs, besides a savings bank book, a mountain of consideration, and glory enough and to spare. The girls now regretted their frivolity, their ridicule, their bold manners, and Isidore, although still modest and timid, had now a little contented air that bespoke his internal satisfaction. The evening before the 15th of August, the entire Rue Dauphine was decorated with flags. Oh, I forgot to tell you why this street had been called Rue Dauphine. It seems that the wife or mother of the Dauphin, I do not remember which one, while visiting Gisors had been fêted so much by the authorities that during a triumphal procession through the town she stopped before one of the houses in this street, halting the procession, and exclaimed, "Oh, the pretty house! How I should like to go through it! To whom does it belong?" They told her the name of the owner, who was sent for and brought, proud and embarrassed, before the princess. She alighted from her carriage, went into the house, wishing to go over it from top to bottom, and even shut herself in one of the rooms alone for a few seconds. When she came out, the people, flattered at this honour paid to a citizen of Gisors, shouted, "Long live the Dauphine!" But a rhymester wrote some words to a refrain, and the street retained the title of Her Royal Highness, for the princess in a hurry, without bell, priest, or beadle, but with some water only, had baptized it. But to come back to Isidore. They had scattered flowers all along the road, as they do for processions at the Fête Dieu, and the National Guard was present, acting on the orders of their chief, Commandant de Bar, an old soldier of the Grand Army, who pointed with pride to the beard of a Cossack cut with a single sword stroke from the chin of its owner by the commandant during the retreat in Russia, and which hung beside the frame containing the cross of the Legion of Honor presented to him by the Emperor himself. The regiment that he commanded was, besides, a picked regiment, celebrated all through the province, and the company of grenadiers of Gisors was called on to attend all important ceremonies for a distance of 15 to 20 leagues. The story goes that Louis Philippe, while reviewing the militia of Eur, stopped in astonishment before the company from Gisors, exclaiming, "Oh, who are these splendid grenadiers?" "The grenadiers of Gisors," replied the general. "I might have known it," murmured the king. So Commandant de Bar came at the head of his men, preceded by the band, to get Isidore in his mother's store. After a little air had been played by the band beneath the windows, the Rosier himself appeared on the threshold. He was dressed in white duck from head to foot, and wore a straw hat with a little bunch of orange blossoms as a cockade. The question of his clothes had bothered Madame Husson a good deal, and she hesitated some time between the black coat of those who make their first communion and an entire white suit. But Françoise, her counsellor, induced her to decide on the white suit, pointing out that the Rosier would look like a swan. Behind him came his guardian, his godmother, Madame Husson, in triumph. She took his arm to go out of the store, and the mayor placed himself on the other side of the Rosier. The drums beat. Commandant de Bar gave the order, "Present arms." The procession resumed its march towards the church, amid an immense crowd of people who had gathered from the neighbouring districts. After a short mass and an affecting discourse by Abbé Malon, they continued on their way to the Coroneur, where the banquet was served in a tent. Before taking their seats at table, the mayor gave an address. This is it, word for word. I learned it by heart. Young man, a woman of means, beloved by the poor and respected by the rich, Madame Husson, whom the whole country is thanking here, through me, had the idea, the happy and benevolent idea, of founding in this town a prize for virtue, which should serve as a valuable encouragement to the inhabitants of this beautiful country. You, young man, are the first to be rewarded in this dynasty of goodness and chastity. Your name will remain at the head of this list of the most deserving, and your life, understand me, your whole life, must correspond to this happy commencement. To-day, in presence of this noble woman, of these soldier citizens who have taken up their arms in your honour, in presence of this populace, affected, assembled to applaud you, or rather to applaud virtue in your person, you make a solemn contract with the town, with all of us, to continue, until your death, the excellent example of your youth. Do not forget, young man, that you are the first seed cast into this field of hope. Give us the fruits that we expect of you." The Mayor advanced 3 steps, opened his arms, and pressed Isidore to his heart. The Rosier was sobbing, without knowing why, from a confused emotion, from pride and a vague and happy feeling of tenderness. Then the Mayor placed in one hand a silk purse in which gold tingled, 500 francs in gold, and in his other hand a savings bank book, and he said in a solemn tone, "Homage, glory, and riches to virtue." Commandant des Barres shouted "Bravo!" the grenadiers vociferated, and the crowd applauded. Madame Husson wiped her eyes in her turn. Then they all sat down at the table where the banquet was served. The repast was magnificent and seemed interminable. One course followed another, yellow cider and red wine in fraternal contact, blended in the stomach of the guests. The rattle of plates, the sound of voices and of music softly played, made an incessant deep hum, and was dispersed abroad in the clear sky where the swallows were flying. Madame Husson occasionally readjusted her black wig, which would slip over one side, and chatted with Abbé Malon. The Mayor, who was excited, talked politics with Commandant des Barres, and Isidore ate, drank as if he had never eaten or drunk before. He helped himself repeatedly to all the dishes, becoming aware for the first time of the pleasure of having one's belly full of good things which tickle the palate in the first place. He had let out a reef in his belt, and without speaking, and although he was a little uneasy at a wine stain on his white waistcoat, he ceased eating in order to take up his glass and hold it to his mouth as long as possible, to enjoy the taste slowly. It was time for the toasts. They were many, and loudly applauded. Evening was approaching, and they had been at the table since noon. Fine, milky vapours were already floating in the air in the valley, the light night robe of streams and meadows. The sun neared the horizon. The cows were lowing in the distance amid the mists of the pasture. The feast was over. They returned to Gisors. The procession, now disbanded, walked in detachments. Madame Husson had taken Isidore's arm, and was giving him a quantity of urgent, excellent advice. They stopped at the door of the fruit store, and the Rosier was left at his mother's house. She had not come home yet. Having been invited by her family to celebrate her son's triumph, she had taken luncheon with her sister after having followed the procession as far as the banqueting tent. So Isidore remained alone in the store, which was growing dark. He sat down on a chair, excited by the wine and by pride, and looked about him. Carrots, cabbages, and onions gave out their strong odour of vegetables in the closed room, that coarse smell of the garden, blended with the sweet penetrating odour of strawberries and the delicate, slight, evanescent fragrance of a basket of peaches. The Rosier took one of these and ate it, although he was as full as an egg. Then, all at once, wild with joy, he began to dance about the store, and something rattled in his waistcoat. He was surprised, and put his hand in his pocket, and brought out the purse containing the 500 francs, which he had forgotten in his agitation. 500 francs! What a fortune! He poured the gold pieces out on the counter, and spread them out with his big hand, with a slow, caressing touch, so as to see them all at the same time. There were 25 round gold pieces, all gold. They glistened on the wood in the dim light, and he counted them over and over, one by one. Then he put them back in the purse, which he replaced in his pocket. Who will ever know, or who can tell what a terrible conflict took place in the soul of the Rosier between good and evil, the tumultuous attack of Satan, his artifices, the temptations which he offered to this timid virgin heart? What suggestions, what imaginations, what desires were not invented by the evil one to excite and destroy this chosen one? He seized his hat, Madame Husson's saint, his hat which still bore the little bunch of orange blossoms, and going out through the alley at the back of the house, he disappeared in the darkness. Virginie, the fruiterer, on learning that her son had returned, went home at once and found the house empty. She waited, without thinking anything about it at first, but at the end of a quarter of an hour she made inquiries. The neighbours had seen Isidore come home, and had not seen him go out again. They began to look for him, but could not find him. His mother, in alarm, went to the mayor. The mayor knew nothing, except that he had left him at the door of his house. Madame Husson had just retired when they informed her that her protégé had disappeared. She immediately put on her wig, dressed herself, and went to Virginie's house. Virginie, whose plebeian soul was readily moved, was weeping copiously amid her cabbages, carrots, and onions. They feared some accident had befallen him. What could it be? Commandant de Bar notified the police, who made a circuit of the town, and on the high road to Pontoise they found the little bunch of orange blossoms. It was placed on a table around which the authorities were deliberating. The Rosier must have been the victim of some stratagem, some trick, some jealousy. But in what way? What means had been employed to kidnap this innocent creature, and with what object? Weary of looking for him without any result, Virginie alone remained watching and weeping. The following evening, when the coach passed by on its return from Paris, Gisors learned with astonishment that its Rosier had stopped the vehicle at a distance of about 200 metres from the town, had climbed up on it and paid his fare, handing over a gold piece and receiving the change, and that he had quietly alighted in the centre of the great city. There was great excitement all through the countryside. Letters passed between the mayor and the chief of police in Paris, but brought no result. The days followed one another. A week passed. Now, one morning, Dr. Barbazal, who had gone out early, perceived sitting on a doorstep a man dressed in a grimy linen suit, who was sleeping with his head leaning against the wall. He approached him and recognized Isidore. He tried to rouse him, but did not succeed in doing so. The ex-Rosier was in that profound, invincible sleep that is alarming, and the doctor, in surprise, went to seek assistance to help him in carrying the young man to Boncheval's drug store. When they lifted him up they found an empty bottle under him, and when the doctor sniffed at it, he declared that it had contained brandy. That gave a suggestion as to what treatment he would require. They succeeded in rousing him. Isidore was drunk and degraded by a week of guzzling, drunk and so disgusting that a ragman would not have touched him. His beautiful white duck suit was a grey rag, greasy, muddy, torn and destroyed, and he smelt of the gutter and of vice. He was washed, sermonized, shut up, and did not leave the house for 4 days. He seemed ashamed and repentant. They could not find on him either his purse, containing the 500 francs, or the bank book, or even his silver watch, a sacred heirloom left by his father, the fruiterer. On the 5th day he ventured into the Rue Dauphine. Curious glances followed him, and he walked along with a furtive expression in his eyes and his head bent down. As he got outside the town towards the valley they lost sight of him. But 2 hours later he returned laughing and rolling against the walls. He was drunk, absolutely drunk. Nothing could cure him. Driven from home by his mother, he became a wagon driver and drove the charcoal wagons for the Pougrisel firm, which is still in existence. His reputation as a drunkard became so well known and spread so far that even at Evier they talked of Madame Husson's Rosier, and the sots of the countryside have been given that nickname. A good deed is never lost. Dr. Marambeau rubbed his hands as he finished his story. I asked, "Did you know the Rosier?" "Yes, I had the honour of closing his eyes." "What did he die of?" "An attack of delirium tremens, of course." We had arrived at the old citadel, a pile of ruined walls, dominated by the enormous tower of St. Thomas of Canterbury and the one called the Prisoner's Tower. Marambeau told me the story of this prisoner, who, with the aid of a nail, covered the walls of his dungeon with sculptures, tracing the reflections of the sun as it glanced through the narrow slit of a loophole. I also learned that Clotaire II had given the patrimony of Gisors to his cousin, Saint Romain, Bishop of Rouen; that Gisors ceased to be the capital of the whole of Vezins after the Treaty of St. Clair-sur-Pet; that the town is the chief strategic centre of all that portion of France, and that in consequence of this advantage she was taken and retaken over and over again. At the command of William the Red, the eminent engineer, Robert de Belesme, constructed there a powerful fortress that was attacked later by Louis le Gros, then by the Norman barons, was defended by Robert de Candolle, was finally ceded to Louis le Gros by Geoffrey Plantagenet, was retaken by the English in consequence of the treachery of the Knights Templars, was contested by Philippe Augustus and Richard the Lionhearted, was set on fire by Edward III of England, who could not take the castle, was again taken by the English in 1419, restored later to Charles VIII by Richard de Mowbray, and was taken by the Duke of Calabria, occupied by the League, inhabited by Henry IV, etc., etc. And Marambeau, eager and almost eloquent, continued, "What beggars, those English! And what sots, my boy! They are all Rosiers, those hypocrites." Then, after a silence, stretching out his arms towards the tiny river that glistened in the meadows, he said, "Did you know that Henry Monnier was one of the most untiring fishermen on the banks of the Epte?" "No, I did not know it." "And Bouffe, my boy, Bouffe was a painter on glass." "You are joking." "No, indeed. How is it you do not know these things?" End of Part 8. Part 9 of Benjamin Britten, Source Stories of 12 Operas, by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 9, Owen Wingrave. Henry James, Owen Wingrave, Section 1. "Upon my honour, you must be off your head," cried Spencer Coyle, as the young man, with a white face, stood there panting a little, and repeating, "Really, I've quite decided, and I assure you I've thought it all out." They were both pale, but Owen Wingrave smiled in a manner exasperating to his interlocutor, who, however, still discriminated sufficiently to see that his grimace, it was like an irrelevant leer, was the result of extreme and conceivable nervousness. It was certainly a mistake to have gone so far, but that is exactly why I feel I mustn't go farther, poor Owen said, waiting mechanically, almost humbly. He wished not to swagger, and indeed he had nothing to swagger about, and carrying through the window to the stupid opposite houses the dry glitter of his eyes. "I'm unspeakably disgusted. You've made me dreadfully ill," Mr. Coyle went on, looking thoroughly upset. "I'm very sorry. It was the fear of the effect on you that kept me from speaking sooner." "You should have spoken 3 months ago. Don't you know you're mine from one day to the other?" The young man for a moment said nothing. Then he replied with a little tremor, "You're very angry with me, and I expected it. I'm awfully obliged to you for all you've done for me. I'll do anything else for you in return, but I can't do that. Every one else will let me have it, of course. I'm prepared for it. I'm prepared for everything. That's what has taken the time. To be sure I was prepared. I think it's your displeasure I feel most, and regret most. But little by little you'll get over it." "You'll get over it rather faster, I suppose," Spencer Coyle satirically exclaimed. He was quite as agitated as his young friend, and they were evidently in no condition to prolong an encounter in which they each drew blood. Mr. Coyle was a professional coach. He prepared young men for the army, taking only 3 or 4 at a time, to whom he applied the irresistible stimulus of which the possession was both his secret and his fortune. He had not a great establishment. He would have said himself that it was not a wholesale business. Neither his system, his health, nor his temper could have accommodated itself to numbers. So he weighed and measured his pupils, and turned away more applicants than he passed. He was an artist in his line, caring only for picked subjects, and capable of sacrifices almost passionate for the individual. He liked ardent young men. There were kinds of capacity to which he was indifferent, and he had taken a particular fancy to Owen Wingrave. This young man's facility really fascinated him. His candidates usually did wonders, and he might have sent up a multitude. He was a person of exactly the stature of the great Napoleon, with a certain flicker of genius in his light blue eyes. It had been said of him that he looked like a pianist. The tone of his favourite pupil now expressed, without intention indeed, a superior wisdom which irritated him. He had not especially suffered before from Wingrave's high opinion of himself, which had seemed justified by remarkable parts, but to-day it struck him as intolerable. He cut short the discussion, declining absolutely to regard their relations as terminated, and remarked to his pupil that he had better go off somewhere, down to Eastbourne, say, the sea would bring him around, and take a few days to find his feet and come to his senses. He could afford the time, and he was so well up. When Spencer Coyle remembered how well up he was, he could have boxed his ears. The tall, athletic young man was not physically a subject for simplified reasoning, but there was a troubled gentleness in his handsome face, the index of compunction mixed with pertinacity, which signified that if it could have done any good he would have turned both cheeks. He evidently didn't pretend that his wisdom was superior, he only presented it as his own. It was his own career, after all, that was in question. He couldn't refuse to go through the form of trying Eastbourne, or at least of holding his tongue, though there was that in his manner which implied that if he should do so it would be really to give Mr. Coyle a chance to recuperate. He didn't feel a bit overworked, but there was nothing more natural than that, with their tremendous pressure, Mr. Coyle should be. Mr. Coyle's own intellect would derive an advantage from his pupil's holiday. Mr. Coyle saw what he meant, but he controlled himself. He only demanded as his right a truce of 3 days. Owen Wingrave granted it, though, as fostering sad illusions, this went visibly against his conscience. But before they separated, the famous crammer remarked, "All the same, I feel as if I ought to see some one. I think you mentioned to me that your aunt had come to town." "Oh, yes, she's in Baker Street." "Do go and see her," the boy said comfortingly. Mr. Coyle looked at him an instant. "Have you broached this folly to her?" "Not yet. To no one. I thought it right to speak to you first." "Oh, what you think right!" cried Spencer Coyle, outraged by his young friend's standards. He added that he would probably call on Miss Wingrave, after which the recreant youth got out of the house. Owen Wingrave didn't, however, start punctually for Eastbourne. He only directed his steps to Kensington Gardens, from which Mr. Coyle's desirable residence (he was terribly expensive and had a big house) was not far removed. The famous coach put up his pupils, and Owen had mentioned to the butler that he would be back to dinner. The spring day was warm to his young blood, and he had a book in his pocket, which, when he had passed into the gardens, and after a short stroll, dropped into a chair, he took out with the slow, soft sigh that finally ushers in a pleasure postponed. He stretched his long legs and began to read it. It was a volume of Goethe's poems. He had been for days in a state of the highest tension, and now that the cord had snapped, the relief was proportionate, only it was characteristic of him that this deliverance should take the form of an intellectual pleasure. If he had thrown up the probability of a magnificent career, it was not to dawdle along Bond Street nor parade his indifference in the window of a club. At any rate, he had in a few moments forgotten everything, the tremendous pressure, Mr. Coyle's disappointment, and even his formidable aunt in Baker Street. If these watchers had overtaken him, there would surely have been some excuse for their exasperation. There was no doubt he was perverse, for his very choice of a pastime only showed how he had got up his German. "What the devil's the matter with him, do you know?" Spencer Coyle asked that afternoon of young Lechmere, who had never before observed the head of the establishment to set a fellow such an example of bad language. Young Lechmere was not only Wingrave's fellow pupil, he was supposed to be his intimate, indeed quite his best friend, and had unconsciously performed for Mr. Coyle the office of making the promise of his great gifts more vivid by contrast. He was short and sturdy, and as a general thing uninspired, and Mr. Coyle, who found no amusement in believing in him, had never thought him less exciting than as he stared now out of a face from which you could never guess whether he had caught an idea. Young Lechmere concealed such achievements as if they had been youthful indiscretions. At any rate, he could evidently conceive no reason why it should be thought there was anything more than usual the matter with the companion of his studies, so Mr. Coyle had to continue. "He declines to go up. He chucks the whole thing." The first thing that struck young Lechmere in the case was the freshness it had imparted to the governor's vocabulary. "He doesn't want to go to Sandhurst?" "He doesn't want to go anywhere. He gives up the army altogether. He objects," said Mr. Coyle, in a tone that made young Lechmere almost hold his breath, "to the military profession." "Why, it has been the profession of all his family." "Their profession? It has been their religion. Do you know Miss Wingrave?" "Oh, yes. Isn't she awful?" young Lechmere candidly ejaculated. His instructor demurred. "She's formidable, if you mean that, and it's right she should be, because somehow in her very person, good maiden lady as she is, she represents the might, she represents the traditions and the exploits of the British Army. She represents the expansive property of the English name. I think his family can be trusted to come down on him, but every influence should be set in motion. I want to know what yours is. Can you do anything in the matter?" "I can try a couple of rounds with him," said young Lechmere reflectively, "but he knows a fearful lot. He has the most extraordinary ideas." "Then he has told you some of them? He has taken you into his confidence?" "I've heard him jaw by the yard," smiled the honest youth. "He has told me he despises it." "What is it he despises? I can't make out." The most consecutive of Mr. Coyle's nurslings considered a moment, as if he were conscious of a responsibility. "Why, I think military glory. He says we take the wrong view of it." "He oughtn't to talk to you that way. It's corrupting the youth of Athens. It's sowing sedition." "Oh, I'm all right," said young Lechmere, "and he never told me he meant to chuck it. I always thought he meant to see it through, simply because he had to. He'll argue on any side you like. It's a tremendous pity. I'm sure he'd have a big career." "Tell him so, then. Plead with him. Struggle with him. For God's sake." "I'll do what I can. I'll tell him it's a regular shame. Yes, strike that note, and insist on the disgrace of it." The young man gave Mr. Coyle a more perceptive glance. "I'm sure he wouldn't do anything dishonourable." "Well, it won't look right. He must be made to feel that. Work it up. Give him a comrade's point of view, that of a brother in arms." "That's what I thought we were going to be," young Lechmere mused, romantically, much uplifted by the nature of the mission imposed on him. "He's an awfully good sort." "No one will think so if he backs out," said Spencer Coyle. "They mustn't say it to me," his pupil rejoined with a flush. Mr. Coyle hesitated a moment, noting his tone, and aware that in the perversity of things, though this young man was a born soldier, no excitement would ever attach to his alternative, save perhaps on the part of the nice girl to whom at an early day he was sure to be placidly united. "Do you like him very much? Do you believe in him?" Young Lechmere's life in these days was spent in answering terrible questions. But he had never been subjected to so queer an interrogation as this. "Believe in him? Rather! Then save him." The poor boy was puzzled, as if it were forced upon him by this intensity that there was more in such an appeal than could appear on the surface, and he doubtless felt that he was only entering into a complex situation when, after another moment, with his hands in his pockets, he replied hopefully, but not pompously, "I dare say I can bring him around." Part 10 of Benjamin Britten, Source Stories of 12 Operas, by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 10, Owen Wingrave. Henry James, Owen Wingrave, Section 2. Before seeing young Lechmere, Mr. Coyle had determined to telegraph an inquiry to Miss Wingrave. He had prepaid the answer, which, being promptly put into his hand, brought the interview we have just related to a close. He immediately drove off to Baker Street, where the lady had said she awaited him, and 5 minutes after he got there, as he sat with Owen Wingrave's remarkable aunt, he repeated over several times in his angry sadness, and with the infallibility of his experience, "He's so intelligent! He's so intelligent!" He had declared it had been a luxury to put such a fellow through. "Of course he's intelligent. What else could he be? We've never, that I know of, had but one idiot in the family," said Jane Wingrave. This was an allusion that Mr. Coyle could understand, and it brought home to him another of the reasons for the disappointment, the humiliation, as it were, of the good people at Paramore, at the same time that it gave an example of the conscientious coarseness he had on former occasions observed in his interlocutress. Poor Philip Wingrave, her late brother's eldest son, was literally imbecile and banished from view. Deformed, unsocial, irretrievable, he had been relegated to a private asylum, and had become among the friends of the family only a little hushed, lugubrious legend. All the hopes of the house, picturesque Paramore, now unintermittently old Sir Philip's rather melancholy home, his infirmities would keep him there to the last, were therefore collected on the second boy's head, which nature, as if in compunction for her previous botch, had, in addition to making it strikingly handsome, filled with remarkable originalities and talents. These two had been the only children of the old man's only son, who, like so many of his ancestors, had given up a gallant young life to the service of his country. Owen Wingrave the elder had received his death cut in close quarters from an Afghan sabre. The blow had come crashing across his skull. His wife, at that time in India, was about to give birth to her third child, and when the event took place, in darkness and anguish, the baby came lifeless into the world, and the mother sank under the multiplication of her woes. The second of the little boys in England, who was at Paramore with his grandfather, became the peculiar charge of his aunt, the only unmarried one, and during the interesting Sunday that by urgent invitation Spencer Coyle, busy as he was, had, after consenting to put Owen through, spent under that roof, the celebrated crammer received a vivid impression of the influences exerted at least in intention by Miss Wingrave. Indeed, the picture of this short visit remained with the observant little man a curious one, the vision of an impoverished Jacobean house, shabby and remarkably creepy, but full of character still, and full of felicity as a setting for the distinguished figure of the peaceful old soldier. Sir Philip Wingrave, a relic rather than a celebrity, was a small, brown, erect octogenarian with smouldering eyes and a studied courtesy. He liked to do the diminished honours of his house, but even when with a shaky hand he lighted a bedroom candle for a deprecating guest, it was impossible not to feel that beneath the surface he was a merciless old warrior. The eye of the imagination could glance back into his crowded Eastern past, back at episodes in which his scrupulous forms would only have made him more terrible. Mr. Coyle remembered also two other figures, a faded, inoffensive Mrs. Julian, domesticated there by a system of frequent visits as the widow of an officer and a particular friend of Miss Wingrave, and a remarkably clever little girl of 18, who was this lady's daughter, and who struck the speculative visitor as already formed for other relations. She was very impertinent to Owen, and in the course of a long walk that he had taken with the young man, and the effect of which in much talk had been to clench his high opinion of him, he had learned, for Owen chattered confidentially, that Mrs. Julian was the sister of a very gallant gentleman, Captain Hume Walker, of the artillery, who had fallen in the Indian Mutiny, and between whom and Miss Wingrave it had been that lady's one known concession a passage of some delicacy, taking a tragic turn, was believed to have been enacted. They had been engaged to be married, but she had given way to the jealousy of her nature, had broken with him and sent him off to his fate, which had been horrible. A passionate sense of having wronged him, a hard eternal remorse, had thereupon taken possession of her, and when his poor sister, linked also to a soldier, had by a still heavier blow been left almost without resources, she had devoted herself charitably to a long expiation. She had sought comfort in taking Mrs. Julian to live much of the time at Paramore, where she became an unremunerated, though not uncriticised, housekeeper, and Spencer Coyle suspected that it was a part of this comfort that she could at her leisure trample on her. The impression of Jane Wingrave was not the faintest he had gathered on that intensifying Sunday, an occasion singularly tinged for him with the sense of bereavement and mourning and memory, of names never mentioned, of the far-away plaint of widows, and the echoes of battles and bad news. It was all military indeed, and Mr. Coyle was made to shudder a little at the profession of which he helped to open the door to harmless young men. Miss Wingrave, moreover, might have made such a bad conscience worse, so cold and clear a good one looked at him out of her hard fine eyes, and trumpeted in her sonorous voice. She was a high, distinguished person, angular but not awkward, with a large forehead and abundant black hair, arranged like that of a woman conceiving, perhaps excusably, of her head as noble, and irregularly streaked to-day with white. If, however, she represented for Spencer Coyle the genius of a military race, it was not that she had the step of a grenadier or the vocabulary of a camp follower. It was only that such sympathies were vividly implied in the general fact to which her very presence and each of her actions and glances and tones were a constant and direct allusion, the paramount valour of her family. If she was military, it was because she sprang from a military house, and because she wouldn't for the world have been anything but what the Wingraves had been. She was almost vulgar about her ancestors, and if one had been tempted to quarrel with her, one would have found a fair pretext in her defective sense of proportion. This temptation, however, said nothing to Spencer Coyle, for whom, as a strong character revealing itself in colour and sound, she was as a spectacle, and who was glad to regard her as a force exerted on his own side. He wished her nephew had more of her narrowness, instead of being almost cursed with the tendency to look at things in their relations. He wondered why, when she came up to town, she always resorted to Baker Street for lodgings. He had never known nor heard of Baker Street as a residence. He associated it only with bazaars and photographers. He divined in her a rigid indifference to everything that was not the passion of her life. Nothing really mattered to her but that, and she would have occupied apartments in Whitechapel if they had been a feature in her tactics. She had received her visitor in a large, cold, faded room, furnished with slippery seats and decorated with alabaster vases and wax flowers. The only little personal comfort for which she appeared to have looked out was a fat catalogue of the Army and Navy Stores, which reposed on a vast, desolate table cover of false blue. Her clear forehead, it was like a porcelain slate, a receptacle for addresses and sums, had flushed when her nephew's crammer told her the extraordinary news. But he saw she was fortunately more angry than frightened. She had essentially, she would always have, too little imagination for fear, and the healthy habit, moreover, of facing everything had taught her that the occasion usually found her a quantity to reckon with. Mr. Coyle saw that her only fear at present could have been that of not being able to prevent her nephew from being absurd, and that to such an apprehension as this she was in fact inaccessible. Practically, too, she was not troubled by surprise. She recognized none of the futile, none of the subtle sentiments. If Philip had for an hour made a fool of himself, she was angry, disconcerted as she would have been on learning that he had confessed to debts or fallen in love with a low girl. But there remained in any annoyance the saving fact that no one could make a fool of her. "I don't know when I've taken such an interest in a young man. I think I never have, since I began to handle them," Mr. Coyle said. "I like him. I believe in him. It's been a delight to see how he was going." "Oh, I know how they go." Miss Wingrave threw back her head with a familiar briskness, as if a rapid procession of the generations had flashed before her, rattling their scabbards and spurs. Spencer Coyle recognized the intimation that she had nothing to learn from anybody about the natural carriage of a Wingrave, and he even felt convicted by her next words of being, in her eyes with the troubled story of his cheque, his weak complaint of his pupil, rather a poor creature. "If you like him," she exclaimed, "for mercy's sake keep him quiet." Mr. Coyle began to explain to her that this was less easy than she appeared to imagine. But he perceived that she understood very little of what he said. The more he insisted that the boy had a kind of intellectual independence, the more this struck her as a conclusive proof that her nephew was a Wingrave and a soldier. It was not till he mentioned to her that Owen had spoken of the profession of arms as of something that would be beneath him, it was not till her attention was arrested by this intenser light on the complexity of the problem, that Miss Wingrave broke out, after a moment's stupefied reflection, "Send him to see me immediately." "That's exactly what I wanted to ask your leave to do, but I've wanted also to prepare you for the worst, to make you understand that he strikes me as really obstinate, and to suggest to you that the most powerful arguments at your command, especially if you should be able to put your hand on some intensely practical one, will be none too effective." "I think I've got a powerful argument." Miss Wingrave looked very hard at her visitor. He didn't know in the least what it was, but he begged her to put it forward without delay. He promised that their young man should come to Baker Street that evening, mentioning, however, that he had already urged him to spend without delay a couple of days at Eastbourne. This led Jane Wingrave to inquire with surprise what virtue there might be in that expensive remedy, and to reply with decision when Mr. Coyle had said, the virtue of a little rest, a little change, a little relief to overwrought nerves. "Ah, don't coddle him. He's costing us a great deal of money. I'll talk to him, and I'll take him down to Paramore. Then I'll send him back to you straightened out." Spencer Coyle hailed this pledge superficially with satisfaction, but before he quitted Miss Wingrave he became conscious that he had really taken on a new anxiety, a restlessness that made him say to himself, groaning inwardly, Oh, she is a grenadier at bottom, and she'll have no tact. I don't know what her powerful argument is. I'm only afraid she'll be stupid and make him worse. The old man's better. He's capable of tact, though he's not quite an extinct volcano. Owen will probably put him in a rage. In short, the difficulty is that the boy's the best of them." Spencer Coyle felt afresh that evening at dinner that the boy was the best of them. Young Wingrave, who, he was pleased to observe, had not yet proceeded to the seaside, appeared at the repast as usual, looking inevitably a little self-conscious, but not too original for Bayswater. He talked very naturally to Mrs. Coyle, who had thought him from the first the most beautiful young man they had ever received, so that the person most ill at ease was poor Lechmere, who took great trouble, as if from the deepest delicacy, not to meet the eye of his misguided mate. Spencer Coyle, however, paid the penalty of his own profundity in feeling more and more worried. He could so easily see that there were all sorts of things in his young friend that the people of Paramore wouldn't understand. He began even already to react against the notion of his being harassed, to reflect that after all he had a right to his ideas, to remember that he was of a substance too fine to be in fairness roughly used. It was in this way that the ardent little crammer, with his whimsical perceptions and complicated sympathies, was generally condemned not to settle down comfortably either into his displeasures or into his enthusiasms. His love of the real truth never gave him a chance to enjoy them. He mentioned to Wingrave after dinner the propriety of an immediate visit to Baker Street, and the young man, looking queer as he thought, that is, smiling again with the exaggerated glory he had shown in their recent interview, went off to face the ordeal. Spencer Coyle noted that he was scared. He was afraid of his aunt. But somehow this didn't strike him as a sign of pusillanimity. He should have been scared, he was well aware, in the poor boy's place, and the sight of his pupil marching up to the battery in spite of his terrors was a positive suggestion of the temperament of the soldier. Many a plucky youth would have shirked this particular peril. "He has got ideas," young Lechmere broke out to his instructor, after his comrade had quitted the house. He was evidently bewildered and agitated. He had an emotion to work off. He had before dinner gone straight to his friend, as Mr. Coyle had requested, and had elicited from him that his scruples were founded on an overwhelming conviction of the stupidity, the crass barbarism, he called it, of war. His great complaint was that people hadn't invented anything cleverer, and he was determined to show the only way he could that he wasn't such an ass. And he thinks all the great generals ought to have been shot, and that Napoleon Bonaparte in particular, the greatest, was a criminal, a monster for whom language has no adequate name. Mr. Coyle rejoined, completing young Lechmere's picture, "He favoured you, I see, with exactly the same pearls of wisdom that he produced for me. But I want to know what you said." "I said they were awful rot." Young Lechmere spoke with emphasis, and he was slightly surprised to hear Mr. Coyle laugh incongruously at this just declaration, and then, after a moment, continue. "It's all very curious. I dare say there's something in it. But it's a pity." He told me when it was that the question began to strike him in that light. 4 or 5 years ago, when he did a lot of reading about all the great swells and their campaigns, Hannibal and Julius Caesar, Marlborough and Frederick and Bonaparte. He has done a lot of reading, and he says it opened his eyes. He says that a wave of disgust rolled over him. He talked about the immeasurable misery of wars, and asked me why nations don't tear to pieces the governments, the rulers that go in for them. He hates poor old Bonaparte worst of all. "Well, poor old Bonaparte was a brute. He was a frightful ruffian," Mr. Coyle unexpectedly declared, "but I suppose you didn't admit that." "Oh, I dare say he was objectionable, and I'm very glad we laid him on his back, but the point I made to Wingrave was that his own behaviour would excite no end of remark." Young Lechmere hesitated an instant, and then he added, "I told him he must be prepared for the worst." "Of course he asked you what you meant by the worst," said Spencer Coyle. "Yes, he asked me that. And do you know what I said? I said people would say that his conscientious scruples and his wave of disgust were only a pretext." Then he asked, "A pretext for what?" "Ah, he rather had you there!" Mr. Coyle exclaimed, with a little laugh that was mystifying to his pupil. "Not a bit, for I told him." "What did you tell him?" Once more, for a few seconds, with his conscious eyes in his instructor's, the young man hung fire. "Why, what we spoke of a few hours ago. The appearance he'd present of not having—" The honest youth faltered a moment, then brought it out. "The military temperament, don't you know. But do you know what he said to that?" Young Lechmere went on. "Damn the military temperament!" the crammer promptly replied. Young Lechmere stared. Mr. Coyle's tone left him uncertain if he was attributing the phrase to Wingrave or uttering his own opinion, but he exclaimed, "Those were exactly his words!" "He doesn't care," said Mr. Coyle. "Perhaps not, but it isn't fair for him to abuse us fellows. I told him it's the finest temperament in the world, and that there's nothing so splendid as pluck and heroism." "Ah, there you had him." "I told him it was unworthy of him to abuse a gallant, a magnificent profession. I told him there's no type so fine as that of the soldier doing his duty." "That's essentially your type, my dear boy." Young Lechmere blushed. He couldn't make out, and the danger was naturally unexpected to him, whether at that moment he didn't exist mainly for the recreation of his friend. But he was partly reassured by the genial way this friend continued, laying a hand on his shoulder. "Keep at him that way. We may do something. I'm extremely obliged to you." Another doubt, however, remained unassuaged, a doubt which led him to exclaim to Mr. Coyle before they dropped the painful subject, "He doesn't care. But it's awfully odd he shouldn't." "So it is. But remember what you said this afternoon. I mean about your not advising people to make insinuations to you." "I believe I should knock a fellow down," said young Lechmere. Mr. Coyle had got up. The conversation had taken place while they sat together after Mrs. Coyle's withdrawal from the dinner table, and the head of the establishment administered to his disciple, on principles that were a part of his thoroughness, a glass of excellent claret. The disciple, also on his feet, lingered an instant, not for another go, as he would have called it, at the decanter, but to wipe his microscopic moustache with prolonged and unusual care. His companion saw he had something to bring out which required a final effort, and waited for him an instant, with a hand on the knob of the door. Then, as young Lechmere approached him, Spencer Coyle grew conscious of an unwonted intensity in the round and ingenuous face. The boy was nervous, but he tried to behave like a man of the world. "Of course, it's between ourselves," he stammered, "and I wouldn't breathe such a thing to any one who wasn't interested in poor Wingrave as you are. But do you think he funks it?" Mr. Coyle looked at him so hard for an instant that he was visibly frightened at what he had said. "Funks it? Funks what?" "Why, what we're talking about. The service." Young Lechmere gave a little gulp, and added with a naïveté almost pathetic to Spencer Coyle, "The dangers, you know." "Do you mean he's thinking of his skin?" Young Lechmere's eyes expanded appealingly, and what his instructor saw in his pink face, he even thought he saw a tear, was the dread of a disappointment shocking in the degree in which the loyalty of admiration had been great. "Is he afraid?" repeated the honest lad, with a quaver of suspense. "Dear no," said Spencer Coyle, turning his back. Young Lechmere felt a little snubbed, and even a little ashamed. But he felt still more relieved. End of Part 10. Part 11 of Benjamin Britten, Source Stories of 12 Operas, by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 11. Owen Wingrave. Henry James, Owen Wingrave, Section 3. Less than a week after this, Spencer Coyle received a note from Miss Wingrave, who had immediately quitted London with her nephew. She proposed that he should come down to Paramore for the following Sunday. Owen was really so tiresome. On the spot, in that house of examples and memories, and in combination with her poor dear father, who was dreadfully annoyed, it might be worth their while to make a last stand. Mr. Coyle read between the lines of this letter that the party at Paramore had got over a good deal of ground since Miss Wingrave in Baker Street had treated his despair as superficial. She was not an insinuating woman, but she went so far as to put the question on the ground of his conferring a particular favour on an afflicted family, and she expressed the pleasure it would give them if he should be accompanied by Mrs. Coyle, for whom she enclosed a separate invitation. She mentioned that she was also writing, subject to Mr. Coyle's approval, to young Lechmere. She thought such a nice manly boy might do her wretched nephew some good. The celebrated crammer determined to embrace this opportunity, and now it was the case not so much that he was angry as that he was anxious. As he directed his answer to Miss Wingrave's letter, he caught himself smiling at the thought that at bottom he was going to defend his young friend rather than to attack him. He said to his wife, who was a fair, fresh, slow woman, a person of much more presence than himself, that she had better take Miss Wingrave at her word. It was such an extraordinary, such a fascinating specimen of an old English home. This last allusion was amicably sarcastic. He had already accused the good lady more than once of being in love with Owen Wingrave. She admitted that she was, she even gloried in her passion, which shows that the subject between them was treated in a liberal spirit. She carried out the joke by accepting the invitation with eagerness. Young Lechmere was delighted to do the same. His instructor had good-naturedly taken the view that the little break would freshen him up for his last spurt. It was the fact that the occupants of Paramore did indeed take their trouble hard that struck Spencer Coyle after he had been an hour or two in that fine old house. This very short second visit, beginning on the Saturday evening, was to constitute the strangest episode of his life. As soon as he found himself in private with his wife (they had retired to dress for dinner), they called each other's attention, with effusion and almost with alarm, to the sinister gloom that was stamped on the place. The house was admirable, with its old grey front, which came forward in wings so as to form three sides of a square. But Mrs. Coyle made no scruple to declare that if she had known in advance the sort of impression she was going to receive, she would never have put her foot in it. She characterized it as uncanny. She accused her husband of not having warned her properly. He had mentioned to her in advance certain facts, but while she almost feverishly dressed, she had innumerable questions to ask. He hadn't told her about the girl, the extraordinary girl, Miss Julian. That is, he hadn't told her that this young lady, who in plain terms was a mere dependent, would be in effect, and as a consequence of the way she carried herself, the most important person in the house. Mrs. Coyle was already prepared to announce that she hated Miss Julian's affectations. Her husband, above all, hadn't told her that they should find their young charge looking 5 years older. "I couldn't imagine that," said Mr. Coyle, "nor that the character of the crisis here would be quite so perceptible. But I suggested to Miss Wingrave the other day that they should press her nephew in real earnest, and she has taken me at my word. They've cut off his supplies. They're trying to starve him out. That's not what I meant. But indeed I don't quite know to-day what I meant. Owen feels the pressure, but he won't yield. The strange thing was that now that he was there, the versatile little coach felt still more that his own spirit had been caught up by a wave of reaction. If he was there, it was because he was on poor Owen's side. His whole impression, his whole apprehension, had on the spot become much deeper. There was something in the dear boy's very resistance that began to charm him. When his wife, in the intimacy of the conference I have mentioned, threw off the mask and commended, even with extravagance, the stand his pupil had taken, he was too good to be a horrid soldier, and it was noble of him to suffer for his convictions. Wasn't he as upright as a young hero, even though as pale as a Christian martyr? The good lady only expressed the sympathy which, under cover of regarding his young friend as a rare exception, he had already recognized in his own soul. For half an hour ago, after they had had superficial tea in the brown old hall of the house, his young friend had proposed to him, before going to dress, to take a turn outside, and had even, on the terrace, as they walked together to one of the far ends of it, passed his hand entreatingly into his companion's arm, permitting himself thus a familiarity unusual between pupil and master, and calculated to show that he had guessed whom he could most depend on to be kind to him. Spencer Coyle, on his own side, had guessed something, so that he was not surprised at the boy's having a particular confidence to make. He had felt on arriving that each member of the party had wished to get hold of him first, and he knew that at that moment Jane Wingrave was peering through the ancient blur of one of the windows (the house had been modernized so little that the thick, dim panes were 3 centuries old) to see if her nephew looked as if he were poisoning the visitor's mind. Mr. Coyle lost no time, therefore, in reminding the youth, and he took care to laugh as he did so, that he had not come down to Paramore to be corrupted. He had come down to make face to face a last appeal to him. He hoped it wouldn't be utterly vain. Owen smiled sadly as they went, asking him if he thought he had the general air of a fellow who was going to knock under. "I think you look strange. I think you look ill," Spencer Coyle said very honestly. They had paused at the end of the terrace. "I've had to exercise a great power of resistance, and it rather takes it out of one." "Ah, my dear boy, I wish your great power, for you evidently possess it, were exerted in a better cause." Owen Wingrave smiled down at his small instructor. "I don't believe that." Then he added, to explain why. "Isn't what you want, if you're so good as to think well of my character, to see me exert most power in whatever direction? Well, this is the way I exert most." Owen Wingrave went on to relate that he had had some terrible hours with his grandfather, who had denounced him in a way to make one's hair stand up on one's head. He had expected him not to like it, not a bit, but he had had no idea they would make such a row. His aunt was different, but she was equally insulting. Oh, they had made him feel they were ashamed of him. They accused him of putting a public dishonour on their name. He was the only one who had ever backed out. He was the first for 300 years. Everyone had known that he was to go up, and now everyone would know he was a young hypocrite who suddenly pretended to have scruples. They talked of his scruples as you wouldn't talk of a cannibal's god. His grandfather had called him outrageous names. He called me. Here the young man faltered, his voice failed him. He looked as haggard as was possible to a young man in such magnificent health. "I probably know," said Spencer Coyle with a nervous laugh. Owen Wingrave's clouded eyes, as if they were following the far-off consequences of things, rested for an instant on a distant object. Then they met his companions, and for another moment sounded them deeply. "It isn't true. No, it isn't. It's not that." "I don't suppose it is. But what do you propose instead of it?" "Instead of what?" "Instead of the stupid solution of war. If you take that away, you should suggest at least a substitute." "That's for the people in charge, for governments and cabinets," said Owen Wingrave. "They'll arrive soon enough at a substitute, in the particular case, if they're made to understand that they'll be hung if they don't find one. Make it a capital crime. That'll quicken the wits of ministers." His eyes brightened as he spoke, and he looked assured and exalted. Mr. Coyle gave a sigh of perplexed resignation. It was a monomania. He fancied after this for a moment that Owen was going to ask him if he too thought he was a coward, but he was relieved to observe that he either didn't suspect him of it or shrank uncomfortably from putting the question to the test. Spencer Coyle wished to show confidence, but somehow a direct assurance that he didn't doubt of his courage appeared too gross a compliment. It would be like saying he didn't doubt of his honesty. The difficulty was presently averted by Owen's continuing, "My grandfather can't break the entail, but I shall have nothing but this place, which, as you know, is small, and, with the way rents are going, has quite ceased to yield an income. He has some money, not much, but such as it is he cuts me off. My aunt does the same. She has let me know her intentions. She was to have left me her $600 a year. It was all settled, but now what's settled is that I don't get a penny of it if I give up the army. I must add, in fairness, that I have from my mother $300 a year of my own, and I tell you the simple truth when I say that I don't care a rap for the loss of the money." The young man drew a long, slow breath, like a creature in pain. Then he subjoined, "That's not what worries me." "What are you going to do?" asked Spencer Coyle. "I don't know. Perhaps nothing. Nothing great, at all events. Only something peaceful." Owen gave a weary smile, as if, worried as he was, he could yet appreciate the humorous effect of such a declaration from a Wingrave. But what it suggested to his companion, who looked up at him with a sense that he was after all not a Wingrave for nothing, and had a military steadiness under fire, was the exasperation that such a programme, uttered in such a way, and striking them as the last word of the inglorious, might well have engendered on the part of his grandfather and his aunt. Perhaps nothing, when he might carry on the great tradition. Yes, he wasn't weak, and he was interesting, but there was a point of view from which he was provoking. "What is it, then, that worries you?" Mr. Coyle demanded. "Oh, the house, the very air and feeling of it. There are strange voices in it that seem to mutter at me, to say dreadful things as I pass. I mean the general consciousness and responsibility of what I'm doing. Of course, it hasn't been easy for me, not a bit. I assure you I don't enjoy it." With a light in them that was like a longing for justice, Owen again bent his eye on those of the little coach. Then he pursued, "I've started up all the old ghosts. The very portraits glower at me on the walls. There's one of my great-great-grandfather, the one the extraordinary story, you know, is about, the old fellow who hangs on the second landing of the big staircase, that fairly stirs on the canvas, just heaves a little when I come near it. I have to go up and down stairs. It's rather awkward. It's what my aunt calls the family circle. It's all constituted here. It's a kind of indestructible presence. It stretches away into the past, and when I came back with her the other day, Miss Wingrave told me I wouldn't have the impudence to stand in the midst of it and say such things. I had to say them to my grandfather, but now that I've said them, it seems to me that the question's ended. I want to go away. I don't care if I never come back again." "Oh, you are a soldier. You must fight it out," Mr. Coyle laughed. The young man seemed discouraged at his levity, but as they turned round, strolling back in the direction from which they had come, he himself smiled faintly after an instant and replied, "Ah, we're tainted, all." They walked in silence part of the way to the old portico. Then Spencer Coyle, stopping short after having assured himself that he was at a sufficient distance from the house not to be heard, suddenly put the question, "What does Miss Julian say?" "Miss Julian?" Owen had perceptibly coloured. "I'm sure she hasn't concealed her opinion." "Oh, it's the opinion of the family circle, for she's a member of it, of course. And then she has her own as well." "Her own opinion?" "Her own family circle." "Do you mean her mother, that patient lady?" "I mean more particularly her father, who fell in battle, and her grandfather, and his father, and her uncles and great-uncles. They all fell in battle." "Hasn't the sacrifice of so many lives been sufficient? Why should she sacrifice you?" "Oh, she hates me!" Owen declared, as they resumed their walk. "Ah, the hatred of pretty girls for fine young men!" exclaimed Spencer Coyle. He didn't believe in it, but his wife did, it appeared perfectly, when he mentioned this conversation, while, in the fashion that has been described, the visitors dressed for dinner. Mrs. Coyle had already discovered that nothing could have been nastier than Miss Julian's manner to the disgraced youth during the half hour the party had spent in the hall, and it was this lady's judgment that one must have had no eyes in one's head not to see that she was already trying outrageously to flirt with young Lechmere. It was a pity they had brought that silly boy. He was down in the hall with her at that moment. Spencer Coyle's version was different. He thought there were finer elements involved. The girl's footing in the house was inexplicable on any ground save that of her being predestined to Miss Wingrave's nephew. As the niece of Miss Wingrave's own unhappy intended, she had been dedicated early by this lady to the office of healing by a union with Owen, the tragic breach that had separated their elders, and if, in reply to this, it was to be said that a girl of spirit couldn't enjoy in such a manner having her duty cut out for her, Owen's enlightened friend was ready with the argument that a young person in Miss Julian's position would never be such a fool as really to quarrel with a capital chance. She was familiar at Paramore, and she felt safe. Therefore she might trust herself to the amusement of pretending that she had her option. But it was all innocent coquetry. She had a curious charm, and it was vain to pretend that the air of that house wouldn't seem good enough to a girl, clever as she might be, of 18. Mrs. Coyle reminded her husband that the poor young man was precisely now not of that house. This problem was among the questions that exercised their wits after the two men had taken the turn on the terrace. Spencer Coyle told his wife that Owen was afraid of the portrait of his great-great-grandfather. He would show it to her, since she hadn't noticed it, on their way downstairs. "Why of his great-great-grandfather more than of any of the others?" "Oh, because he's the most formidable. He's the one who's sometimes seen." "Seen where?" Mrs. Coyle had turned round with a jerk. "In the room he was found dead in. The White Room, they've always called it." "Do you mean to say the house has a ghost?" Mrs. Coyle almost shrieked. "You brought me here without telling me?" "Didn't I mention it after my other visit?" "Not a word. You only talked about Miss Wingrave." "Oh, I was full of the story. You have simply forgotten. Then you should have reminded me." "If I had thought of it I would have held my peace, for you wouldn't have come." "I wish indeed I hadn't," cried Mrs. Coyle. "What is the story?" "Oh, a deed of violence that took place here ages ago. I think it was in George the First's time. Colonel Wingrave, one of their ancestors, struck, in a fit of passion, one of his children, a lad just growing up, a blow on the head, of which the unhappy child died. The matter was hushed up for the hour. Some other explanation was put about. The poor boy was laid out in one of those rooms on the other side of the house, and amid strange, smothered rumours the funeral was hurried on. The next morning, when the household assembled, Colonel Wingrave was missing. He was looked for vainly, and at last it occurred to some one that he might perhaps be in the room from which his child had been carried to burial. The seeker knocked without an answer, then opened the door. Colonel Wingrave lay dead on the floor, in his clothes, as if he had reeled and fallen back, without a wound, without a mark, without anything in his appearance to indicate that he had either struggled or suffered. He was a strong, sound man. There was nothing to account for such a catastrophe. He is supposed to have gone to the room during the night, just before going to bed, in some fit of compunction or some fascination of dread. It was only after this that the truth about the boy came out. But no one ever sleeps in the room." Mrs. Coyle had fairly turned pale. "I hope not. Thank heaven they haven't put us there." "We're at a comfortable distance. But I've seen the gruesome chamber." "Do you mean you've been in it?" "For a few moments. They're rather proud of it, and my young friend showed it to me when I was here before." Mrs. Coyle stared. "And what is it like?" simply like an empty, dull, old-fashioned bedroom, rather big, with the things of the period in it. It's panelled from floor to ceiling, and the panels evidently, years and years ago, were painted white. But the paint has darkened with time, and there are 3 or 4 quaint little ancient samplers, framed and glazed, hung on the walls. Mrs. Coyle looked round with a shudder. "I'm glad there are no samplers here. I never heard anything so jumpy. Come down to dinner." On the staircase, as they went down, her husband showed her the portrait of Colonel Wingrave, rather a vigorous representation, for the place and period, of a gentleman with a hard, handsome face, in a red coat and a peruke. Mrs. Coyle declared that his descendant, Sir Philip, was wonderfully like him, and her husband could fancy, though he kept it to himself, that if one should have the courage to walk about the old corridors of Paramore at night, one might meet a figure that resembled him, roaming, with the restlessness of a ghost, hand in hand with the figure of a tall boy. As he proceeded to the drawing-room with his wife, he found himself suddenly wishing that he had made more of a point of his pupil's going to Eastbourne. The evening, however, seemed to have taken upon itself to dissipate any such whimsical forebodings, for the grimness of the family circle, as Spencer Coyle had preconceived its composition, was mitigated by an infusion of the neighbourhood. The company at dinner was recruited by 2 cheerful couples, one of them the vicar and his wife, and by a silent young man who had come down to fish. This was a relief to Mr. Coyle, who had begun to wonder what was after all expected of him, and why he had been such a fool as to come, and who now felt that for the first hours at least the situation would not have directly to be dealt with. Indeed, he found, as he had found before, sufficient occupation for his ingenuity in reading the various symptoms of which the picture before him was an expression. He should probably have an irritating day on the morrow. He foresaw the difficulty of the long decorous Sunday, and how dry Jane Wingrave's ideas, elicited in a strenuous conference, would taste. She and her father would make him feel that they depended upon him for the impossible, and if they should try to associate him with a merely stupid policy, he might end by telling them what he thought of it, an accident not required to make his visit a sensible mistake. The old man's actual design was evidently to let their friends see in it a positive mark of their being all right. The presence of the great London coach was tantamount to a profession of faith in the results of the impending examination. It had clearly been obtained from Owen, rather to Spencer Coyle's surprise, that he would do nothing to interfere with the apparent harmony. He let the allusions to his hard work pass, and holding his tongue about his affairs, talked to the ladies as amicably as if he had not been cut off. When Spencer Coyle looked at him once or twice across the table, catching his eye, which showed an indefinable passion, he saw a puzzling pathos in his laughing face. One couldn't resist a pang for a young lamb so visibly marked for sacrifice. "Hang him! What a pity he's such a fighter!" he privately sighed, with a want of logic that was only superficial. This idea, however, would have absorbed him more if so much of his attention had not been given to Kate Julian, who, now that he had her well before him, struck him as a remarkable and even as a possibly fascinating young woman. The fascination resided not in any extraordinary prettiness, for if she was handsome, with her long Eastern eyes, her magnificent hair, and her general unabashed originality, he had seen complexions rosier and features that pleased him more. It resided in a strange impression that she gave of being exactly the sort of person whom, in her position, common considerations, those of prudence and perhaps even a little those of decorum, would have enjoined on her not to be. She was what was vulgarly termed a dependent, penniless, patronized, tolerated, but something in her aspect and manner signified that, if her situation was inferior, her spirit to make up for it was above precautions or submissions. It was not in the least that she was aggressive. She was too indifferent for that. It was only as if, having nothing either to gain or to lose, she could afford to do as she liked. It occurred to Spencer Coyle that she might really have had more at stake than her imagination appeared to take account of. Whatever it was, at any rate, he had never seen a young woman at less pains to be on the safe side. He wondered inevitably how the peace was kept between Jane Wingrave and such an inmate as this. But those questions, of course, were unfathomable deeps. Perhaps Kate Julian lorded it even over her protectress. The other time he was at Paramore he had received an impression that, with Sir Philip beside her, the girl could fight with her back to the wall. She amused Sir Philip, she charmed him, and he liked people who weren't afraid. Between him and his daughter, moreover, there was no doubt which was the higher in command. Miss Wingrave took many things for granted, and most of all the rigour of discipline and the fate of the vanquished and the captive. But between their clever boy and so original a companion of his childhood, what odd relation would have grown up? It couldn't be indifference, and yet on the part of happy, handsome, youthful creatures it was still less likely to be aversion. They weren't Paul and Virginia, but they must have had their common summer and their idyll. No nice girl could have disliked such a nice fellow for anything but not liking her, and no nice fellow would have resisted such propinquity. Mr. Coyle remembered indeed that Mrs. Julian had spoken to him as if the propinquity had been by no means constant, owing to her daughter's absences at school, to say nothing of Owen's. Her visits to a few friends who were so kind as to take her from time to time, her sojourns in London, so difficult to manage, but still managed by God's help, for advantages, for drawing and singing, especially drawing, or rather painting in oils, in which she had had immense success. But the good lady had also mentioned that the young people were quite brother and sister, which was a little, after all, like Paul and Virginia. Mrs. Coyle had been right, and it was apparent that Virginia was doing her best to make the time pass agreeably for young Lechmere. There was no such whirl of conversation as to render it an effort for Mr. Coyle to reflect on these things, for the tone of the occasion, thanks principally to the other guests, was not disposed to stray. It tended to the repetition of anecdote, and the discussion of rents, topics that huddled together like uneasy animals. He could judge how intensely his host wished the evening to pass off as if nothing had happened, and this gave him the measure of their private resentment. Before dinner was over he found himself fidgety about his second pupil. Young Lechmere, since he began to cram, had done all that might have been expected of him, but this couldn't blind his instructor to a present perception of his being in moments of relaxation as innocent as a babe. Mr. Coyle had considered that the amusements of Paramore would probably give him a fillip, and the poor fellow's manner testified to the soundness of the forecast. The fillip had been unmistakably administered. It had come in the form of a revelation. The light on young Lechmere's brow announced with a candour that was almost an appeal for compassion, or at least a deprecation of ridicule, that he had never seen anything like Miss Julian. End of Part 11. Part 12 of Benjamin Britten, Source Stories of 12 Operas by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 12, Owen Wingrave. Henry James, Owen Wingrave, Section 4. In the drawing-room, after dinner, the girl found an occasion to approach Spencer Coyle. She stood before him a moment, smiling, while she opened and shut her fan, and then she said abruptly, raising her strange eyes, "I know what you've come for, but it isn't any use." "I've come to look after you a little. Isn't that any use?" "It's very kind, but I'm not the question of the hour. You won't do anything with Owen." Spencer Coyle hesitated a moment. "What will you do with his young friend?" She stared, looked round her. "Mr. Lechmere? Oh, poor little lad. We've been talking about Owen. "He admires him so." "So do I. I should tell you that." "So do we all. That's why we're in such despair." "Personally, then, you'd like him to be a soldier?" Spencer Coyle inquired. "I've quite set my heart on it. I adore the army, and I'm awfully fond of my old playmate," said Miss Julian. Her interlocutor remembered the young man's own different version of her attitude, but he judged it loyal not to challenge the girl. "It's not conceivable that your old playmate shouldn't be fond of you. He must therefore wish to please you, and I don't see why, between you, you don't set the matter right." "Wish to please me!" Miss Julian exclaimed. "I'm sorry to say he shows no such desire. He thinks me an impudent wretch. I've told him what I think of him, and he simply hates me." "But you think so highly. You just told me you admire him." "His talents, his possibilities, yes. Even his appearance, if I may allude to such a matter. But I don't admire his present behaviour." "Have you had the question out with him?" Spencer Coyle asked. "Oh, yes. I ventured to be frank. The occasion seemed to excuse it. He couldn't like what I said." "What did you say?" Miss Julian, thinking a moment, opened and shut her fan again. "Why, that such conduct isn't that of a gentleman." After she had spoken, her eyes met Spencer Coyle's, who looked into their charming depths. "Do you want, then, so much to send him off to be killed?" "How odd for you to ask that in such a way," she replied with a laugh. "I don't understand your position. I thought your line was to make soldiers." "You should take my little joke. But as regards Owen Wingrave, there's no making needed," Mr. Coyle added. "To my sense," the little crammer paused a moment, as if with a consciousness of responsibility for his paradox, "to my sense he is, in a high sense of the term, a fighting man." "Ah, let him prove it!" the girl exclaimed, turning away. Spencer Coyle let her go. There was something in her tone that annoyed and even a little shocked him. There had evidently been a violent passage between these young people, and the reflection that such a matter was, after all, none of his business only made him more sore. It was indeed a military house, and she was, at any rate, a person who placed her ideal of manhood young persons doubtless always had their ideals of manhood in the type of the belted warrior. It was a taste like another, but even a quarter of an hour later, finding himself near young Lechmere, in whom this type was embodied, Spencer Coyle was still so ruffled that he addressed the innocent lad with a certain magisterial dryness. "You're not to sit up late, you know. That's not what I brought you down for." The dinner guests were taking leave, and the bedroom candles twinkled in a monetary row. Young Lechmere, however, was too agreeably agitated to be accessible to a snub. He had a happy preoccupation which almost engendered a grin. "I'm only too eager for bedtime. Do you know there's an awfully jolly room?" "Surely they haven't put you there?" "Oh, no, indeed. No one has passed a night in it for ages. But that's exactly what I want to do. It would be tremendous fun." "And have you been trying to get Miss Julian's permission?" "Oh, she can't give leave, she says. But she believes in it, and she maintains that no man dare." "No man shall. A man in your critical position, in particular, must have a quiet night," said Spencer Coyle. Young Lechmere gave a disappointed but reasonable sigh. "Oh, all right. But mayn't I sit up for a little go at Wingrave? I haven't had any yet." Mr. Coyle looked at his watch. "You may smoke one cigarette." He felt a hand on his shoulder, and he turned round to see his wife tilting candle grease upon his coat. The ladies were going to bed, and it was Sir Philip's inveterate hour. But Mrs. Coyle confided to her husband that after the dreadful things he had told her, she positively declined to be left alone, for no matter how short an interval, in any part of the house. He promised to follow her within 3 minutes, and after the orthodox handshakes the ladies rustled away. The forms were kept up at Paramore as bravely as if the old house had no present heartache. The only one of whom Spencer Coyle noticed the omission was some salutation to himself from Kate Julian. She gave him neither a word nor a glance, but he saw her look hard at Owen Wingrave. Her mother, timid and pitying, was apparently the only person from whom this young man caught an inclination of the head. Miss Wingrave marshalled the three ladies, her little procession of twinkling tapers, up the wide oaken stairs and past the watching portrait of her ill-fated ancestor. Sir Philip's servant appeared and offered his arm to the old man, who turned a perpendicular back on poor Owen when the boy made a vague movement to anticipate this office. Spencer Coyle learned afterwards that before Owen had forfeited favour, it had always, when he was at home, been his privilege at bedtime to conduct his grandfather ceremoniously to rest. Sir Philip's habits were contemptuously different now. His apartments were on the lower floor, and he shuffled stiffly off to them with his valet's help, after fixing for a moment significantly on the most responsible of his visitors the thick red ray, like the glow of stirred embers, that always made his eyes conflict oddly with his mild manners. They seemed to say to Spencer Coyle, "We'll let the young scoundrel have it to-morrow." One might have gathered from them that the young scoundrel, who had now strolled to the other end of the hall, had at least forged a cheque. Mr. Coyle watched him an instant, saw him drop nervously into a chair, and then with a restless movement get up. The same movement brought him back to where his late instructor stood addressing a last injunction to young Lechmere. "I'm going to bed, and I should like you particularly to conform to what I said to you a short time ago. Smoke a single cigarette with your friend here, and then go to your room. You'll have me down on you if I hear of your having, during the night, tried any preposterous games." Young Lechmere, looking down, with his hands in his pockets, said nothing. He only poked at the corner of a rug with his toe. So that Spencer Coyle, dissatisfied with so tacit a pledge, presently went on to Owen, "I must request you, Wingrave, not to keep this sensitive subject sitting up, and indeed to put him to bed, and turn his key in the door." As Owen stared an instant, apparently not understanding the motive of so much solicitude, he added, "Lechmere has a morbid curiosity about one of your legends, of your historic rooms. Nip it in the bud." "Oh, the legend's rather good, but I'm afraid the room's an awful sell," Owen laughed. "You know you don't believe that, my boy," young Lechmere exclaimed. "I don't think he does," said Mr. Coyle, noticing Owen's mottled flush. "He wouldn't try a night there himself," young Lechmere pursued. "I know who told you that," rejoined Owen, lighting a cigarette in an embarrassed way at the candle, without offering one to either of his companions. "Well, what if she did?" asked the younger of these gentlemen, rather red. "Do you want them all yourself?" he continued facetiously, fumbling in the cigarette box. Owen Wingrave only smoked quietly. Then he exclaimed, "Yes, what if she did? But she doesn't know," he added. "She doesn't know what?" "She doesn't know anything. I'll tuck him in." Owen went on gaily to Mr. Coyle, who saw that his presence, now that a certain note had been struck, made the young men uncomfortable. He was curious, but there was a kind of discretion with his pupils that he had always pretended to practise, a discretion that, however, didn't prevent him as he took his way upstairs from recommending them not to be donkeys. At the top of the staircase, to his surprise, he met Miss Julian, who was apparently going down again. She had not begun to undress, nor was she perceptibly disconcerted at seeing him. She nevertheless, in a manner slightly at variance with the rigour with which she had overlooked him 10 minutes before, dropped the words, "I'm going down to look for something. I've lost a jewel." "A jewel?" "A rather good turquoise out of my locket, as it's the only ornament I have the honour to possess." And she passed down. "Shall I go with you and help you?" asked Spencer Coyle. The girl paused a few steps below him, looking back with her oriental eyes. "Don't I hear voices in the hall? Those remarkable young men are there. They'll help me." And Kate Julian descended. Spencer Coyle was tempted to follow her, but remembering his standard of tact, he rejoined his wife in their apartment. He delayed, however, to go to bed, and though he went into his dressing-room, he couldn't bring himself even to take off his coat. He pretended for half an hour to read a novel, after which, quietly, or perhaps I should say agitatedly, he passed from the dressing-room into the corridor. He followed this passage to the door of the room which he knew to have been assigned to young Lechmere, and was comforted to see that it was closed. Half an hour earlier he had seen it standing open. Therefore he could take it for granted that the bewildered boy had come to bed. It was of this he had wished to assure himself, and having done so he was on the point of retreating. But at the same instant he heard a sound in the room. The occupant was doing to the window something which showed him that he might knock without the reproach of waking his pupil up. Young Lechmere came in fact to the door in his shirt and trousers. He admitted his visitor in some surprise, and when the door was closed again Spencer Coyle said, "I don't want to make your life a burden to you, but I had it on my conscience to see for myself that you're not exposed to undue excitement." "Oh, there's plenty of that," said the ingenuous youth. "Miss Julian came down again." "To look for a turquoise?" "So she said." "Did she find it?" "I don't know. I came up. I left her with poor Wingrave." "Quite the right thing," said Spencer Coyle. "I don't know," young Lechmere repeated uneasily. "I left them quarrelling." "What about?" "I don't understand. They're a quaint pair." Spencer Coyle hesitated. He had fundamentally principles and scruples, but what he had in particular just now was a curiosity, or rather, to recognize it for what it was, a sympathy which brushed them away. "Does it strike you that she's down on him?" he permitted himself to inquire. "Rather, when she tells him he lies." "What do you mean?" "Why, before me. It made me leave them. It was getting too hot. I stupidly brought up the question of the haunted room again, and said how sorry I was that I had had to promise you not to try my luck with it." "You can't pry about in that gross way in other people's houses. You can't take such liberties, you know," Mr. Coyle interjected. "I'm all right. See how good I am. I don't want to go near the place," said young Lechmere confidingly. "Miss Julian said to me, 'Oh, I dare say you'd risk it, but—' and she turned and laughed at poor Owen. 'That's more than we can expect of a gentleman who has taken his extraordinary line.'" I could see that something had already passed between them on the subject, some teasing or challenging of hers. It may have been only chaff, but his chucking the profession had evidently brought up the question of his pluck. "And what did Owen say?" "Nothing at first, but presently he brought out very quietly, 'I spent all last night in the confounded place.' We both stared and cried out at this, and I asked him what he had seen there. He said he had seen nothing, and Miss Julian replied that he ought to tell his story better than that. He ought to make something good of it. 'It's not a story, it's a simple fact,' said he, on which she jeered at him and wanted to know why, if he had done it, he hadn't told her in the morning, since he knew what she thought of him. 'I know, but I don't care,' said Wingrave. This made her angry, and she asked him quite seriously whether he would care if he should know she believed him to be trying to deceive us. "Ah, what a brute!" cried Spencer Coyle. "She's a most extraordinary girl. I don't know what she's up to." "Extraordinary indeed, to be romping and bandying words at that hour of the night with fast young men." Young Lechmere reflected a moment. "I mean because I think she likes him." Spencer Coyle was so struck with this unwonted symptom of subtlety that he flashed out, "And do you think he likes her?" But his interlocutor only replied with a puzzled sigh and a plaintive, "I don't know. I give it up. I'm sure he did see something, or hear something," young Lechmere added. "In that ridiculous place? What makes you so sure?" "I don't know. He looks as if he had. He behaves as if he had." "Why, then, shouldn't he mention it?" Young Lechmere thought a moment. "Perhaps it's too gruesome." Spencer Coyle gave a laugh. "Aren't you glad, then, you're not in it?" "Uncommonly." "Go to bed, you goose," said Spencer Coyle with another laugh. "But before you go, tell me what he said when she told him he was trying to deceive you." "Take me there yourself, then, and lock me in." "And did she take him?" "I don't know. I came up." Spencer Coyle exchanged a long look with his pupil. "I don't think they're in the hall now. Where's Owen's own room?" "I haven't the least idea." Mr. Coyle was perplexed. He was in equal ignorance, and he couldn't go about trying doors. He bade young Lechmere sink to slumber and came out into the passage. He asked himself if he should be able to find his way to the room Owen had formerly shown him, remembering that, in common with many of the others, it had its ancient name painted upon it. But the corridors of Paramore were intricate. Moreover, some of the servants would still be up, and he didn't wish to have the appearance of roaming over the house. He went back to his own quarters, where Mrs. Coyle soon perceived that his inability to rest had not subsided. As she confessed for her own part, in the dreadful place, to an increased sense of creepiness, they spent the early part of the night in conversation, so that a portion of their vigil was inevitably beguiled by her husband's account of his colloquy with little Lechmere, and by their exchange of opinions upon it. Towards 2 o'clock Mrs. Coyle became so nervous about their persecuted young friend, and so possessed by the fear that that wicked girl had availed herself of his invitation to put him to an abominable test, that she begged her husband to go and look into the matter, at whatever cost to his own equilibrium. But Spencer Coyle, perversely, had ended, as the perfect stillness of the night settled upon them, by charming himself into a tremulous acquiescence in Owen's readiness to face a formidable ordeal, an ordeal the more formidable to an excited imagination, as the poor boy now knew from the experience of the previous night how resolute an effort he should have to make. "I hope he is there," he said to his wife. "It puts them all so in the wrong." At any rate, he couldn't take upon himself to explore a house he knew so little. He was inconsequent. He didn't prepare for bed. He sat in the dressing-room with his light and his novel, waiting to find himself nodding. At last, however, Mrs. Coyle turned over and ceased to talk, and at last, too, he fell asleep in his chair. How long he slept he only knew afterwards by computation. What he knew, to begin with, was that he had started up, in confusion, with the sense of a sudden appalling sound. His sense cleared itself quickly, helped doubtlessly by a confirmatory cry of horror from his wife's room. But he gave no heed to his wife. He had already bounded into the passage. There the sound was repeated. It was the "Help! Help!" of a woman in agonized terror. It came from a distant quarter of the house, but the quarter was sufficiently indicated. Spencer Coyle rushed straight before him, with the sound of opening doors and alarmed voices in his ears, and the faintness of the early dawn in his eyes. At a turn of one of the passages he came upon the white figure of a girl in a swoon on a bench, and in the vividness of the revelation he read as he went that Kate Julian, stricken in her pride too late with a chill of compunction for what she had mockingly done, had, after coming to release the victim of her derision, reeled away, overwhelmed, from the catastrophe that was her work, the catastrophe that the next moment he found himself aghast at on the threshold of an open door. Owen Wingrave, dressed as he had last seen him, lay dead on the spot on which his ancestor had been found. He looked like a young soldier on a battlefield. End of Part 12. Part 13 of Benjamin Britten, Source Stories of 12 Operas by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 13, The Rape of Lucretia. Shakespeare, The Rape of Lucrece, Section 1. To the Right Honourable Henry Wriothesley, Earl of Southampton and Baron of Titchfield. The love I dedicate to your lordship is without end, whereof this pamphlet, without beginning, is but a superfluous moiety. The warrant I have of your honourable disposition, not the worth of my untutored lines, makes it assured of acceptance. What I have done is yours. What I have to do is yours. Being part in all I have, devoted yours. Were my worth greater, my duty would show greater. Meantime, as it is bound to your lordship, to whom I wish long life, still lengthened with all happiness. Your lordship's in all duty, William Shakespeare. The Argument. Lucius Tarquinius, for his excessive pride, surnamed Superbus, after he had caused his own father-in-law, Servius Tullius, to be cruelly murdered, and, contrary to the Roman laws and customs, not requiring or staying for the people's suffrages, had possessed himself of the kingdom, went, accompanied with his sons and other noblemen of Rome, to besiege Ardea. During which siege, the principal men of the army meeting one evening at the tent of Sextus Tarquinius, the king's son, in their discourses after supper, every one commended the virtues of his own wife, among whom Collatinus extolled the incomparable chastity of his wife Lucretia. In that pleasant humour they all posted to Rome, and intending, by their secret and sudden arrival, to make trial of that which every one had before avouched, only Collatinus finds his wife, though it were late in the night, spinning amongst her maids. The other ladies were all found dancing and revelling, or in several disports. Whereupon the noblemen yielded Collatinus the victory, and his wife the fame. At that time Sextus Tarquinius, being inflamed with Lucrese's beauty, yet smothering his passions for the present, departed with the rest back to the camp, from whence he shortly after privily withdrew himself, and was, according to his estate, royally entertained and lodged by Lucrece at Collatium. The same night he treacherously stealeth into her chamber, violently ravished her, and early in the morning speedeth away. Lucrece, in this lamentable plight, hastily dispatched messengers, one to Rome for her father, another to the camp for Collatine. They came, the one accompanied with Junius Brutus, the other with Publius Valerius, and finding Lucrece attired in mourning habit, demanded the cause of her sorrow. She, first taking an oath of them for her revenge, revealed the actor and whole manner of his dealing, and withal suddenly stabbed herself. Which done, with one consent they all vowed to root out the whole hated family of the Tarquins, and bearing the dead body to Rome, Brutus acquainted the people with the doer and manner of the vile deed, with a bitter invective against the tyranny of the king. Whereupon the people were so moved that, with one consent and a general acclamation, the Tarquins were all exiled, and the state government changed from kings to consuls. From the besieged Ardea, all in post, borne by the trustless wings of false desire, lust-breathed Tarquin leaves the Roman host, and to Collatium bears the lightless fire which, in pale embers hid, lurks to aspire and girdle with embracing flames the waist of Collatine's fair love, Lucrece the chaste. Haply that name of chaste unhaply set this baitless edge on his keen appetite, when Collatine unwisely did not let to praise the clear unmatched red and white which triumphed in that sky of his delight, where mortal stars, as bright as heaven's beauties, with pure aspects did him peculiar duties. For he the night before, in Tarquin's tent, unlocked the treasure of his happy state, what priceless wealth the heavens had him lent in the possession of his beauteous mate, reckoning his fortune at such high proud rate, that kings might be espoused to more fame, but king nor peer to such a peerless dame. O happiness enjoyed but of a few, and if possessed, as soon decayed and done as is the morning's silver melting dew against the golden splendour of the sun. An expired date, cancelled ere well begun, honour and beauty in the owner's arms are weakly fortress from a world of harms. Beauty itself doth of itself persuade the eyes of men without an orator. What needeth then apologies be made to set forth that which is so singular? Or why is Collatine the publisher of that rich jewel he should keep unknown from thievish ears, because it is his own? Perchance his boast of Lucrece's sovereignty suggested this proud issue of a king, for by our ears our hearts oft tainted be. Perchance that envy of so rich a thing, braving compare, disdainfully did sting his high-pitched thoughts, that meaner men should vaunt that golden hap which their superiors want. But some untimely thought did instigate his all too timeless speed, if none of those. His honour, his affairs, his friends, his state, neglected all, with swift intent he goes to quench the coal which in his liver glows. O rash, false heat, wrapped in repentant cold, thy hasty spring still blasts and never grows old. When at Calatium this false lord arrived, well was he welcomed by the Roman dame, within whose face beauty and virtue strived, which of them both should underprop her fame. When virtue bragged, beauty would blush for shame. When beauty boasted blushes, in despite virtue would stain that, or with silver white. But beauty in that white intituled, from Venus' doves doth challenge that fair field. Then virtue claims from beauty beauty's red, which virtue gave the golden age to gild their silver cheeks, and called it then their shield, teaching them thus to use it in the fight, when shame assailed, the red should fence the white. This heraldry in Lucrece's face was seen, argued by beauty's red and virtue's white. Of either's colour was the other queen, proving from world's minority their right, yet their ambition makes them still to fight, the sovereignty of either being so great that oft they interchange each other's seat. Their silent war of lilies and of roses, which Tarquin viewed in her fair face's field, in their pure ranks his traitor eye encloses, where, lest between them both it should be killed, the coward captive vanquished doth yield to those two armies that would let him go, rather than triumph in so false a foe. Now thinks he that her husband's shallow tongue, the niggard prodigal that praised her so, in that high task hath done her beauty wrong, which far exceeds his barren skill to show. Therefore that praise which Collatine doth owe, enchanted Tarquin answers with surmise, in silent wonder of still gazing eyes. This earthly saint, adored by this devil, little suspecteth the false worshipper, for unstained thoughts do seldom dream on evil. Birds never limed no secret bushes fear. So guiltless she securely gives good cheer and reverend welcome to her princely guest, whose inward ill no outward harm expressed. For that he coloured with his high estate, hiding base sin in plates of majesty, that nothing in him seemed inordinate, save sometime too much wonder of his eye, which having all could not satisfy. But poorly rich, so wanteth in his store, that, cloyed with much, he pineth still for more. But she that never coped with stranger eyes could pick no meaning from their parling looks, nor read the subtle shining secrecies writ in the glassy margents of such books. She touched no unknown baits, nor feared no hooks, nor could she moralize his wanton sight more than his eyes were opened to the light. He stories to her ears her husband's fame, won in the fields of fruitful Italy, and decks with praises Collatine's high name, made glorious by his manly chivalry, with bruised arms and wreaths of victory. Her joy with heaved up hand she doth express, and wordless so greets heaven for his success. Far from the purpose of his coming hither, he makes excuses for his being there. No cloudy show of stormy blustering weather doth yet in his fair welkin once appear, till sable night, mother of dread and fear, upon the world dim darkness doth display, and in her vaulty prison stows the day. For then is Tarquin brought unto his bed, intending weariness with heavy sprite. For after supper long he questioned with modest Lucrece, and wore out the night. Now leaden slumber with life's strength doth fight, and every one to rest themselves betake, save thieves and cares and troubled minds that wake. As one of which doth Tarquin lie revolving, the sundry dangers of his will's obtaining, yet ever to obtain his will resolving, though weak-built hopes persuade him to abstaining. Despair to gain doth traffic oft for gaining, and when great treasure is the meed proposed, though death be adjunct, there's no death supposed. Those that much covet are with gain so fond, for what they have not, that which they possess they scatter and unloose it from their bond, and so, by hoping more, they have but less. Or, gaining more, the profit of excess is but to surfeit, and such griefs sustain, that they prove bankrupt in this poor rich gain. The aim of all is but to nurse the life with honour, wealth, and ease in waning age. And in this aim there is such thwarting strife, that one for all, or all for one we gauge, as life for honour in fell battles rage, honour for wealth, and oft that wealth doth cost the death of all, and altogether lost. So that in venturing ill we leave to be the things we are, for that which we expect, and this ambitious foul infirmity, in having much, torments us with defect of that we have, so then we do neglect the thing we have, and all for want of wit, make something nothing by augmenting it. Such hazard now must doting Tarquin make, pawning his honour to obtain his lust, and for himself he must forsake. Then where is truth, if there be no self-trust? When shall he think to find a stranger just, when he himself confounds, betrays to slanderous tongues and wretched hateful days? Now stole upon the time the dead of night, when heavy sleep had closed up mortal eyes, no comfortable star did lend his light, no noise but owls' and wolves' death-boding cries. Now serves the season that they may surprise the silly lambs. Pure thoughts are dead and still, while lust and murder wake to stain and kill. And now this lustful lord leaped from his bed, throwing his mantle rudely o'er his arm, is madly tossed between desire and dread. The one sweetly flatters, the other feareth harm, but honest fear, bewitched with lust's foul charm, doth too oft betake him to retire, beaten away by brain-sick rude desire. His falchion on a flint he softly smiteth, that from the cold stone sparks of fire do fly, whereat a waxen torch forthwith he lighteth, which must be lodestar to his lustful eye, and to the flame thus speaks advisedly, as from this cold flint I enforced this fire, so Lucrece must I force to my desire. Here pale with fear he doth premeditate the dangers of his loathsome enterprise, and in his inward mind he doth debate what following sorrow may on this arise. Then looking scornfully, he doth despise his naked armour of still slaughtered lust, and justly thus controls his thoughts unjust. Fair torch, burn out thy light, and lend it not to darken her whose light excelleth thine. And die, unhallowed thoughts, before you blot with your uncleanness that which is divine. Offer pure incense to so pure a shrine, let fair humanity abhor the deed that spots and stains love's modest snow-white weed. O shame to knighthood and to shining arms! O foul dishonour to my household's grave! O impious act, including all foul harms, A martial man to be soft fancy's slave! True valour still a true respect should have, Then my digression is so vile, so base, That it will live engraven in my face. Yea, though I die, the scandal will survive, And be an eyesore in my golden coat. Some loathsome dash the herald will contrive To cipher me how fondly I did dote, That my posterity, shamed with the note, Shall curse my bones, and hold it for no sin To wish that I their father had not been. What win I if I gain the thing I seek? A dream, a breath, a froth of fleeting joy? Who buys a minute's mirth to wail a week, Or sells eternity to get a toy? For one sweet grape who will the vine destroy? Or what fond beggar, but to touch the crown, Would with the sceptre straight be strucken down? If Collatinus dream of my intent, Will he not wake, and in a desperate rage Post hither this vile purpose to prevent? This siege that hath engirt his marriage, This blur to youth, this sorrow to the sage, This dying virtue, this surviving shame, Whose crime will bear an ever-during blame? O what excuse can my invention make, When thou shalt charge me with so black a deed? Will not my tongue be mute, my frail joints shake, Mine eyes forego their light, my false heart bleed? The guilt being great, the fear doth still exceed, And extreme fear can neither fight nor fly, But coward-like with trembling terror die. Had Collatinus killed my son or sire, Or lain in ambush to betray my life, Or were he not my dear friend, this desire Might have excuse to work upon his wife, As in revenge or quittal of such strife. But as he is my kinsman, my dear friend, The shame and fault finds no excuse nor end. Shameful it is, aye, if the fact be known, Hateful it is, there is no hate in loving. I'll beg her love, but she is not her own. The worst is but denial and reproving. My will is strong, past reason's weak removing. Who fears a sentence or an old man's saw, Shall by a painted cloth be kept in awe. Thus graceless holds he disputation Between frozen conscience and hot burning will, And with good thoughts makes dispensation, Urging the worser sense for vantage still, Which in a moment doth confound and kill All pure effects, and doth so far proceed, That what is vile shows like a virtuous deed. Quoth he, she took me kindly by the hand, And gazed for tidings in my eager eyes, Fearing some hard news from the warlike band, Where her beloved Collatinus lies. O how her fear did make her colour rise! First red as roses that on lawn we lay, Then white as lawn the roses took away. And how her hand, in my hand being locked, Forced it to tremble with her loyal fear, Which struck her sad, and then it faster rocked, Until her husband's welfare she did hear, Whereat she smiled with so sweet a cheer, That had Narcissus seen her as she stood, Self-love had never drowned him in the flood. Why hunt I then for colour or excuses? All orators are dumb when beauty pleadeth. Poor wretches have remorse and poor abuses. Love thrives not in the heart that shadows dreadeth. Affection is my captain, and he leadeth, And when his gaudy banner is displayed, The coward fights, and will not be dismayed. Then, childish fear, avaunt! Debating, die! Respect and reason wait on wrinkled age. My heart shall never countermand mine eye. Sad pause and deep regard beseem the sage. My part is youth, and beats these from the stage. Desire my pilot is, beauty my prize, Then who fears sinking where such treasure lies? As corn o'ergrown by weeds, so heedful fear Is almost choked by unresisted lust. Away he steals with opening, listening ear, Full of foul hope and full of fond mistrust. Both which, as servitors to the unjust, so cross him with their opposite persuasion, That now he vows a league, and now invasion. Within his thought her heavenly image lies, And in the self-same seat sits Collatine. That eye which looks on her confounds his wits, That eye which him beholds, as more divine, Unto a view so false will not incline, But with a pure appeal seeks to the heart, Which once corrupted takes the worser part. And therein heartens up his servile powers, Who, flattered by their leader's jocund show, Stuff up his lust as minutes fill up hours, And as their captain, so their pride doth grow. Paying more slavish tribute than they owe. By reprobate desire thus madly led, The Roman lord marcheth to Lucrese's bed. The locks between her chamber and his will, Each one by him enforced retires his ward, But as they open they all rate his ill, Which drives the creeping thief to some regard. The threshold grates the door to have him heard, Night-wandering weasels shriek to see him there, They fright him, yet still pursues his fear. As each unwilling portal yields him way, Through little vents and crannies of the place, The wind wars with his torch to make him stay, And blows the smoke of it into his face, Extinguishing his conduct in this case. But his hot heart, which fond desire doth scorch, Puffs forth another wind that fires the torch. And being lighted, by the light he spies Lucretia's glove, wherein her needle sticks. He takes it from the rushes where it lies, And gripping it the needle his finger pricks, As who should say this glove to wanton tricks Is not inured. Return again in haste, Thou seest our mistress' ornaments are chaste. But all these poor forbiddings could not stay him, He in the worst sense construes their denial. The doors, the wind, the glove that did delay him, He takes for accidental things of trial. Or as those bars which stop the hourly dial, Who with a lingering stay his course doth let, Till every minute pays the hour his debt. So, quoth he, these lets attend the time, Like little frosts that sometime threat the spring, To add a more rejoicing to the prime, And give the sneaped birds more cause to sing. Pain pays the income of each precious thing. Huge rocks, high winds, strong pirates, shelves and sands, The merchant fears, ere rich at home he lands. Now is he come unto the chamber door, That shuts him from the heaven of his thought, Which with a yielding latch, and with no more, Hath barred him from the blessed thing he sought. So from himself impiety hath wrought, That for his prey to pray he doth begin, As if the heavens should countenance his sin. But in the midst of his unfruitful prayer, Having solicited the eternal power, That his foul thoughts might compass his fair fair, And they would stand auspicious to the hour, Even there he starts. Quoth he, I must deflower. The powers to whom I pray abhor this fact. How can they then assist me in the act? Then love and fortune be my gods, my guide. My will is backed with resolution. Thoughts are but dreams till their effects be tried. The blackest sin is cleared with absolution. Against love's fire fear's frost hath dissolution. The eye of heaven is out, and misty night Covers the shame that follows sweet delight. This said, his guilty hand plucked up the latch, And with his knee the door he opens wide. The dove sleeps fast that this night owl will catch. Thus treason works ere traitors be espied. Who sees the lurking serpent steps aside, But she, sound sleeping, fearing no such thing, Lies at the mercy of his mortal sting. Into the chamber wickedly he stalks, and gazeth on her yet unstained bed. The curtains being close, about he walks, rolling his greedy eyeballs in his head. By their high treason is his heart misled, which gives the watchword to his hand full soon to draw the cloud that hides the silver moon. Look, as the fair and fiery pointed sun, rushing from forth a cloud, bereaves our sight, even so, the curtain drawn, his eyes begun to wink, being blinded with a greater light. Whether it is that she reflects so bright, that dazzled them, or else some shame supposed, but blind they are, and keep themselves enclosed. Oh, had they in that darksome prison died, then had they seen the period of their ill, then Collatine again by Lucrece's side, in his clear bed might have reposed still. But they must ope this blessed league to kill, and holy thoughted Lucrece to their sight must sell her joy, her life, her world's delight. Her lily hand her rosy cheek lies under, cozening the pillow of a lawful kiss, who therefore angry seems to part in sunder, swelling on either side to want his bliss, between whose hills her head entombed is, where like a virtuous monument she lies, to be admired of lewd, unhallowed eyes. Without the bed her other fair hand was, on the green coverlet, whose perfect white showed like an April daisy on the grass, with pearly sweat, resembling dew of night, her eyes like marigolds had sheathed their light, and canopied in darkness sweetly lay, till they might open to adorn the day. Her hair like golden threads played with her breath, O modest wantons, wanton modesty, showing life's triumph in the map of death, and death's dim look in life's mortality, each in her sleep themselves so beautify, as if between them twain there were no strife, but that life lived in death, and death in life. Her breasts, like ivory globes circled with blue, a pair of maiden worlds unconquered, save of their lord, no bearing yoke they knew, and him by oath they truly honoured. These worlds in Tarquin new ambition bred, who, like a foul usurper, went about from this fair throne to heave the owner out. What could he see but mightily he noted? What did he note but strongly he desired? What he beheld, on that he firmly doted, and in his will, his wilful eye he tired. With more than admiration he admired her azure veins, her alabaster skin, her coral lips, her snow-white dimpled chin. As the grim lion fawneth o'er his prey, sharp hunger by the conquest satisfied, so o'er this sleeping soul doth Tarquin stay, his rage of lust by grazing qualified. Slacked, not suppressed, for standing by her side, his eye which late this mutiny restrains, unto a greater uproar tempts his veins. And they, like straggling slaves for pillage fighting, obdurate vassals fell exploits effecting, in bloody death and ravishment delighting, nor children's tears nor mothers' groans respecting, swell in their pride, the onset still expecting. Anon his beating heart, alarum striking, gives the hot charge, and bids them do their liking. His drumming heart cheers up his burning eye, his eye commends the leading to his hand, as proud of such a dignity, smoking with pride, marched on to make his stand on her bare breast, the heart of all her land, whose ranks of blue veins, as his hand did scale, left their round turrets destitute and pale. They, mustering to the quiet cabinet where their dear governess and lady lies, do tell her she is dreadfully beset, and fright her with confusion of their cries. She, much amazed, breaks ope her locked up eyes, who, peeping forth this tumult to behold, are by his flaming torch dimmed and controlled. Imagine her as one in dead of night, From forth dull sleep by dreadful fancy waking, That thinks she hath beheld some ghastly sprite, Whose grim aspect sets every joint a shaking. What terror 'tis! But she, in worser taking, From sleep disturbed, heedfully doth view The sight which makes supposed terror true. Wrapt and confounded in 1,000 fears, Like to a new killed bird she trembling lies. She dares not look, yet winking there appears Quick shifting antics ugly in her eyes. Such shadows are the weak brain's forgeries, Who, angry that the eyes fly from their lights, In darkness daunts them with more dreadful sights. His hand that yet remains upon her breast, Rude ram to batter such an ivory wall, May feel her heart, poor citizen, distressed, Wounding itself to death, rise up and fall, Beating her bulk that his hand shakes withal. This moves in him more rage and lesser pity, To make the breach and enter this sweet city. First like a trumpet doth his tongue begin To sound a parley to his heartless foe, Who o'er the white sheet peers her whiter chin, The reason of this rash alarm to know, Which he by dumb demeanours seeks to show. But she with vehement prayers urgeth still, Under what colour he commits this ill. Thus he replies: The colour in thy face, That even for anger makes the lily pale, And the red rose blush at her own disgrace, Shall plead for me and tell my loving tale. Under that colour am I come to scale Thy never conquered fort. The fault is thine, For those thine eyes betray thee unto mine. Thus I forestall thee, if thou mean to chide, Thy beauty hath ensnared thee to this night, Where thou with patience must my will abide, My will, that marks thee for my earth's delight, Which I to conquer sought with all my might. But as reproof and reason beat it dead, By thy bright beauty was it newly bred. I see what crosses my attempt will bring, I know what thorns the growing rose defends, I think the honey guarded with a sting. All this beforehand counsel comprehends, But will is deaf, and hears no heedful friends. Only he hath an eye to gaze on beauty, And dotes on what he looks 'gainst law or duty. I have debated even in my soul What wrong, what shame, what sorrow I shall breed, But nothing can affection's course control, Or stop the headlong fury of his speed. I know repentant tears ensue the deed, Reproach, disdain, and deadly enmity, Yet strike I to embrace mine infamy. This said, he shakes aloft his Roman blade, Which, like a falcon towering in the skies, Coucheth the fowl below with his wings' shade, Whose crooked beak threats if he mount he dies. So under his insulting falchion lies Harmless Lucretia, marking what he tells With trembling fear, as fowl hear falcons' bells. Lucrece, quoth he, this night I must enjoy thee. If thou deny, then force must work my way, For in thy bed I purpose to destroy thee. That done, some worthless slave of thine I'll slay, To kill thine honour with thy life's decay. And in thy dead arms do I mean to place him, Swearing I slew him, seeing thee embrace him. So thy surviving husband shall remain The scornful mark of every open eye. Thy kinsmen hang their heads at this disdain, Thy issue blurred with nameless bastardy, And thou, the author of their obloquy, Shall have thy trespass cited up in rhymes, And sung by children in succeeding times. But if thou yield, I rest thy secret friend. The fault unknown is as a thought unacted, A little harm done to a great good end, For lawful policy remains enacted. The poisonous simple sometimes is compacted In a pure compound, being so applied, His venom in effect is purified. Then for thy husband and thy children's sake Tender my suit, bequeath not to their lot the shame that from them no device can take, the blemish that will never be forgot. Worse than a slavish wipe or birth hours blot, for marks descried in men's nativity are nature's faults, not their own infamy. Here with a cockatrice's dead killing eye he roused up himself and makes a pause, while she, the picture of pure piety, like a white hind under the grip's sharp claws, pleads in a wilderness where are no laws, to the rough beast that knows no gentle right, nor aught obeys but his foul appetite. But when a black-faced cloud the world doth threat, in his dim mist the aspiring mountains hiding, from earth's dark womb some gentle gust doth get, which blows these pitchy vapours from their biding, hindering their present fall by this dividing, so his unhallowed haste her words delays, and moody Pluto winks while Orpheus plays. End of Part 13. Part 14 of Benjamin Britten's Source Stories of 12 Operas by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 14, The Rape of Lucrece by William Shakespeare. Section 2. Yet, foul night-working cat, he doth but dally, while in his hold-fast foot the weak mouse panteth. Her sad behaviour feeds his vulture folly, a swallowing gulf that even in plenty wanteth. His ear her prayer admits, but his heart granteth no penetrable entrance to her plaining. Tears harden lust, though marble wear with raining. Her pity-pleading eyes are sadly fixed in the remorseless wrinkles of his face. Her modest eloquence with sighs is mixed, which to her oratory adds more grace. She puts the period often from his place, and midst the sentence so her accent breaks, that twice she doth begin ere once she speaks. She conjures him by high almighty Jove, by knighthood, gentry, and sweet friendship's oath, by her untimely tears, her husband's love, by holy human law and common troth, by heaven and earth and all the power of both, that to his borrowed bed he make retire, and stoop to honour, not to foul desire. Quoth she, reward not hospitality with such black payment as thou hast pretended. Mud not the fountain that gave drink to thee. Mar not the thing that cannot be amended. End thy ill aim before the shoot be ended. He is no woodman that doth bend his bow to strike a poor unseasonable doe. My husband is thy friend, for his sake spare me. Thyself art mighty, for thine own sake leave me. Myself a weakling, do not then ensnare me. Thou lookest not like deceit, do not deceive me. My sighs like whirlwinds labour hence to heave thee. If ever man were moved with woman's moans, be moved with my tears, my sighs, my groans. All which together like a troubled ocean beat at thy rocky and wreck-threatening heart, to soften it with their continual motion, for stones dissolved to water do convert. Oh, if no harder than a stone thou art, melt at my tears and be compassionate. Soft pity enters at an iron gate. In Tarquin's likeness I did entertain thee, hast thou put on his shape to do him shame? To all the host of heaven I complain me, thou wrong'st his honour, wound'st his princely name. Thou art not what thou seem'st, and if the same, thou seem'st not what thou art, a god, a king, for kings like gods should govern everything. How will thy shame be seeded in thine age, when thus thy vices bud before thy spring? If in thy hope thou darest do such outrage, what darest thou not when once thou art a king? Oh, be remembered! No outrageous thing from vassal actors can be wiped away, then kings' misdeeds cannot be hid in clay. This deed will make thee only loved for fear, but happy monarchs still are feared for love. With foul offenders thou perforce must bear, when they in thee the like offences prove. If but for fear of this, they will remove. For princes are the glass, the school, the book, where subjects' eyes do learn, do read, do look. And wilt thou be the school where lust shall learn? Must he in thee read lectures of such shame? Wilt thou be glass, wherein it shall discern Authority for sin, warrant for blame, to privilege dishonour in thy name? Thou back'st reproach against long-living laud, And mak'st fair reputation but a bawd. Hast thou command? By him that gave it thee, from a pure heart command thy rebel will, Draw not thy sword to guard iniquity, for it was lent thee, all that brood to kill. Thy princely office how canst thou fulfil, when patterned by thy fault, foul sin may say, he learned to sin, and thou didst teach the way? Think but how vile a spectacle it were to view thy present trespass in another. Men's faults do seldom to themselves appear, their own transgressions partially they smother. This guilt would seem death worthy in thy brother. Oh, how are they wrapped in with infamies, that from their own misdeeds askance their eyes? To thee, my heaved up hands appeal, Not to seducing lust, thy rash relier. I sue for exiled majesty's repeal, Let him return, and flattering thoughts retire. His true respect will prison false desire, And wipe the dim mist from thy doting eyne, That thou shalt see thy state, and pity mine. Have done, quoth he, my uncontrolled tide Turns not, but swells the higher by this let. Small lights are soon blown out, huge fires abide, And with the wind in greater fury fret. The petty streams that pay a daily debt To their salt sovereign, with their fresh falls haste, Add to his flow, but alter not his taste. Thou art, quoth she, a sea, a sovereign king, And lo, there falls into thy boundless flood Black lust, dishonour, shame, misgoverning, Who seek to stain the ocean of thy blood. If all these petty ills shall change thy good, Thy sea within a puddle's womb is hearsed, And not the puddle in thy sea dispersed. So shall these slaves be king, and thou their slave; Thou nobly base, they basely dignified; Thou their fair life, and they thy fouler grave; Thou loathed in their shame, they in thy pride. The lesser thing should not the greater hide. The cedar stoops not to the base shrub's foot, But low shrubs wither at the cedar's root. So let thy thoughts, low vassals to thy state. No more, quoth he, by heaven I will not hear thee, Yield to my love; if not, enforced hate, Instead of love's coy touch shall rudely tear thee. That done, despitefully I mean to bear thee Unto the base bed of some rascal groom, To be thy partner in this shameful doom. This said, he sets his foot upon the light, For light and lust are deadly enemies. Shame folded up in blind concealing night, When most unseen, then most doth tyrannize. The wolf hath seized his prey, the poor lamb cries, Till with her own white fleece, her voice controlled, Entombs her outcry in her lips' sweet fold. For with the nightly linen that she wears, He pens her piteous clamours in her head, Cooling his hot face in the chaste tears That ever modest eyes with sorrow shed. Oh, that prone lust should stain so pure a bed! The spots whereof, could weeping purify, Her tears should drop on them perpetually. But she hath lost a dearer thing than life, and he hath won what he would lose again. This forced league doth force a further strife, this momentary joy breeds months of pain, this hot desire converts to cold disdain. Pure chastity is rifled of her store, and lust the thief far poorer than before. Look, as the full-fed hound or gorged hawk, unapt for tender smell or speedy flight, make slow pursuit or altogether balk the prey wherein by nature they delight, so surfeit-taking Tarquin fares this night. His taste delicious, in digestion souring, devours his will, that lived by foul devouring. O deeper sin than bottomless conceit can comprehend in still imagination, drunken desire must vomit his receipt ere he can see his own abomination. While lust is in his pride, no exclamation can curb his heat or rein his rash desire, till like a jade self-will himself doth tire. And then with lank and lean discoloured cheek, with heavy eye, knit brow, and strengthless pace, feeble desire, all recreant, poor and meek, like to a bankrupt beggar wails his case, the flesh being proud, desire doth fight with grace. For there it revels, and when that decays, the guilty rebel for remission prays. So fares it with this faultful lord of Rome, who this accomplishment so hotly chased, for now against himself he sounds this doom, that through the length of times he stands disgraced. Besides, his soul's fair temple is defaced, to whose weak ruins mustered troops of cares, to ask the spotted princess how she fares. She says, her subjects with foul insurrection have battered down her consecrated wall, and by their mortal fault brought in subjection her immortality, and made her thrall to living death and pain perpetual, which in her prescience she controlled still, but her foresight could not forestall their will. Even in this thought through the dark night he stealeth, a captive victor that hath lost in gain, bearing away the wound that nothing healeth, the scar that will, despite of cure, remain, leaving his spoil perplexed in greater pain. She bears the load of lust he left behind, and he the burden of a guilty mind. He like a thievish dog creeps sadly thence, she like a wearied lamb lies panting there. He scowls and hates himself for his offence, she, desperate, with her nails her flesh doth tear. He faintly flies, sweating with guilty fear, she stays, exclaiming on the direful night. He runs and chides his vanished loathed delight. He thence departs a heavy convertite, she there remains a hopeless castaway. He in his speed looks for the morning light, she prays she never may behold the day. For day, quoth she, night's scapes doth open lay, and my true eyes have never practised how to cloak offences with a cunning brow. They think not but that every eye can see the same disgrace which they themselves behold, and therefore would they still in darkness be, to have their unseen sin remain untold. For they their guilt with weeping will unfold, and grave, like water that doth eat and steal, upon my cheeks what helpless shame I feel. Here she exclaims against repose and rest, and bids her eyes hereafter still be blind. She wakes her heart by beating on her breast, and bids it leap from thence, where it may find some purer chest, to close so pure a mind. Frantic with grief, thus breathes she forth her spite against the unseen secrecy of night. O comfort-killing night, image of hell, dim register and notary of shame, black stage for tragedies and murders fell, vast sin-concealing chaos, nurse of blame, blind muffled bawd, dark harbour for defame, grim cave of death, whispering conspirator with close-tongued treason and the ravisher. O hateful vaporous and foggy night, since thou art guilty of my cureless crime, muster thy mists to meet the eastern light, make war against proportioned course of time, or if thou wilt permit the sun to climb his wonted height, yet ere he go to bed, knit poisonous clouds about his golden head. With rotten damps ravish the morning air, let their exhaled unwholesome breaths make sick the life of purity, the supreme fair, ere he arrive his weary noontide prick, and let thy misty vapours march so thick that in their smoky ranks his smothered light may set at noon and make perpetual night. Were Tarquin night, as he is but night's child, the silver shining queen he would disdain, her twinkling handmaids too, by him defiled, through night's black bosom should not peep again. So should I have co-partners in my pain, and fellowship in woe doth woe assuage, as palmers' chat makes short their pilgrimage. Where now I have no one to blush with me, to cross their arms and hang their heads with mine, to mask their brows and hide their infamy, but I alone, alone must sit and pine, seasoning the earth with showers of silver brine, mingling my talk with tears, my grief with groans, poor wasting monuments of lasting moans. O night, thou furnace of foul reeking smoke, let not the jealous day behold that face which underneath thy black all-hiding cloak immodesty lies martyred with disgrace. Keep still possession of thy gloomy place, that all the faults which in thy reign are made may likewise be sepulchred in thy shade. Make me not object to the tell-tale day, the light will show, charactered in my brow, the story of sweet chastity's decay, the impious breach of holy wedlock vow, yea, the illiterate that know not how to cipher what is writ in learned books, will quote my loathsome trespass in my looks. The nurse to still her child will tell my story, and fright her crying babe with Tarquin's name. The orator to deck his oratory will couple my reproach to Tarquin's shame. Feast-finding minstrels, tuning my defame, will tie the hearers to attend each line, how Tarquin wronged me, I, Collatine. Let my good name, that senseless reputation, for Collatine's dear love be kept unspotted. If that be made a theme for disputation, the branches of another root are rotted, an undeserved reproach to him allotted. That is as clear from this attaint of mine, as I ere this was pure to Collatine. O unseen shame, invisible disgrace, O unfelt sore, crest-wounding private scar! Reproach is stamped in Collatina's face, and Tarquin's eyes may read the mote afar, how he in peace is wounded, not in war. Alas, how many bear such shameful blows, which not themselves, but he that gives them, knows. If, Collatine, thine honour lay in me, from me by strong assault it is bereft. My honey lost, and I, a drone-like bee, have no perfection of my summer left, but robbed and ransacked by injurious theft. In thy weak hive a wandering wasp hath crept, and sucked the honey which thy chaste bee kept. Yet am I guilty of thy honour's wrack, yet for thy honour did I entertain him, coming from thee I could not put him back, for it had been dishonour to disdain him, besides of weariness he did complain him, and talked of virtue, O unlooked for evil, when virtue is profaned in such a devil. Why should the worm intrude the maiden bud, or hateful cuckoos hatch in sparrows' nests, or toads infect fair founts with venom mud, or tyrant folly lurk in gentle breasts, or kings be breakers of their own behests? But no perfection is so absolute that some impurity doth not pollute. The aged man that coffers up his gold is plagued with cramps and gouts and painful fits, and scarce hath eyes his treasure to behold, but like still pining Tantalus he sits, and useless barns the harvest of his wits, having no other pleasure of his gain, but torment that it cannot cure his pain. So then he hath it when he cannot use it, and leaves it to be mastered by his young, who in their pride do presently abuse it. Their father was too weak, and they too strong, to hold their cursed blessed fortune long. The sweets we wish for turn to loathed sours, even in the moment that we call them ours. Unruly blasts wait on the tender spring, unwholesome weeds take root with precious flowers, the adder hisses where the sweet birds sing, what virtue breeds, iniquity devours. We have no good that we can say is ours, but ill annexed opportunity, or kills his life, or else his quality. O Opportunity, thy guilt is great, 'tis thou that executest the traitor's treason. Thou set'st the wolf where he the lamb may get, whoever plots the sin, thou point'st the season. 'Tis thou that spurn'st at right, at law, at reason, and in thy shady cell, where none may spy him, sits Sin, to seize the souls that wander by him. Thou mak'st the vestal violate her oath, thou blow'st the fire when temperance is thawed, thou smotherest honesty, thou murderest troth, thou foul abettor, thou notorious bawd, thou plantest scandal and displacest laud. Thou ravisher, thou traitor, thou false thief, thy honey turns to gall, thy joy to grief. Thy secret pleasure turns to open shame, thy private feasting to a public fast, thy smoothing titles to a ragged name, thy sugared tongue to bitter wormwood taste, thy violent vanities can never last. How comes it then, vile Opportunity, being so bad, such numbers seek for thee? When wilt thou be the humble suppliant's friend, and bring him where his suit may be obtained? When wilt thou sort an hour great strifes to end, or free that soul which wretchedness hath chained? Give physic to the sick, ease to the pained, the poor, lame, blind, halt, creep, cry out for thee, but they ne'er meet with Opportunity. The patient dies while the physician sleeps, the orphan pines while the oppressor feeds, justice is feasting while the widow weeps, advice is sporting while infection breeds. Thou grantest no time for charitable deeds. Wrath, envy, treason, rape, and murder's rages, thy heinous hours wait on them as their pages. When truth and virtue have to do with thee, 1,000 crosses keep them from thy aid. They buy thy help, but sin ne'er gives a fee, he gratis comes, and thou art well apaid, as well to hear as grant what he hath said. My Collatine would else have come to me when Tarquin did, but he was stayed by thee. Guilty thou art of murder and of theft, guilty of perjury and subornation, guilty of treason, forgery and shift, guilty of incest, that abomination, an accessory by thine inclination to all sins past, and all that are to come, from the creation to the general doom. Misshapen time, copsemate of ugly night, swift subtle post, carrier of grisly care, eater of youth, false slave to false delight, base watch of woes, sin's pack-horse, virtue's snare, thou nursest all and murderest all that are. O hear me then, injurious shifting time, be guilty of my death, since of my crime. Why hath thy servant Opportunity betrayed the hours thou gavest me to repose, cancelled my fortunes, and enchained me to endless date of never-ending woes? Time's office is to find the hate of foes, to eat up errors by opinion bred, not spend the dowry of a lawful bed. Time's glory is to calm contending kings, to unmask falsehood and bring truth to light, to stamp the seal of time in aged things, to wake the morn and sentinel the night, to wrong the wronger till he render right, to ruinate proud buildings with thy hours, and smear with dust their glittering golden towers. To fill with wormholes stately monuments, to feed oblivion with decay of things, to blot old books and alter their contents, to pluck the quills from ancient ravens' wings, to dry the old oak's sap and cherish springs, to spoil antiquities of hammered steel, and turn the giddy round of fortune's wheel. To show the beldame daughters of her daughter, to make the child a man, the man a child, to slay the tiger that doth live by slaughter, to tame the unicorn and lion wild, to mock the subtle, in themselves beguiled, to cheer the ploughman with increaseful crops, and waste huge stones with little water drops. Why work'st thou mischief in thy pilgrimage, unless thou couldst return to make amends? One poor retiring minute in an age would purchase thee 1,000,000 friends, lending him wit that to bad debtors lends. Oh, this dread night, wouldst thou 1 hour come back, I could prevent this storm and shun thy wrack. Thou ceaseless lackey to eternity, with some mischance cross Tarquin in his flight, devise extremes beyond extremity, to make him curse this cursed crimeful night, let ghastly shadows his lewd eyes affright, and the dire thought of his committed evil shape every bush a hideous shapeless devil. Disturb his hours of rest with restless trances, afflict him in his bed with bed-rid groans, let there bechance him pitiful mischances to make him moan, but pity not his moans, stone him with hardened hearts harder than stones, and let mild women to him lose their mildness, wilder to him than tigers in their wildness. Let him have time to tear his curled hair, let him have time against himself to rave, let him have time of time's help to despair, let him have time to live a loathed slave, let him have time a beggar's orts to crave, and time to see one that by alms doth live, disdain to him disdained scraps to give. Let him have time to see his friends, his foes, and merry fools to mock at him resort. Let him have time to mark how slow time goes in time of sorrow, and how swift and short his time of folly and his time of sport, and ever let his unrecalling crime have time to wail the abusing of his time. O Time, thou tutor both to good and bad, teach me to curse him that thou toss'st this ill. At his own shadow let the thief run mad, himself seek every hour to kill. Such wretched hands such wretched blood should spill, for who so base would such an office have as slanderous deathsman to so base a slave? The baser is he, coming from a king, to shame his hope with deeds degenerate. The mightier man, the mightier is the thing that makes him honoured or begets him hate, for greatest scandal waits on greatest state. The moon being clouded presently is mist, but little stars may hide them when they list. The crow may bathe his coal-black wings in mire, and unperceived fly with the filth away, but if the like the snow-white swan desire, the stain upon his silver down will stay. Poor grooms are sightless night, kings glorious day. Gnats are unnoticed wheresoe'er they fly, but eagles gazed upon with every eye. Out idle words, servants to shallow fools, unprofitable sounds, weak arbitrators, busy yourselves in skill contending schools, debate where leisure serves with dull debaters, to trembling clients be you mediators. For me, I force not arguments a straw, since that my case is past the help of law. In vain I rail at opportunity, at time, at Tarquin, and uncheerful night; in vain I cavil with mine infamy, in vain I spurn at my confirm'd despite. This helpless smoke of words doth me no right. The remedy indeed to do me good is to let forth my foul defiled blood. Poor hand, why quiverest thou at this decree? Honour thyself to rid me of this shame, for if I die, my honour lives in thee, but if I live, thou livest in my defame. Since thou couldst not defend thy loyal dame, and wast afeard to scratch her wicked foe, kill both thyself and her for yielding so. This said, from her betumbled couch she starteth, to find some desperate instrument of death, but this no slaughter house, no tool imparteth, to make more vent for passage of her breath, which thronging through her lips so vanisheth as smoke from Etna, that in air consumes, or that which from discharged cannon fumes. In vain, quoth she, I live, and seek in vain some happy mean to end a hapless life. I feared by Tarquin's falchion to be slain, yet for the self same purpose seek a knife. But when I feared, I was a loyal wife, so am I now. Oh no, that cannot be. Of that true type hath Tarquin rifled me. Oh, that is gone for which I sought to live, and therefore now I need not fear to die. To clear this spot by death, at least I give a badge of fame to slander's livery, a dying life to living infamy. Poor helpless help, the treasure stolen away, to burn the guiltless casket where it lay. Well, well, dear Collatine, thou shalt not know the stained taste of violated troth. I will not wrong thy true affection so, to flatter thee with an infringed oath. This bastard graft shall never come to growth. He shall not boast who did thy stock pollute, that thou art doting father of his fruit. Nor shall he smile at thee in secret thought, nor laugh with his companions at thy state. But thou shalt know thy interest was not bought Basely with gold, but stolen from forth thy gate. For me, I am the mistress of my fate, and with my trespass never will dispense, Till life to death acquit my forced offence. I will not poison thee with my attaint, nor fold my fault in cleanly coined excuses. My sable ground of sin I will not paint, to hide the truth from this false night's abuses. My tongue shall utter all, mine eyes like sluices, as from a mountain spring that feeds a dale, shall gush pure streams to purge my impure tale. By this, lamenting Philomel had ended the well-tuned warble of her nightly sorrow, and solemn night with slow sad gait descended to ugly hell, when lo the blushing morrow lends light to all fair eyes that light will borrow. But cloudy Lucrece shames herself to see, and therefore still in night would cloistered be. Revealing day through every cranny spies, and seems to point her out where she sits weeping, to whom she sobbing speaks, O eye of eyes, why pryest thou through my window? Leave thy peeping, mock with thy tickling beams eyes that are sleeping, brand not my forehead with thy piercing light, for day hath naught to do what's done by night. Thus cavils she with everything she sees. True grief is fond and testy as a child, who wayward once his mood with nought agrees. Old woes, not infant sorrows, bear them mild, Continuance tames the one, the other wild Like an unpractised swimmer plunging still, With too much labour drowns for want of skill. So she, deep drench'd in a sea of care, Holds disputation with each thing she views, And to herself all sorrow doth compare, No object but her passion's strength renews, And as one shifts, another straight ensues. Sometime her grief is dumb and hath no words, Sometime 'tis mad, and too much talk affords. The little birds that tune their morning's joy make her moans mad with their sweet melody. For mirth doth search the bottom of Noye, sad souls are slain in merry company. Grief best is pleased with grief's society, true sorrow then is feelingly sufficed when with like semblance it is sympathized. 'Tis double death to drown in ken of shore, he 10 times pines that pines beholding food. To see the salve doth make the wound ache more, great grief grieves most at that would do it good. Deep woes roll forward like a gentle flood, who being stopped the bounding banks o'erflows, grief dallied with, nor law nor limit knows. You mocking birds, quoth she, your tunes entomb within your hollow swelling feathered breasts, and in my hearing be you mute and dumb. My restless discord loves no stops nor rests, a woeful hostess brooks not merry guests. Relish your nimble notes to pleasing ears, distress likes dumps when time is kept with tears. Come, Philomel, that sing'st of ravishment, make thy sad grove in my dishevelled hair. As the dank earth weeps at thy languishment, so I at each sad strain will strain a tear, and with deep groans the diapason bear. For burden wise I'll hum on Tarquin still, while thou on Tereus descantest better skill. And whiles against a thorn thou bear'st thy part, To keep thy sharp woes waking, wretched I To imitate thee well, against my heart Will fix a sharp knife to affright mine eye, Who if it wink shall thereon fall and die. These means, as frets upon an instrument, Shall tune our heart strings to true languishment. And for, poor bird, thou singest not in the day, As shaming any eye should thee behold, Some dark deep desert, seated from the way, That knows not parching heat nor freezing cold, Will we find out; and there we will unfold To creatures stern sad tunes to change their kinds, Since men prove beasts, let beasts bear gentle minds. Part 14. Part 15 of Benjamin Britten, Source Stories of 12 Operas, by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 15. The Rape of Lucrece, by William Shakespeare. Section 3. As the poor frightened deer that stands at gaze, Wildly determining which way to fly, Or one encompassed with a winding maze That cannot tread the way out readily, So with herself is she in mutiny, To live or die, which of the twain were better, When life is shamed, and death reproaches debtor. To kill myself, quoth she, alack, what were it, But with my body, my poor soul's pollution? They that lose half with greater patience bear it, Than they whose whole is swallowed in confusion. That mother tries a merciless conclusion, Who having 2 sweet babes, when death takes one, Will slay the other, and be nurse to none. My body or my soul, which was the dearer, When the one pure, the other made divine? Whose love of either to myself was nearer, When both were kept for heaven and Collatine? Ah me! the bark peeled from the lofty pine, His leaves will wither and his sap decay, So must my soul, her bark being peeled away. Her houses sacked, her quiet interrupted, Her mansion battered by the enemy, Her sacred temple spotted, spoiled, corrupted, Grossly ingirt with daring infamy. Then let it not be called impiety, If in this blemish'd fort I make some hole Through which I may convey this troubled soul. Yet die I will not till my Collatine Have heard the cause of my untimely death. that he may vow, in that sad hour of mine, revenge on him that made me stop my breath. My stained blood to Tarquin I'll bequeath, which by him tainted shall for him be spent, and as his due writ in my testament. My honour I'll bequeath unto the knife that wounds my body so dishonoured. 'Tis honour to deprive dishonoured life, the one will live, the other being dead. So of shame's ashes shall my fame be bred, for in my death I murder shameful scorn. My shame so dead, mine honour is new born. Dear Lord, of that dear jewel I have lost, what legacy shall I bequeath to thee? My resolution, love, shall be thy boast, by whose example thou revenged may'st be. How Tarquin must be used, read it in me. Myself, thy friend, will kill myself, thy foe, and for my sake serve thou false Tarquin so. This brief abridgment of my will I make, my soul and body to the skies and ground. My resolution, husband, do thou take, mine honour be the knife's that makes my wound, my shame be his that did my fame confound, and all my fame that lives dispersed be to those that live and think no shame of me. Thou, Collatine, shall oversee this will. How was I overseen, that thou shalt see it? My blood shall wash the slander of mine ill, my life's foul deed, my life's fair end shall free it. Faint not, faint heart, but stoutly say, so be it. Yield to my hand shall conquer thee. Thou dead, both die, and both shall victors be. This plot of death when sadly she had laid, and wiped the brinish pearl from her bright eyes, with untuned tongue she hoarsely called her maid, who swift obedience to her mistress hies. For fleet-winged duty with thought's feathers fly. Poor Lucrece's cheeks unto her maid seem so, as winter meads when sun doth melt their snow. Her mistress she doth give demure good morrow, with soft slow tongue, true mark of modesty, and sorts a sad look to her lady's sorrow, for why her face wore sorrow's livery, but durst not ask of her audaciously, why her two sons were cloud eclipsed so, nor why her fair cheeks overwashed with woe. But as the earth doth weep, the sun being set, each flower moistened like a melting eye, even so the maid with swelling drops can wet her circled eyne, enforced by sympathy of those fair suns set in her mistress' sky, who in a salt-waved ocean quench their light, which makes the maid weep like the dewy night. A pretty while these pretty creatures stand, like ivory conduits coral cisterns filling. One justly weeps, the other takes in hand no cause but company of her drops spilling. Their gentle sex to weep are often willing, grieving themselves to guess at others' smarts, and then they drown their eyes or break their hearts. For men have marble, women waxen minds, and therefore are they formed as marble will. The weak oppressed, the impression of strange kinds is formed in them by force, by fraud, or skill. Then call them not the authors of their ill, no more than wax shall be accounted evil, wherein is stamped the semblance of a devil. Their smoothness, like a goodly champaign plain, lays open all the little worms that creep. In men, as in a rough-grown grove, remain cave-keeping evils that obscurely sleep. Through crystal walls each little mote will peep. Though men can cover crimes with bold stern looks, poor women's faces are their own faults' books. No man inveighs against the withered flower, but chide rough winter that the flower hath killed. Not that devoured, but that which doth devour, is worthy blame. O let it not be hilled poor women's faults, that they are so fulfilled with men's abuses. Those proud lords to blame make weak-made women tenants to their shame. The precedent whereof in Lucrece's view, assailed by night with circumstances strong of present death, and shame that might ensue by that her death, to do her husband wrong, such danger to resistance did belong. The dying fear through all her body spread, and who cannot abuse a body dead? By this mild patience bid fair Lucrece speak to the poor counterfeit of her complaining. My girl, quoth she, on what occasion break those tears from thee that down thy cheeks are raining? If thou dost weep for grief of my sustaining, know, gentle wench, it small avails my mood. If tears could help, mine own would do me good. But tell me, girl, when went, and there she stayed till after a deep groan, Tarquin from hence? Madam, ere I was up, replied the maid, the more to blame my sluggard negligence, yet with the fault I thus far can dispense. Myself was stirring ere the break of day, and ere I rose was Tarquin gone away. But, lady, if your maid may be so bold, she would request to know your heaviness. O peace, quoth Lucrece, if it should be told, the repetition cannot make it less, for more it is than I can well express, and that deep torture may be called a hell, when more is felt than one hath power to tell. Go, get me hither paper, ink, pen, yet save that labour, for I have them here. What should I say? One of my husband's men bid thou be ready by and by to bear a letter to my lord, my love, my dear. Bid him with speed prepare to carry it, the cause craves haste, and it will soon be writ. Her maid is gone, and she prepares to write, first hovering o'er the paper with her quill. Conceit and grief an eager combat fight, what wit sets down is blotted straight with will. This is too curious good, this blunt and ill. Much like a press of people at a door, throng her inventions, which shall go before. At last she thus begins: Thou worthy lord, of that unworthy wife that greeteth thee, health to thy person. Next vouchsafe to afford, if ever love thy Lucrece thou wilt see, some present speed to come and visit me. So I commend me from our house in grief, my woes are tedious, though my words are brief. Here folds she up the tenor of her woe, her certain sorrow writ uncertainly. By this short schedule Collatine may know her grief, but not her grief's true quality. She dares not thereof make discovery, lest he should hold it her own gross abuse, ere she with blood had stained her stained excuse. Besides, the life and feeling of her passion she hoards to spend when he is by to hear her, when sighs and groans and tears may grace the fashion of her disgrace, the better so to clear her from that suspicion which the world might bear her. To shun this blot she would not blot the letter with words, till action might become them better. To see sad sights moves more than hear them told, for then the eye interprets to the ear the heavy motion that it doth behold, when every part a part of woe doth bear. 'Tis but a part of sorrow that we hear. Deep sounds make lesser noise than shallow fords, and sorrow ebbs, being blown with wind of words. Her letter now is sealed, and on it writ, At Ardea to my lord with more than haste. The post attends, and she delivers it, charging the sour-faced groom to hie as fast as lagging fowls before the northern blast. Speed more than speed, but dull and slow she deems, extremely still urgeth such extremes. The homely villain curtsies to her low, and, blushing on her, with a steadfast eye receives the scroll, without or yea or no, and forth with bashful innocence doth hie. But they whose guilt within their bosoms lie imagine every eye beholds their blame, for Lucrece thought he blushed to see her shame. When, silly groom, God wot it was defect of spirit, life, and bold audacity. Such harmless creatures have a true respect to talk and deeds, while others saucily promise more speed, but do it leisurely. Even so this pattern of the worn-out age pawned honest looks, but laid no words to gauge. His kindled duty kindled her mistrust, that two red fires in both their faces blazed. She thought he blushed as knowing Tarquin's lust, and blushing with him, wistly on him gazed, her earnest eye did make him more amazed. The more saw the blood his cheeks replenish, the more she thought he spied in her some blemish. But long she thinks till he return again, and yet the duteous vassal scarce is gone. The weary time she cannot entertain, for now 'tis stale to sigh, to weep, to groan. So woe hath wearied woe, moan, tired moan, that she her plaints a little while doth stay, pausing for means to mourn some newer way. At last she calls to mind where hangs a piece of skilful painting, made for Priam's Troy, before the which is drawn the power of Greece, for Helen's rape the city to destroy, threatening cloud-kissing Ilion with Noye, which the conceited painter drew so proud as heaven, it seemed, to kiss the turrets bowed. 1,000 lamentable objects there, in scorn of nature, art gave lifeless life. Many a dry drop seemed a weeping tear, shed for the slaughtered husband by the wife. The red blood reeked to show the painter's strife. The dying eyes gleamed forth their ashy lights, like dying coals burnt out in tedious nights. There might you see the labouring pioneer begrimed with sweat and smeared all with dust, and from the towers of Troy there would appear the very eyes of men through loopholes thrust, gazing upon the Greeks with little lust. Such sweet observance in this work was had, that one might see those far-off eyes look sad. In great commanders' grace and majesty you might behold, triumphing in their faces, in youth, quick bearing and dexterity, and here and there the painter interlaces pale cowards, marching on with trembling paces, which heartless peasants did so well resemble, that one would swear he saw them quake and tremble. In Ajax and Ulysses, oh, what art of physiognomy might one behold! The face of either ciphered either's heart, their face their manners most expressly told. In Ajax' eyes blunt rage and rigour rolled, but the mild glance that sly Ulysses lent showed deep regard and smiling government. There pleading might you see grave Nestor stand, as 'twere encouraging the Greeks to fight, making such sober action with his hand that it beguiled attention, charmed the sight. In speech it seemed his beard all silver white wagged up and down, and from his lips did fly thin winding breath, which purled up to the sky. About him were a press of gaping faces, which seemed to swallow up his sound advice, all jointly listening, but with several graces, as if some mermaid did their ears entice. Some high, some low, the painter was so nice, the scalps of many almost hid behind, to jump up higher seemed to mock the mind. Here one man's hand leaned on another's head, his nose being shadowed by his neighbour's ear. Here one being thronged bears back all bollen and red, another smothered seems to pelt and swear, and in their rage such signs of rage they bear, as but for loss of Nestor's golden words it seemed they would debate with angry swords. For much imaginary work was there, conceit deceitful, so compact, so kind, that for Achilles' image stood his spear, gripped in an armed hand himself behind, was left unseen, save to the eye of mind. A hand, a foot, a face, a leg, a head, stood for the whole to be imagined. And from the walls of strong besieged Troy, When their brave hope, bold Hector, marched to field, Stood many Trojan mothers, sharing joy To see their youthful sons bright weapons wield, And to their hope they such odd action yield, That through their light joy seemed to appear, Like bright things stained, a kind of heavy fear. And from the strand of Dardan where they fought, To Simois' reedy banks the red blood ran, Whose waves to imitate the battle sought With swelling ridges, and their ranks began To break upon the Gaullid shore, and than retire again, Till meeting greater ranks they join, and shoot their foam at Simois' banks. To this well painted piece is Lucrece come, To find a face where all distress is stilled. Many she sees, where cares have carved some, But none where all distress and dolour dwelled, Till she despairing Hecuba beheld, Staring on Priam's wounds with her old eyes, Which bleeding under Pyrrhus' proud foot lies. In her the painter had anatomized Time's ruin, beauty's wrack, and grim care's reign. Her cheeks with chops and wrinkles were disguised, Of what she was no semblance did remain, Her blue blood changed to black in every vein, Wanting the spring that those shrunk pipes had fed, Showed life imprisoned in a body dead. On this sad shadow Lucrece spends her eyes, And shapes her sorrow to the beldame's woes, Who nothing wants to answer her but cries And bitter words to ban her cruel foes. The painter was no god to lend her those, And therefore Lucrece swears he did her wrong To give her so much grief and not a tongue. Poor instrument, quoth she, without a sound I'll tune thy woes with my lamenting tongue, And drop sweet balm in Priam's painted wound, And rail on Pyrrhus that hath done him wrong, And with my tears quench Troy that burns so long, And with my knife scratch out the angry eyes Of all the Greeks that are thine enemies. Show me the strumpet that began this stir, That with my nails her beauty I may tear. Thy heat of lust, fond Paris, did incur This load of wrath that burning Troy doth bear. Thy eye kindled the fire that burneth here, And here in Troy, for trespass of thine eye, The sire, the son, the dame, and daughter die. Why should the private pleasure of some one become the public plaid of many moe? Let sin alone committed light alone upon his head that hath transgressed so. Let guiltless souls be freed from guilty woe, For one's offence why should so many fall To plague a private sin in general? Lo, here weeps Hecuba, here Priam dies, Here manly Hector faints, here Troilus swoons, Here friend by friend in bloody channel lies, And friend to friend gives unadvised wounds, And one man's lust these many lives confounds. Had doting Priam checked his son's desire, Troy had been bright with fame, and not with fire. Here feelingly she weeps Troy's painted woes, For sorrow, like a heavy hanging bell, Once set on ringing, with his own weight goes. Then little strength rings out the doleful knell. So Lucrece set a work sad tales doth tell, To pencilled pensiveness and coloured sorrow, She lends them words, and she their looks doth borrow. She throws her eyes about the painting round, And whom she finds forlorn she doth lament. At last she sees a wretched image bound, That piteous looks to Phrygian shepherds lent. His face, though full of cares, yet showed content. Onward to Troy with the blunt swains he goes, So mild, that patience seemed to scorn his woes. In him the painter laboured with his skill To hide deceit, and give the harmless show An humble gait, calm looks, eyes wailing still, A brow unbent, that seemed to welcome woe. Cheeks neither red nor pale, but mingled so, That blushing red no guilty instance gave, Nor ashy pale the fear that false hearts have. But like a constant and confirmed devil, he entertained a show so seeming just, and therein so ensconced his secret evil, that jealousy itself could not mistrust false creeping craft and perjury should thrust into so bright a day such black-faced storms, or blot with hell-born sin such saint-like forms. The well-skilled workman this mild image drew for perjured Sinon, whose enchanting story the credulous old Priam after slew, whose words like wildfire burnt the shining glory of rich-built Ilion, that the skies were sorry, and little stars shot from their fixed places when their glass fell wherein they viewed their faces. This picture she advisedly perused, and chid the painter for his wondrous skill, saying, some shape in Sinon was abused, so fair a form lodged not a mind so ill, and still on him she gazed, and gazing still, such signs of truth in his plain face she spied, that she concludes the picture was belied. It cannot be, quoth she, that so much guile, she would have said, can lurk in such a look. But Tarquin's shape came in her mind the while, and from her tongue can lurk from cannot took. It cannot be, she in that sense forsook, and turned it thus, it cannot be, I find, but such a face should bear a wicked mind. For even as subtle Sinon here is painted, so sober sad, so weary and so mild, as if with grief or travail he had fainted, to me came Tarquin armed, so beguiled with outward honesty, but yet defiled with inward vice, as Priam him did cherish, so did I Tarquin, so my Troy did perish. Look, look, how listening Priam wets his eyes to see those borrowed tears that Sinon sheds. Priam, why art thou old and yet not wise? For every tear he falls, a Trojan bleeds. His eye drops fire, no water thence proceeds. Those round clear pearls of his that move thy pity are balls of quenchless fire to burn thy city. Such devils steal effects from lightless hell, for Sinon in his fire doth quake with cold, and in that cold hot burning fire doth dwell. These contraries such unity do hold, only to flatter fools and make them bold. So Priam's trust false Sinon's tears doth flatter, that he finds means to burn his Troy with water. Here all enraged, such passion her assails, that patience is quite beaten from her breast. She tears the senseless Sinon with her nails, comparing him to that unhappy guest, whose deed hath made herself detest. At last she smilingly with this gives o'er, Fool, fool, quoth she, his wounds will not be sore. Thus ebbs and flows the current of her sorrow, and time doth weary time with her complaining. She looks for night, and then she longs for morrow, and both she thinks too long with her remaining. Short time seems long in sorrow's sharp sustaining. Though woe be heavy, yet it seldom sleeps, and they that watch see time, how slow it creeps. Which all this time hath overslipped her thought, that she with painted images hath spent, being from the feeling of her own grief brought by deep surmise of others' detriment, losing her woes in shows of discontent. It easeth some, though none it ever cured, to think their dolour others have endured. But now the mindful messenger come back, brings home his lord and other company, who finds his Lucrece clad in mourning black, and round about her tear distained eye blue circles streamed like rainbows in the sky. These water galls in her dim element foretell new storms to those already spent. Which when her sad beholding husband saw, amazedly in her sad face he stares. Her eyes, though sod in tears, looked red and raw, her lively colour killed with deadly cares. He hath no power to ask her how she fares, both stood like old acquaintance in a trance, met far from home, wondering each other's chance. At last he takes her by the bloodless hand, and thus begins, "What uncouth ill event hath thee befallen, that thou dost trembling stand? Sweet love, what spite hath thy fair colour spent? Why art thou thus attired in discontent? Unmask, dear, this moody heaviness, and tell thy grief, that we may give redress." 3 times with sighs she gives her sorrow fire, ere once she can discharge one word of woe. At length addressed to answer his desire, she modestly prepares to let them know her honour is ta'en prisoner by the foe, while Collatine and his consorted lords with sad attention long to hear her words. And now this pale swan in her watery nest begins the sad dirge of her certain ending. "Few words," quoth she, "shall fit the trespass best, where no excuse can give the fault amending. In me more woes than words are now depending, and my laments would be drawn out too long, to tell them all with one poor tired tongue. Then be this all the task it hath to say, Dear husband, in the interest of thy bed a stranger came, and on that pillow lay, where thou wast wont to rest thy weary head. And what wrong else may be imagined by foul enforcement might be done to me, from that, alas, thy Lucrece is not free. For in the dreadful dead of dark midnight, with shining falchion in my chamber came a creeping creature with a flaming light, and softly cried, Awake, thou Roman dame, and entertain my love, else lasting shame on thee and thine this night I will inflict, if thou my love's desire do contradict. For some hard-favoured groom of thine, quoth he, unless thou yoke thy liking to my will, I'll murder straight, and then I'll slaughter thee, and swear I found you where you did fulfil the loathsome act of lust, and so did kill the lechers in their deed. This act will be my fame and thy perpetual infamy. With this I did begin to start and cry, and then against my heart he sets his sword, swearing, unless I took all patiently, I should not live to speak another word. So should my shame still rest upon record, and never be forgot in mighty Rome the adulterate death of Lucrece and her groom. Mine enemy was strong, my poor self weak, and far the weaker with so strong a fear. My bloody judge forbade my tongue to speak, no rightful plea might plead for justice there. His scarlet lust came evidence to swear that my poor beauty had purloined his eyes, and when the judge is robbed, the prisoner dies. Oh, teach me how to make mine own excuse, or at the least this refuge let me find. Though my gross blood be stained with this abuse, immaculate and spotless is my mind, that was not forced, that never was inclined to accessory yieldings, but still pure, doth in her poisoned closet yet endure. Lo here, the hopeless merchant of this loss, with head declined and voice dammed up with woe, with sad set eyes and wretched arms across, from lips new waxen pale begins to blow the grief away that stops his answer so. But wretched as he is, he strives in vain, what he breathes out his breath drinks up again. As through an arch the violent roaring tide outruns the eye that doth behold his haste, yet in the eddy boundeth in his pride back to the strait that forced him on so fast. In rage sent out, recalled in rage, being past, even so his sighs his sorrows make a saw to push grief on, and back the same grief draw. Which speechless woe of his poor she attendeth, and his untimely frenzy thus awaketh. Dear Lord, thy sorrow to my sorrow lendeth another power, no flood by raining slaketh. My woe too sensible thy passion maketh more feeling painful. Let it then suffice to drown one woe, one pair of weeping eyes. And for my sake, when I might charm thee so, for she that was thy Lucrece, now attend me. be suddenly revenged on my foe, thine, mine, his own. Suppose thou dost defend me from what is past, the help that thou shalt lend me comes all too late, yet let the traitor die, for sparing justice feeds iniquity. But ere I name him, you fair lords, quoth she, speaking to those that came with Collatine, shall plight your honourable faiths to me, with swift pursuit to venge this wrong of mine, for 'tis a meritorious fair design to chase injustice with revengeful arms. Knights by their oaths should right poor ladies' harms. At this request, with noble disposition, each present lord began to promise aid, as bound in knighthood to her imposition, longing to hear the hateful foe bewrayed. But she, that yet her sad task hath not said, the protestation stops. "O speak," quoth she, "how may this forced stain be wiped from me? What is the quality of mine offence, being constrained with dreadful circumstance? May my pure mind with the foul act dispense, my low declined honour to advance? May any terms acquit me from this chance? The poisoned fountain clears itself again, and why not I from this compelled stain?" With this they all at once began to say, her body's stain her mind untainted clears, while with a joyless smile she turns away the face, that map which deep impression bears of hard misfortune, carved in it with tears. "No, no," quoth she, "no dame hereafter living by my excuse shall claim excuses giving." Here with a sigh, as if her heart would break, she throws forth Tarquin's name. He, she says, but more than he her poor tongue could not speak, till after many accents and delays, untimely breathings, sick and short assays, she utters this: he, fair lords, 'tis he that guides this hand to give this wound to me. Even here she sheathed in her harmless breast a harmful knife, that thence her soul unsheathed. That blow did bail it from the deep unrest of that polluted prison where it breathed. Her contrite sighs unto the clouds bequeathed her winged sprite, and through her wounds doth fly life's lasting date from cancelled destiny. Stone still, astonished with this deadly deed, stood Collatine and all his lordly crew, till Lucrece's father, that beholds her bleed, himself on her self-slaughtered body threw, and from the purple fountain Brutus drew the murderous knife, and as it left the place her blood in poor revenge held it in chase. And bubbling from her breast it doth divide in two slow rivers, that the crimson blood circles her body in on every side, who like a late sacked island vastly stood, bare and unpeopled in this fearful flood. Some of her blood still pure and red remained, and some looked black, and that false Tarquin stained. About the mourning and congealed face of that black blood a watery wriggle goes, which seems to weep upon the tainted place, and ever since, as pitying Lucrece's woes, corrupted blood some watery token shows, and blood untainted still doth red abide, blushing at that which is so putrefied. "Daughter, dear daughter," old Lucretius cries, "that life was mine which thou hast here deprived. If in the child the father's image lies, where shall I live, now Lucrece is unlived? Thou wast not to this end from me derived. If children predecease progenitors, we are their offspring, and they none of ours. Poor broken glass, I often did behold in thy sweet semblance my old age new born, but now that fair fresh mirror, dim and old, shows me a bare boned death by time outworn. O from thy cheeks my image thou hast torn, and shivered all the beauty of my glass, that I no more can see what once I was. O Time, cease thou thy course and last no longer, if they surcease to be that should survive. Shall rotten death make conquest of the stronger, and leave the faltering feeble souls alive? The old bees die, the young possess their hive, then live, sweet Lucrece, live again, and see thy father die, and not thy father thee. By this starts Collatine as from a dream, and bids Lucretius give his sorrow place. And then in key-cold Lucrece's bleeding stream he falls, and bathes the pale fear in his face, and counterfeits to die with her a space, till manly shame bids him possess his breath, and live to be revenged on her death. The deep vexation of his inward soul hath served a dumb arrest upon his tongue. Who, mad that sorrow should his use control, or keep him from heart-easing words so long, begins to talk, but through his lips do throng weak words, so thick come in his poor heart's aid, that no man could distinguish what he said. Yet sometime Tarquin was pronounced plain, but through his teeth, as if the name he tore, this windy tempest, till it blow up rain, held back his sorrow's tide to make it more. At last it rains, and busy winds give o'er, then son and father weep with equal strife, who should weep most, for daughter or for wife. The one doth call her his, the other his, yet neither may possess the claim they lay. The father says, she's mine. Oh, mine she is, replies her husband. Do not take away my sorrow's interest. Let no mourner say he weeps for she was only mine, and only must be wailed by Collatine. Oh, quoth Lucretius, I did give that life which she too early and too late hath spilled. Woe, woe, quoth Collatine, she was my wife, I owed her, and 'tis mine that she hath killed. My daughter and my wife with clamours fill the dispersed air, who holding Lucrece's life answered their cries, my daughter and my wife. Brutus, who plucked the knife from Lucrece's side, seeing such emulation in their woe, began to clothe his wit in state and pride, burying in Lucrece's wound his folly's show. He with the Romans was esteemed so as silly jeering idiots are with kings, for sportive words, and uttering foolish things. But now he throws that shallow habit by, wherein deep policy did him disguise, and armed his long-hid wits advisedly to check the tears in Collatinus's eyes. Thou wronged lord of Rome, quoth he, arise, let my unsounded self, supposed a fool, now set thy long experienced wit to school. Why, Collatine, is woe the cure for woe? Do wounds help wounds, or grief help grievous deeds? Is it revenge to give thyself a blow for his foul act by whom thy fair wife bleeds? Such childish humour from weak minds proceeds. Thy wretched wife mistook the matter so, to slay herself that should have slain her foe. Courageous Roman, do not steep thy heart in such relenting dew of lamentations, but kneel with me and help to bear thy part, to rouse our Roman gods with invocations, that they will suffer these abominations, since Rome herself and them doth stand disgraced, by our strong arms from forth her fair streets chased. Now by the Capitol that we adore, and by this chaste blood so unjustly stained, by heaven's fair sun that breeds the fat earth's store, by all our country rights in Rome maintained, and by chaste Lucrece's soul that late complained her wrongs to us, and by this bloody knife we will revenge the death of this true wife. This said, he struck his hand upon his breast, and kissed the fatal knife to end his vow, and to his protestation urged the rest, who wondering at him did his words allow, then jointly to the ground their knees they bow, and that deep vow which Brutus made before, he doth again repeat, and that they swore. When they had sworn to this advised doom, they did conclude to bear dead Lucrece thence, to show her bleeding body thorough Rome, and so to publish Tarquin's foul offence, which being done with speedy diligence, the Romans plausibly did give consent to Tarquin's everlasting banishment. End of Part 15. Part 16 of Benjamin Britten, Source Stories of 12 Operas by Various. Part 16, The Turn of the Screw by Henry James, beginning and chapters 1 and 2. The story had held us round the fire, sufficiently breathless, but except the obvious remark that it was gruesome, as on Christmas Eve in an old house a strange tale should essentially be, I remember no comment uttered till somebody happened to say that it was the only case he had met in which such a visitation had fallen on a child. The case, I may mention, was that of an apparition in just such an old house as had gathered us for the occasion, an appearance of a dreadful kind to a little boy sleeping in the room with his mother, and waking her up in the terror of it, waking her not to dissipate his dread and soothe him to sleep again, but to encounter also, herself, before she had succeeded in doing so, the same sight that had shaken him. It was this observation that drew from Douglas, not immediately, but later in the evening, a reply that had the interesting consequence to which I call attention. Someone else told a story not particularly effective, which I saw he was not following. This I took for a sign that he had himself something to produce, and that we should only have to wait. We waited, in fact, till 2 nights later, but that same evening, before we scattered, he brought out what was in his mind. I quite agree in regard to Griffin's ghost, or whatever it was, that its appearing first to the little boy, at so tender an age, adds a particular touch, but it's not the first occurrence of its charming kind that I know to have involved a child. If the child gives the effect another turn of the screw, what do you say to 2 children? We say, of course, somebody exclaimed, that they give 2 turns, also that we want to hear about them. I can see Douglas there before the fire, to which he had got up to present his back, looking down at his interlocutor with his hands in his pockets. Nobody but me, till now, has ever heard. It's quite too horrible. This naturally was declared by several voices to give the thing the utmost price, and our friend, with quiet art, prepared his triumph by turning his eyes over the rest of us and going on. It's beyond everything. Nothing at all that I know touches it. For sheer terror? I remember asking. He seemed to say it was not so simple as that, to be really at a loss how to qualify it. He passed his hand over his eyes, made a little wincing grimace. For dreadfulness. Oh, how delicious! Cried one of the women. He took no notice of her. He looked at me, but as if, instead of me, he saw what he spoke of. For general uncanny ugliness and horror and pain. Well then, I said, just sit right down and begin. He turned round to the fire, gave a kick to a log, watched it an instant. Then, as he faced us again, I can't begin. I shall have to send to town. There was a unanimous groan at this, and much reproach. After which, in his preoccupied way, he explained. The story's written. It's in a locked drawer. It has not been out for years. I could write to my man and enclose the key. He could send down the packet as he finds it. It was to me in particular that he appeared to propound this, appeared almost to appeal for aid, not to hesitate. He had broken a thickness of ice, the formation of many a winter, had had his reason for a long silence. The others resented postponement, but it was just his scruples that charmed me. I adjured him to write by the first post and to agree with us for an early hearing. Then I asked him if the experience in question had been his own. To this his answer was prompt. "Oh, thank God, no!" "And is the record yours? You took the thing down?" "Nothing but the impression. I took that here." He tapped his heart. "I've never lost it." "Then your manuscript—" "Is in an old faded ink and in the most beautiful hand." He hung fire again. "A woman's. She has been dead these 20 years. She sent me the pages in question before she died." They were all listening now, and of course there was somebody to be arch, or at any rate to draw the inference. But if he put the inference by without a smile, it was also without irritation. "She was a most charming person, but she was 10 years older than I. She was my sister's governess," he quietly said. "She was the most agreeable woman I've ever known in her position. She would have been worthy of any whatever." It was long ago, and this episode was long before. I was at Trinity, and I found her at home on my coming down the second summer. I was much there that year. It was a beautiful one, and we had, in her off hours, some strolls and talks in the garden, talks in which she struck me as awfully clever and nice. Oh yes, don't grin. I liked her extremely, and am glad to this day to think she liked me too. If she hadn't, she wouldn't have told me. She had never told anyone. It wasn't simply that she said so, but that I knew she hadn't. I was sure. I could see. You'll easily judge why when you hear. "Because the thing had been such a scare?" He continued to fix me. "You'll easily judge," he repeated. "You will." I fixed him too. "I see. She was in love?" He laughed for the first time. "You are acute. Yes, she was in love. That is, she had been. That came out. She couldn't tell her story without its coming out. I saw it, and she saw I saw it. But neither of us spoke of it. I remember the time and the place, the corner of the lawn, the shade of the great beeches, and the long hot summer afternoon. It wasn't a scene for a shudder, but oh!" He quitted the fire and dropped back into his chair. "You'll receive the packet Thursday morning?" I inquired. "Probably not till the second post." "Well, then, after dinner?" "You'll all meet me here?" He looked us round again. "Isn't anybody going?" It was almost the tone of hope. "Everybody will stay." "I will, and I will," cried the ladies, whose departure had been fixed. Mrs. Griffin, however, expressed the need for a little more light. "Who was it she was in love with?" "The story will tell," I took upon myself to reply. "Oh, I can't wait for the story." "The story won't tell," said Douglas, "not in any literal, vulgar way." "More's the pity, then. That's the only way I ever understand." "Won't you tell, Douglas?" somebody else inquired. He sprang to his feet again. "Yes, to-morrow. Now I must go to bed. Good night." And quickly catching up a candlestick, he left us slightly bewildered. From our end of the great brown hall we heard his step in the stair, whereupon Mrs. Griffin spoke. "Well, if I don't know who she was in love with, I know who he was." "She was 10 years older," said her husband. "Raison de plus, at that age. But it's rather nice, his long reticence." 40 years," Griffin put in. "With this outbreak at last?" "The outbreak," I returned, "will make a tremendous occasion of Thursday night." And everyone so agreed with me that, in the light of it, we lost all attention for everything else. The last story, however incomplete and like the mere opening of a serial, had been told. We handshook and candle stuck, as somebody said, and went to bed. I knew the next day that a letter containing the key had, by the first post, gone off to his London apartments. But in spite of, or perhaps just on account of, the eventual diffusion of this knowledge, we quite let him alone till after dinner, till such an hour of the evening, in fact, as might best accord with the kind of emotion on which our hopes were fixed. Then he became as communicative as we could desire, and indeed gave us his best reason for being so. We had it from him again before the fire in the hall, as we had had our mild wonders of the previous night. It appeared that the narrative he had promised to read us really required for a proper intelligence a few words of prologue. Let me say here distinctly, to have done with it, that this narrative, from an exact transcript of my own made much later, is what I shall presently give. Poor Douglas, before his death, when it was in sight, committed to me the manuscript that reached him on the 3rd of these days, and that, on the same spot, with immense effect, he began to read to our hushed little circle on the night of the 4th. The departing ladies who had said they would stay didn't, of course, thank heaven, stay. They departed, in consequence of arrangements made in a rage of curiosity, as they professed, produced by the touches with which he had already worked us up. But that only made his little final auditory more compact and select, kept it, round the hearth, subject to a common thrill. The first of these touches conveyed that the written statement took up the tale at a point after it had, in a manner, begun. The fact to be in possession of was, therefore, that his old friend, the youngest of several daughters of a poor country parson, had, at the age of 20, on taking service for the first time in the schoolroom, come up to London in trepidation to answer in person an advertisement that had already placed her in brief correspondence with the advertiser. This person proved, on her presenting herself for judgment at a house in Harley Street, that impressed her as vast and imposing. This prospective patron proved a gentleman, a bachelor in the prime of life, such a figure as had never risen, save in a dream or an old novel, before a fluttered, anxious girl out of a Hampshire vicarage. One could easily fix his type. It never happily dies out. He was handsome and bold and pleasant, off-hand and gay and kind. He struck her, inevitably, as gallant and splendid, but what took her most of all, and gave her the courage she afterwards showed, was that he put the whole thing to her as a kind of favour, an obligation he should gratefully incur. She conceived him as rich, but as fearfully extravagant, saw him all in a glow of high fashion, of good looks, of expensive habits, of charming ways with women. He had for his own town residence a big house, filled with the spoils of travel and the trophies of the chase, but it was to his country home, an old family place in Essex, that he wished her immediately to proceed. He had been left, by the death of their parents in India, guardian to a small nephew and a small niece, children of a younger, a military brother, whom he had lost 2 years before. These children were, by the strangest of chances for a man in his position, a lone man without the right sort of experience or a grain of patience, very heavily on his hands. It had all been a great worry, and on his own part, doubtless, a series of blunders, but he immensely pitied the poor chicks, and had done all he could; had in particular sent them down to his other house, the proper place for them being of course the country, and kept them there from the first, with the best people he could find to look after them, parting even with his own servants to wait on them, and going down himself, whenever he might, to see how they were doing. The awkward thing was that they had practically no other relations, and that his own affairs took up all his time. He had put them in possession of Bligh, which was healthy and secure, and had placed at the head of their little establishment, but below stairs only, an excellent woman, Mrs. Grose, whom he was sure his visitor would like, and who had formerly been maid to his mother. She was now housekeeper, and also acting for the time as superintendent to the little girl, of whom, without children of her own, she was, by good luck, extremely fond. There were plenty of people to help, but of course the young lady who should go down as governess would be in supreme authority. She would also have, in holidays, to look after the small boy, who had been for a term at school, young as he was to be sent, but what else could be done? And who, as the holidays were about to begin, would be back from one day to the other. There had been for the two children at first a young lady whom they had had the misfortune to lose. She had done for them quite beautifully, she was a most respectable person, till her death. the great awkwardness of which had precisely left no alternative but the school for little Miles. Mrs. Gross, since then, in the way of manners and things, had done as she could for Flora; and there were, further, a cook, a housemaid, a dairywoman, an old pony, an old groom, and an old gardener, all likewise thoroughly respectable. So far had Douglas presented his picture when some one put in a question, "And what did the former governess die of? Of so much respectability?" Our friend's answer was prompt. "That will come out. I don't anticipate." "Excuse me, I thought that was just what you are doing." "In her successor's place," I suggested, "I should have wished to learn if the office brought with it—" "Necessary dangers to life?" Douglas completed my thought. "She did wish to learn, and she did learn. You shall hear to morrow what she learned. Meanwhile, of course, the prospect struck her as slightly grim. She was young, untried, nervous. It was a vision of serious duties and little company, of really great loneliness. She hesitated, took a couple of days to consult and consider, but the salary offered much exceeded her modest measure, and on a second interview she faced the music. She engaged." And Douglas with this made a pause that, for the benefit of the company, moved me to throw in, "The moral of which was, of course, the seduction exercised by the splendid young man. She succumbed to it." He got up, and, as he had done the night before, went to the fire, gave a stir to a log with his foot, then stood a moment with his back to us. "She saw him only twice." "Yes, but that's just the beauty of her passion." A little to my surprise on this, Douglas turned round to me. "It was the beauty of it. There were others," he went on, "who hadn't succumbed. He told her frankly all his difficulty, that for several applicants the conditions had been prohibitive. They were, somehow, simply afraid. It sounded dull, it sounded strange, and all the more so because of his main condition." "Which was?" "That she should never trouble him. But never. Never. Neither appeal, nor complain, nor write about anything. Only meet all questions herself, receive all moneys from his solicitor, take the whole thing over and let him alone. She promised to do this, and she mentioned to me that when, for a moment, disburdened, delighted, he held her hand, thanking her for the sacrifice, she already felt rewarded." "But was that all her reward?" one of the ladies asked. "She never saw him again." "Oh," said the lady, which, as our friend immediately left us again, was the only other word of importance contributed to the subject till the next night, by the corner of the hearth, in the best chair, he opened the faded red cover of a thin, old-fashioned, gilt-edged album. The whole thing took indeed more nights than one, but on the first occasion the same lady put another question. "What is your title?" "I haven't one." "Oh, I have," I said, but Douglas, without heeding me, had begun to read with a fine clearness that was like a rendering to the ear of the beauty of his author's hand. Chapter I. I remember the whole beginning as a succession of flights and drops, a little see-saw of the right throbs and the wrong. After rising in town to meet his appeal, I had at all events a couple of very bad days. Found myself doubtful again. Felt indeed sure I had made a mistake. In this state of mind I spent the long hours of bumping, swinging coach that carried me to the stopping place at which I was to be met by a vehicle from the house. This conveyance, I was told, had been ordered, and I found, toward the close of the June afternoon, a commodious fly in waiting for me. Driving at that hour, on a lovely day, through a country to which the summer sweetness seemed to offer me a friendly welcome, my fortitude mounted afresh, and, as we turned into the avenue, encountered a reprieve that was probably but a proof of the point to which it had sunk. I suppose I had expected, or had dreaded, something so melancholy that what greeted me was a good surprise. I remember as a most pleasant impression the broad, clear front, its open windows and fresh curtains, and the pair of maids looking out. I remember the lawn, and the bright flowers, and the crunch of my wheels on the gravel, and the clustered tree tops over which the rooks circled and cawed in the golden sky. The scene had a greatness that made it a different affair from my own scant home, and there immediately appeared at the door, with a little girl in her hand, a civil person who dropped me as decent a curtsy as if I had been the mistress or a distinguished visitor. I had received in Harley Street a narrower notion of the place, and that, as I recalled it, made me think the proprietor still more of a gentleman, suggested that what I was to enjoy might be something beyond his promise. I had no drop again till the next day, for I was carried triumphantly through the following hours by my introduction to the younger of my pupils. The little girl who accompanied Mrs. Grose appeared to me on the spot a creature so charming as to make it a great fortune to have to do with her. She was the most beautiful child I had ever seen, and I afterward wondered that my employer had not told me more of her. I slept little that night. I was too much excited, and this astonished me too, I recollect, remained with me, adding to my sense of the liberality with which I was treated. The large impressive room, one of the best in the house, the great state bed, as I almost felt it, the full-figured draperies, the long glasses in which for the first time I could see myself from head to foot, all struck me, like the extraordinary charm of my small charge, as so many things thrown in. It was thrown in as well from the first moment that I should get on with Mrs. Grose in a relation over which, on my way in the coach, I fear I had rather brooded. The only thing, indeed, that in this early outlook might have made me shrink again was the clear circumstance of her being so glad to see me. I perceived within half an hour that she was so glad, stout, simple, plain, clean, wholesome woman, as to be positively on her guard against showing it too much. I wondered even then a little why she should wish not to show it, and that, with reflection, with suspicion, might of course have made me uneasy. But it was a comfort that there could be no uneasiness in a connection with anything so beatific as the radiant image of my little girl, the vision of whose angelic beauty had probably more than anything else to do with the restlessness that before morning made me several times rise and wander about my room to take in the whole picture and prospect, to watch from my open window the faint summer dawn, to look at such portions of the rest of the house as I could catch, and to listen while in the fading dusk the first birds began to twitter, for the possible recurrence of a sound or two, less natural and not without but within, that I had fancied I heard. There had been a moment when I believed I recognized, faint and far, the cry of a child. There had been another when I found myself just consciously starting, as at the passage before my door of a light footstep. But these fancies were not marked enough not to be thrown off, and it is only in the light, or the gloom I should rather say, of other and subsequent matters that they now come back to me. To watch, teach, form little Flora would too evidently be the making of a happy and useful life. It had been agreed between us downstairs that after this first occasion I should have her as a matter of course at night, her small white bed being already arranged to that end in my room. What I had undertaken was the whole care of her, and she had remained, just this last time, with Mrs. Grose, only as an effect of our consideration for my inevitable strangeness and her natural timidity. In spite of this timidity, which the child herself in the oddest way in the world had been perfectly frank and brave about allowing it, without a sign of uncomfortable consciousness, with the deep, sweet serenity indeed of one of Raphael's holy infants, to be discussed, to be imputed to her, And to determine us, I feel quite sure she would presently like me. It was part of what I already liked Mrs. Grose herself for, the pleasure I could see her feel in my admiration and wonder as I sat at supper, with 4 tall candles and with my pupil, in a high chair and a bib, brightly facing me, between them, over bread and milk. There were naturally things that in Flora's presence could pass between us only as prodigious and gratified looks, obscure and roundabout allusions. And the little boy, does he look like her? Is he too so very remarkable? One wouldn't flatter a child. Oh, miss, most remarkable. If you think well of this one. And she stood there with a plate in her hand, beaming at our companion, who looked from one of us to the other with placid, heavenly eyes that contained nothing to check us. Yes, if I do? You will be carried away by the little gentleman. Well, that, I think, is what I came for, to be carried away. I'm afraid, however, I remember feeling the impulse to add, I'm rather easily carried away. I was carried away in London. I can still see Mrs. Grose's broad face as she took this in. In Harley Street? In Harley Street. Well, miss, you're not the first, and you won't be the last. Oh, I've no pretension, I could laugh, to being the only one. My other pupil, at any rate, as I understand, comes back to-morrow? Not to-morrow, Friday, miss. He arrives as you did by the coach, under care of the guard, and is to be met by the same carriage. I forthwith expressed that the proper, as well as the pleasant and friendly thing, would be therefore that on the arrival of the public conveyance I should be in waiting for him with his little sister, an idea in which Mrs. Grose concurred so heartily that I somehow took her manner as a kind of comforting pledge, never falsified, thank heaven, that we should on every question be quite at one. Oh, she was glad I was there. What I felt the next day was, I suppose, nothing that could be fairly called a reaction from the cheer of my arrival. It was probably at the most only a slight oppression, produced by a fuller measure of the scale, as I walked round them, gazed up at them, took them in, of my new circumstances. They had, as it were, an extent and mass for which I had not been prepared, and in the presence of which I found myself, freshly, a little scared as well as a little proud. Lessons in this agitation certainly suffered some delay. I reflected that my first duty was, by the gentlest arts I could contrive, to win the child into the sense of knowing me. I spent the day with her out of doors. I arranged with her, to her great satisfaction, that it should be she only, who might show me the place. She showed it step by step and room by room and secret by secret, with droll, delightful, childish talk about it, and with the result, in half an hour, of our becoming immense friends. Young as she was, I was struck, throughout our little tour, with her confidence and courage, with the way, in empty chambers and dull corridors, on crooked staircases, that made me pause, and even on the summit of an old machicolated square tower that made me dizzy, her morning music, her disposition to tell me so many more things than she asked, rang out and led me on. I have not seen Bly since the day I left it, and I dare say that to my older and more informed eyes it would now appear sufficiently contracted. But as my little conductress, with her hair of gold and her frock of blue, danced before me round corners and pattered down passages, I had the view of a castle of romance, inhabited by a rosy sprite, such a place as would somehow, for diversion of the young idea, take all colour out of story-books and fairy-tales. Wasn't it just a story-book over which I had fallen a doze and a dream? No, it was a big, ugly, antique, but convenient house, embodying a few features of a building still older, half replaced and half utilized, in which I had the fancy of our being almost as lost as a handful of passengers in a great drifting ship. Well, I was strangely at the helm. Chapter 2. This came home to me when, 2 days later, I drove over with Flora to meet, as Mrs. Grose said, the little gentleman; and all the more for an incident that, presenting itself the second evening, had deeply disconcerted me. The first day had been, on the whole, as I have expressed, reassuring; but I was to see it wind up in keen apprehension. The post-bag that evening (it came late) contained a letter for me, which, however, in the hand of my employer, I found to be composed but of a few words enclosing another, addressed to himself, with a seal still unbroken. "This I recognise is from the headmaster, and the headmaster's an awful bore. Read him, please, deal with him, but mind you don't report, not a word. I'm off." I broke the seal with a great effort, so great a one that I was a long time coming to it, took the unopened missive at last up to my room, and only attacked it just before going to bed. I had better have let it wait till morning, for it gave me a second sleepless night. With no counsel to take, the next day I was full of distress, and it finally got so the better of me that I determined to open myself at least to Mrs. Grose. "What does it mean? The child's dismissed his school." She gave me a look that I remarked at the moment, then visibly, with a quick blankness, seemed to try to take it back. "But aren't they all—" "Sent home, yes, but only for the holidays. Miles may never go back at all." Consciously under my attention she reddened. "They won't take him?" "They absolutely decline." At this she raised her eyes, which she had turned from me. I saw them fill with good tears. "What has he done?" I hesitated, then I judged best simply to hand her my letter, which, however, had the effect of making her, without taking it, simply put her hands behind her. She shook her head sadly. "Such things are not for me, miss." My counsellor couldn't read. I winced at my mistake, which I attenuated as I could, and opened my letter again to repeat it to her. Then, faltering in the act and folding it up once more, I put it back in my pocket. "Is he really bad?" The tears were still in her eyes. "Do the gentlemen say so?" "They go into no particulars. They simply express their regret that it should be impossible to keep him. That can have only one meaning." Mrs. Grose listened with dumb emotion. She forbore to ask me what this meaning might be, so that presently, to put the thing with some coherence and with the mere aid of her presence to my mind, I went on, "that he's an injury to the others." At this, with one of the quick turns of simple folk, she suddenly flamed up. "Master Miles? Him an injury?" There was such a flood of good faith in it that, though I had not yet seen the child, my very fears made me jump to the absurdity of the idea. I found myself, to meet my friend the better, offering it on the spot sarcastically, "to his poor little innocent mates." "It's too dreadful," cried Mrs. Grose, "to say such cruel things. Why, he's scarce 10 years old." Yes, it would be incredible." She was evidently grateful for such a profession. "See him, miss, first, then believe it." I felt forthwith a new impatience to see him. It was the beginning of a curiosity that for all the next hours was to deepen almost to pain. Mrs. Grose was aware, I could judge, of what she had produced in me, and she followed it up with assurance. "You might as well believe it of the little lady. Bless her," she added the next moment, "look at her." I turned and saw that Flora, whom 10 minutes before I had established in the schoolroom with a sheet of white paper, a pencil, and a copy of nice round O's, now presented herself to view at the open door. She expressed, in her little way, an extraordinary detachment from disagreeable duties, looking to me, however, with a great childish light that seemed to offer it as a mere result of the affection she had conceived for my person, which had rendered necessary that she should follow me. I needed nothing more than this to feel the full force of Mrs. Groce's comparison, and, catching my pupil in my arms, covered her with kisses in which there was a sob of atonement. None the less, the rest of the day I watched for further occasion to approach my colleague, especially as toward evening I began to fancy she rather sought to avoid me. I overtook her, I remember, on the staircase. We went down together, and at the bottom I detained her, holding her there with a hand on her arm. I take what you said to me at noon as a declaration that you've never known him to be bad. She threw back her head. She had clearly, by this time, and very honestly, adopted an attitude. "Oh, never known him. I don't pretend that." I was upset again. "Then you have known him?" "Yes, indeed, miss, thank God." On reflection, I accepted this. "You mean that a boy who never is no boy for me." I held her tighter. "You like them with the spirit to be naughty?" Then, keeping pace with her answer, "So do I eagerly brought out, "but not to the degree to contaminate." "To contaminate?" My big word left her at a loss. I explained it. "To corrupt." She stared, taking my meaning in, but it produced in her an odd laugh. "Are you afraid he'll corrupt you?" She put the question with such a fine, bold humour that, with a laugh, a little silly, doubtless, to match her own, I gave way for the time to the apprehension of ridicule. But the next day, as the hour for my drive approached, I cropped up in another place. "What was the lady who was here before?" "The last governess? She was also young and pretty, almost as young and almost as pretty, miss, even as you." "Ah, then I hope her youth and her beauty helped her," I recollect throwing off. "He seems to like us young and pretty." "Oh, he did," Mrs. Groce assented. "It was the way he liked every one." She had no sooner spoken, indeed, than she caught herself up. "I mean, that's his way, the master's." I was struck. "But of whom did you speak first?" She looked blank, but she coloured. "Why, of him." "Of the master? Of who else?" There was so obviously no one else that the next moment I had lost my impression of her having accidentally said more than she meant, and I merely asked what I wanted to know. Did she see anything in the boy? That wasn't right? She never told me. I had a scruple, but I overcame it. Was she careful, particular? Mrs. Groce appeared to try to be conscientious. "About some things, yes." "But not about all?" Again she considered. "Well, miss, she's gone. I won't tell tales." "I quite understand your feeling," I hastened to reply, but I thought it, after an instant, not opposed to this concession to pursue. "Did she die here?" "No, she went off." I don't know what there was in this brevity of Mrs. Groce's that struck me as ambiguous. Went off to die? Mrs. Groce looked straight out of the window, but I felt that, hypothetically, I had a right to know what young persons engaged for Bligh were expected to do. "She was taken ill, you mean, and went home?" "She was not taken ill, so far as appeared in this house. She left it at the end of the year to go home, as she said, for a short holiday, to which the time she had put in had certainly given her a right. We had then a young woman, a nursemaid, who had stayed on, and who was a good girl and clever, and she took the children altogether for the interval. But our young lady never came back, and at the very moment I was expecting her, I heard from the master that she was dead." I turned this over. "But of what?" "He never told me. But please, miss," said Mrs. Groce, "I must get to my work." Part 16. Part 17 of Benjamin Britten, Source Stories of 12 Operas by Various. Part 17, The Turn of the Screw by Henry James, Chapters 3 and 4. Her thus turning her back on me was fortunately not, for my just preoccupations, a snub that could check the growth of our mutual esteem. We met, after I had brought home little Miles, more intimately than ever on the ground of my stupefaction, my general emotion. So monstrous was I then ready to pronounce it that such a child as had now been revealed to me should be under an interdict. I was a little late on the scene, and I felt, as he stood wistfully looking out for me before the door of the inn at which the coach had put him down, that I had seen him, on the instant, without and within, in the great glow of freshness, the same positive fragrance of purity, in which I had, from the first moment, seen his little sister. He was incredibly beautiful, and Mrs. Grose had put her finger on it. Everything but a sort of passion of tenderness for him was swept away by his presence. What I then and there took him to my heart for was something divine that I had never found to the same degree in any child, his indescribable little air of knowing nothing in the world but love. It would have been impossible to carry a bad name with a greater sweetness of innocence, and by the time I had got back to Bligh with him I remained merely bewildered, so far, that is, as I was not outraged, by the sense of the horrible letter locked up in my room in a drawer. As soon as I could compass a private word with Mrs. Grose I declared to her that it was grotesque. She promptly understood me. "You mean the cruel charge." "It doesn't live an instant. My dear woman, look at him." She smiled at my pretension to have discovered his charm. "I assure you, miss, I do nothing else." "What will you say, then?" she immediately added. "In answer to the letter?" I had made up my mind. "Nothing." "And to his uncle?" I was incisive. "Nothing." "And to the boy himself?" I was wonderful. "Nothing." She gave with her apron a great wipe to her mouth. "Then I'll stand by you. We'll see it out." "We'll see it out," I ardently echoed, giving her my hand to make it a vow. She held me there a moment, then whisked up her apron again with her detached hand. "Would you mind, miss, if I used the freedom—" "To kiss me? No." I took the good creature in my arms, and after we had embraced like sisters, felt still more fortified and indignant. This, at all events, was for the time. A time so full that, as I recall the way it went, it reminds me of all the art I now need to make it a little distinct. What I look back at with amazement is the situation I accepted. I had undertaken, with my companion, to see it out, and I was under a charm, apparently, that could smooth away the extent and the far and difficult connections of such an effort. I was lifted aloft on a great wave of infatuation and pity. I found it simple in my ignorance, my confusion, and perhaps my conceit, to assume that I could deal with a boy whose education for the world was all on the point of beginning. I am unable even to remember at this day what proposal I framed for the end of his holidays, and the resumption of his studies. Lessons with me, indeed, that charming summer, we all had a theory that he was to have, but I now feel that for weeks the lessons must have been rather my own. I learned something, at first certainly, that had not been one of the teachings of my small smothered life. I learned to be amused, and even amusing, and not to think for the morrow. It was the first time, in a manner, that I had known space and air and freedom, all the music of summer and all the mystery of nature. And then there was consideration, and consideration was sweet. Oh, it was a trap, not designed, but deep, to my imagination, to my delicacy, perhaps to my vanity, to whatever in me was most excitable. The best way to picture it all is to say that I was off my guard. They gave me so little trouble, they were of a gentleness so extraordinary. I used to speculate, but even this with a dim disconnectedness, as to how the rough future, for all futures are rough, would handle them and might bruise them. They had the bloom of health and happiness, And yet, as if I had been in charge of a pair of little grandees, of princes of the blood, for whom everything to be right would have to be enclosed and protected, the only form that in my fancy the after years could take for them was that of a romantic, a really royal extension of the garden and the park. It may be, of course, above all, that what suddenly broke into this gives the previous time a charm of stillness, that hush in which something gathers or crouches. The change was actually like the spring of a beast. In the first weeks the days were long. They often, at their finest, gave me what I used to call my own hour, the hour when, for my pupils, tea-time and bedtime having come and gone, I had, before my final retirement, a small interval alone. Much as I liked my companions, this hour was the thing in the day I liked most, and I liked it best of all when, as the light faded, or rather I should say the day lingered and the last calls of the last birds sounded in a flushed sky from the old trees, I could take a turn into the grounds and enjoy, almost with a sense of property that amused and flattered me, the beauty and dignity of the place. It was a pleasure at these moments to feel myself tranquil and justified; doubtless, perhaps, also to reflect that by my discretion, my quiet good sense, and general high propriety, I was giving pleasure, if he ever thought of it, to the person to whose pressure I had responded. What I was doing was what he had earnestly hoped and directly asked of me, and that I could, after all, do it proved even a greater joy than I had expected. I dare say I fancied myself, in short, a remarkable young woman, and took comfort in the faith that this would more publicly appear. Well, I needed to be remarkable to offer a front to the remarkable things that presently gave their first sign. It was plump, one afternoon, in the middle of my very hour. The children were tucked away, and I had come out for my stroll. One of the thoughts that, as I don't in the least shrink now from noting, used to be with me in these wanderings, was that it would be as charming as a charming story suddenly to meet some one. Some one would appear there at the turn of a path, and would stand before me and smile and approve. I didn't ask more than that. I only asked that he should know. And the only way to be sure he knew would be to see it, and the kind light of it, in his handsome face. That was exactly present to me, by which I mean the face was, when, on the first of these occasions, at the end of a long June day, I stopped short on emerging from one of the plantations and coming into view of the house. What arrested me on the spot, and with a shock much greater than any vision had allowed for, was the sense that my imagination had, in a flash, turned real. He did stand there, but high up beyond the lawn, and at the very top of the tower to which, on that first morning, little Flora had conducted me. This tower was one of a pair, square, incongruous, crenellated structures, that were distinguished, for some reason, though I could see little difference, as the new and the old. They flanked opposite ends of the house, and were probably architectural absurdities, redeemed in a measure indeed by not being wholly disengaged, nor of a height too pretentious, dating in their gingerbread antiquity from a romantic revival that was already a respectable past. I admired them, had fancies about them, for we could all profit in a degree, especially when they loomed through the dusk, by the grandeur of their actual battlements. Yet it was not at such an elevation that the figure I had so often invoked seemed most in place. It produced in me, this figure, in the clear twilight, I remember, two distinct gasps of emotion, which were, sharply, the shock of my first, and that of my second surprise. My second was a violent perception of the mistake of my first. The man who met my eyes was not the person I had precipitately supposed. There came to me thus a bewilderment of vision, of which, after these years, there is no living view that I can hope to give. An unknown man in a lonely place is a permitted object of fear to a young woman privately bred, and the figure that faced me was, a few more seconds assured me, as little any one else I knew as it was the image that had been in my mind. I had not seen it in Harley Street. I had not seen it anywhere. The place, moreover, in the strangest way in the world, had on the instant, and by the very fact of its appearance, become a solitude. To me at least, making my statement here with a deliberation with which I have never made it, the whole feeling of the moment returns. It was as if, while I took in what I did take in, all the rest of the scene had been stricken with death. I can hear again, as I write, the intense hush in which the sounds of evening dropped. The rooks stopped cawing in the golden sky, and the friendly hour lost, for the minute, all its voice. But there was no other change in nature, unless indeed it were a change that I saw with a stranger sharpness. The gold was still in the sky, the clearness in the air, and the man who looked at me over the battlements was as definite as a picture in a frame. That's how I thought, with extraordinary quickness, of each person that he might have been and that he was not. We were confronted across our distance quite long enough for me to ask myself, with intensity, who then he was, and to feel, as an effect of my inability to say, a wonder that in a few instants more became intense. The great question, or one of these, is afterward, I know, with regard to certain matters, the question of how long they have lasted. Well, this matter of mine, think what you will of it, lasted while I caught at a dozen possibilities, none of which made a difference for the better, that I could see, in there having been in the house, and for how long, above all, a person of whom I was in ignorance. It lasted while I just bridled a little with the sense that my office demanded that there should be no such ignorance and no such person. It lasted while this visitant, at all events, and there was a touch of the strange freedom, as I remember, in the sign of familiarity of his wearing no hat, seemed to fix me from his position with just the question, just the scrutiny through the fading light that his own presence provoked. We were too far apart to call to each other, but there was a moment at which, at shorter range, some challenge between us, breaking the hush, would have been the right result of our straight mutual stare. He was in one of the angles, the one away from the house, very erect as it struck me, and with both hands on the ledge. So I saw him as I see the letters I form on this page. Then, exactly after a minute, as if to add to the spectacle, he slowly changed his place, passed, looking at me hard all the while, to the opposite corner of the platform. Yes, I had the sharpest sense that during this transit he never took his eyes from me, and I can see at this moment the way his hand, as he went, passed from one of the crenellations to the next. He stopped at the other corner, but less long, and even as he turned away still markedly fixed me. He turned away. That was all I knew. Chapter 4. It was not that I didn't wait on this occasion for more, for I was rooted as deeply as I was shaken. Was there a secret at Bly? A mystery of Udolpho, or an insane, an unmentionable relative kept in unsuspected confinement? I can't say how long I turned it over, or how long, in a confusion of curiosity and dread, I remained where I had had my collision. I only recall that when I re-entered the house darkness had quite closed in. Agitation in the interval certainly had held me and driven me, for I must, in circling about the place, have walked 3 miles. But I was to be, later on, so much more overwhelmed that this mere dawn of alarm was a comparatively human chill. The most singular part of it, in fact, singular as the rest had been, was the part I became, in the hall, aware of in meeting Mrs. Grose. This picture comes back to me in the general train, the impression, as I received it on my return, of the wide white panelled space, bright in the lamplight, and with its portraits and red carpet, and of the good surprised look of my friend, which immediately told me she had missed me. It came to me straightway, under her contact, that with plain heartiness, mere relieved anxiety at my appearance, she knew nothing whatever that could bear upon the incident I had there ready for her. I had not suspected in advance that her comfortable face would pull me up, and I somehow measured the importance of what I had seen by my thus finding myself hesitate to mention it. Scarce anything in the whole history seems to me so odd as this fact, that my real beginning of fear was one, as I may say, with the instinct of sparing my companion. On the spot, accordingly, in the pleasant hall, and with her eyes on me, I, for a reason that I couldn't then have phrased, achieved an inward resolution, offered a vague pretext for my lateness, and, with the plea of the beauty of the night and of the heavy dew and wet feet, went as soon as possible to my room. Here it was another affair. Here, for many days after, it was a queer affair enough. There were hours, from day to day, or at least there were moments, snatched even from clear duties, when I had to shut myself up to think. It was not so much yet that I was more nervous than I could bear to be, as that I was remarkably afraid of becoming so. For the truth I had now to turn over was, simply and clearly, the truth that I could arrive at no account whatever of the visitor with whom I had been so inexplicably, and yet, as it seemed to me, so intimately concerned. It took little time to see that I could sound without forms of inquiry, and without exciting remark, any domestic complications. The shock I had suffered must have sharpened all my senses. I felt sure, at the end of 3 days, and as the result of mere closer attention, that I had not been practised upon by the servants, nor made the object of any game. Of whatever it was that I knew, nothing was known around me. There was but one sane inference: some one had taken a liberty, rather gross. That was what, repeatedly, I dipped into my room and locked the door to say to myself. We had been collectively subject to an intrusion. Some unscrupulous traveller, curious in old houses, had made his way in unobserved, enjoyed the prospect from the best point of view, and then stolen out as he came. If he had given me such a bold, hard stare, that was but a part of his indiscretion. The good thing, after all, was that we should surely see no more of him. This was not so good a thing, I admit, as not to leave me to judge that what, essentially, made nothing else much signify, was simply my charming work. My charming work was just my life with Miles and Flora. And through nothing could I so like it as through feeling that I could throw myself into it in trouble. The attraction of my small charges was a constant joy, leading me to wonder afresh at the vanity of my original fears, the distaste I had begun by entertaining for the probable grey prose of my office. There was to be no grey prose, it appeared, and no long grind. So how could work not be charming that presented itself as daily beauty? It was all the romance of the nursery and the poetry of the schoolroom. I don't mean by this, of course, that we studied only fiction and verse. I mean I can express no otherwise the sort of interest my companions inspired. How can I describe that, except by saying that instead of growing used to them, and it's a marvel for a governess I call the sisterhood to witness, I made constant fresh discoveries. There was one direction, assuredly, in which these discoveries stopped. Deep obscurity continued to cover the region of the boy's conduct at school. It had been promptly given me, I have noted, to face that mystery without a pang. Perhaps even it would be nearer the truth to say that, without a word, he himself had cleared it up. He had made the whole charge absurd. My conclusion bloomed there with the real rose flush of his innocence. He was only too fine and fair for the little horrid, unclean school world, and he had paid a price for it. I reflected acutely that the sense of such differences, such superiorities of quality, always on the part of the majority, which could include even stupid, sordid headmasters, turn infallibly to the vindictive. Both the children had a gentleness (it was their only fault, and it never made Miles a muff) that kept them, how shall I express it, almost impersonal, and certainly quite unpunishable. They were like the cherubs of the anecdote, who had, morally at any rate, nothing to whack. I remember feeling, with Miles in especial, as if he had had, as it were, no history. We expect of a small child a scant one, but there was in this beautiful little boy something extraordinarily sensitive, yet extraordinarily happy, that, more than in any creature of his age I have seen, struck me as beginning anew each day. He had never for a second suffered. I took this as a direct disproof of his having really been chastised. If he had been wicked he would have caught it, and I should have caught it by the rebound. I should have found the trace. I found nothing at all, and he was therefore an angel. He never spoke of his school, never mentioned a comrade or a master, and I, for my part, was quite too much disgusted to allude to them. Of course I was under the spell, and the wonderful part is that even at the time I perfectly knew I was. But I gave myself up to it. It was an antidote to any pain, and I had more pains than one. I was in receipt in these days of disturbing letters from home, where things were not going well. But with my children what things in the world mattered? That was the question I used to put to my scrappy retirements. I was dazzled by their loveliness. There was a Sunday, to get on, when it rained with such force and for so many hours that there could be no procession to church. In consequence of which, as the day declined, I had arranged with Mrs. Gross that, should the evening show improvement, we would attend together the late service. The rain happily stopped, and I prepared for our walk, which through the park and by the good road to the village would be a matter of 20 minutes. Coming downstairs to meet my colleague in the hall, I remembered a pair of gloves that had required 3 stitches, and that had received them, with a publicity perhaps not edifying, while I sat with the children at their tea, served on Sundays, by exception, in that cold, clean temple of mahogany and brass, the grown-up dining-room. The gloves had been dropped there, and I turned in to recover them. The day was grey enough, but the afternoon light still lingered, and it enabled me, on crossing the threshold, not only to recognize, on a chair near the wide window, then closed, the articles I wanted, but to become aware of a person on the other side of the window, and looking straight in. One step into the room had sufficed. My vision was instantaneous. It was all there. The person looking straight in was the person who had already appeared to me. He appeared thus again with, I won't say greater distinctness, for that was impossible, but with a nearness that represented a forward stride in our intercourse, and made me, as I met him, catch my breath and turn cold. He was the same. He was the same, and seen this time as he had been seen before, from the waist up, the window, though the dining-room was on the ground floor, not going down to the terrace on which he stood. His face was close to the glass, yet the effect of this better view was, strangely, only to show me how intense the former had been. He remained but a few seconds, long enough to convince me he also saw and recognized. But it was as if I had been looking at him for years, and had known him always. Something, however, happened this time that had not happened before. His stare into my face, through the glass and across the room, was as deep and hard as then, but it quitted me for a moment during which I could still watch it, see it fix successively several other things. On the spot there came to me the added shock of a certitude that it was not for me that he had come here. He had come for some one else. The flash of this knowledge, for it was knowledge in the midst of dread, produced in me the most extraordinary effect, started as I stood there a sudden vibration of duty and courage. I say courage because I was beyond all doubt already far gone. I bounded straight out of the door again, reached that of the house, got in an instant upon the drive, and passing through the terrace as fast as I could rush, turned a corner and came full in sight. But it was in sight of nothing now. My visitor had vanished. I stopped. I almost dropped, with the real relief of this, but I took in the whole scene. I gave him time to reappear. I call it time, but how long was it? I can't speak to the purpose to-day of the duration of these things. That kind of measure must have left me. They couldn't have lasted as they actually appeared to me to last. The terrace and the whole place, the lawn and the garden beyond it, all I could see of the park, were empty with a great emptiness. There were shrubberies and big trees, but I remember the clear assurance I felt that none of them concealed him. He was there or was not there. Not there if I didn't see him. I got hold of this, then instinctively, instead of returning as I had come, went to the window. It was confusedly present to me that I ought to place myself where he had stood. I did so. I applied my face to the pane and looked, as he had looked, into the room. As if, at this moment, to show me exactly what his range had been, Mrs. Grose, as I had done for himself just before, came in from the hall. With this I had the full image of a repetition of what had already occurred. She saw me as I had seen my own visitant. She pulled up short, as I had done. I gave her something of the shock that I had received. She turned white, and this made me ask myself if I had blanched as much. She stared, in short, and retreated on just my lines, and I knew she had then passed out and come round to me, and that I should presently meet her. I remained where I was, and while I waited I thought of more things than one. But there's only one I take space to mention. I wondered why she should be scared. End of Part 17. Part 18 of Benjamin Britten's Source Stories of 12 Operas by Various. Part 18, The Turn of the Screw by Henry James, chapters 5 through 6. Oh, she let me know as soon as, round the corner of the house, she loomed again into view. What in the name of goodness is the matter? She was now flushed and out of breath. I said nothing till she came quite near. With me? I must have made a wonderful face. Do I show it? You're as white as a sheet. You look awful. I considered. I could meet on this without scruple any innocence. My need to respect the bloom of Mrs. Groce's had dropped without a rustle from my shoulders, and if I wavered for the instant it was not with what I kept back. I put out my hand to her, and she took it. I held her hard a little, liking to feel her close to me. There was a kind of support in the shy heave of her surprise. You came for me for church, of course, but I can't go. Has anything happened? Yes, you must know now. Did I look very queer? Through this window? Dreadful! Well, I said, I've been frightened. Mrs. Groce's eyes expressed plainly that she had no wish to be, but also that she knew too well her place not to be ready to share with me any marked inconvenience. Oh, it was quite settled that she must share. Just what you saw from the dining-room a minute ago was the effect of that. What I saw, just before, was much worse. Her hand tightened. What was it? An extraordinary man, looking in. What extraordinary man? I haven't the least idea. Mrs. Grose gazed round as in vain. Then where is he gone? I know still less. Have you seen him before? Yes, once, on the old tower. She could only look at me harder. Do you mean he's a stranger? Oh, very much. Yet you didn't tell me? No, for reasons. But now that you've guessed. Mrs. Groce's round eyes encountered this charge. Ah, I haven't guessed, she said very simply. How can I if you don't imagine? I don't in the very least. You've seen him nowhere but on the tower? And on this spot, just now. Mrs. Gross looked round again. What was he doing on the tower? Only standing there and looking down at me. She thought a minute. Was he a gentleman? I found I had no need to think. No. She gazed in deeper wonder. No. Then nobody about the place? Nobody from the village? Nobody. Nobody. I didn't tell you, but I made sure. She breathed a vague relief. This was, oddly, so much to the good. It only went indeed a little way. But if he isn't a gentleman, what is he? He's a horror. A horror? He's... God help me if I know what he is. Mrs. Gross looked round once more. She fixed her eyes on the duskier distance, then, pulling herself together, turned to me with abrupt inconsequence. It's time we should be at church. Oh, I'm not fit for church. Won't it do you good? It won't do them. I nodded at the house. The children? I can't leave them now. You're afraid. I spoke boldly. I'm afraid of him. Mrs. Gross's large face showed me at this for the first time the far-away faint glimmer of a consciousness more acute. I somehow made out in it the delayed dawn of an idea I myself had not given her, and that was as yet quite obscure to me. It comes back to me that I thought instantly of this as something I could get from her, and I felt it to be connected with the desire she presently showed to know more. When was it? On the tower? Oh, about the middle of the month, at this same hour. Almost at dark, said Mrs. Gross. Oh, no, not nearly. I saw him as I see you. Then how did he get in? And how did he get out? I laughed. I had no opportunity to ask him. This evening, you see, I pursued, he has not been able to get in. He only peeps? I hope it will be confined to that. She had now let go my hand. She turned away a little. I waited for an instant, and then I brought out, Go to church. Good-bye. I must watch. Slowly she faced me again. Do you fear for them? We met in another long look. Don't you? Instead of answering, she came nearer to the window, and for a minute applied her face to the glass. You see how he could see, I meanwhile went on. She didn't move. How long was he here? Till I came out. I came to meet him. Mrs. Gross at last turned round, and there was still more in her face. I couldn't have come out. Neither could I laughed again, but I did come. I have my duty. So have I mine, she replied, after which she added, What is he like? I've been dying to tell you, but he's like nobody. Nobody? She echoed. He has no hat. Then, seeing in her face that she already in this, with a deeper dismay, found a touch of picture, I quickly added stroke to stroke. He has red hair, very red, close curling, and a pale face, long in shape, with straight good features, and little rather queer whiskers that are as red as his hair. His eyebrows are somehow darker. They look particularly arched, and as if they might move a great deal. His eyes are sharp, strange, awfully, but I only know clearly that they're rather small and very fixed. His mouth's wide, and his lips are thin, and except for his little whiskers, he's quite clean-shaven. He gives me a sort of sense of looking like an actor. An actor? It was impossible to resemble one less, at least, than Mrs. Gross at that moment. I've never seen one, but so I suppose them. He's tall, active, erect, I continued, but never, no, never a gentleman. My companion's face had blanched as I went on. Her round eyes started and her mild mouth gaped. A gentleman? She gasped, confounded, stupefied. A gentleman? He? You know him, then? She visibly tried to hold herself. But he is handsome. I saw the way to help her. Remarkably. And dressed in somebody's clothes. They're smart, but they're not his own. She broke into a breathless affirmative groan. They're the master's. I caught it up. "You do know him." She faltered but a second. "Quint," she cried. "Quint?" "Peter Quint. His own man, his valet, when he was here." "When the master was?" Gaping still, but meeting me, she pieced it all together. "He never wore his hat, but he did wear—well, there were waistcoats missing. They were both here last year. Then the master went, and Quint was alone." I followed, but halting a little. "Alone?" "Alone with us." Then, as from a deeper depth, "In charge," she added. "And what became of him?" She hung fire so long that I was still more mystified. "He went too," she brought out at last. "Went where?" Her expression at this became extraordinary. "God knows where. He died." "Died!" I almost shrieked. She seemed fairly to square herself, plant herself more firmly to utter the wonder of it. "Yes, Mr. Quint is dead." Chapter VI. It took, of course, more than that particular passage to place us together, in presence of what we had now to live with, as we could, my dreadful liability to impressions of the order so vividly exemplified, and my companion's knowledge henceforth, a knowledge half consternation and half compassion, of that liability. There had been this evening, after the revelation left me, for an hour so prostrate, there had been for either of us no attendance on any service but a little service of tears and vows, of prayers and promises, a climax to the series of mutual challenges and pledges that had straightway ensued on our retreating together to the schoolroom and shutting ourselves up there to have everything out. The result of our having everything out was simply to reduce our situation to the last rigour of its elements. She herself had seen nothing, not the shadow of a shadow, and nobody in the house but the governess was in the governess's plight. Yet she accepted without directly impugning my sanity the truth as I gave it to her, and ended by showing me, on this ground, an awe-stricken tenderness, an expression of the sense of my more than questionable privilege, of which the very breath has remained with me as that of the sweetest of human charities. What was settled between us, accordingly, that night, was that we thought we might bear things together, and I was not even sure that, in spite of her exemption, it was she who had the best of the burden. I knew at this hour, I think, as well as I knew later, what I was capable of meeting to shelter my pupils, but it took me some time to be wholly sure of what my honest ally was prepared for to keep terms with so compromising a contract. I was queer company enough, quite as queer as the company I received. But as I trace over what we went through, I see how much common ground we must have found in the one idea that, by good fortune, could steady us. It was the idea, the second movement, that led me straight out, as I may say, of the inner chamber of my dread. I could take the air in the court, at least, and there Mrs. Grose could join me. Perfectly can I recall now the particular way strength came to me before we separated for the night. We had gone over and over every feature of what I had seen. "He was looking for some one else, you say? Some one who was not you?" "He was looking for little Miles." A portentous clearness now possessed me. "That's whom he was looking for." "But how do you know?" "Oh, I know." My exaltation grew. "And you know, my dear." She didn't deny this, but I required, I felt, not even so much telling as that. She resumed in a moment, at any rate. "What if he should see him?" "Little Miles? That's what he wants." She looked immensely scared again. "The child?" "Heaven forbid! The man. He wants to appear to them." That he might was an awful conception, and yet somehow I could keep it at bay; which, moreover, as we lingered there, was what I succeeded in practically proving. I had an absolute certainty that I should see again what I had already seen; but something within me said that by offering myself bravely as the sole subject of such experience, by accepting, by inviting, by surmounting it all, I should serve as an expiatory victim and guard the tranquillity of my companions. The children, in especial, I should thus fence about and absolutely save. I recall one of the last things I said that night to Mrs. Gross. It does strike me that my pupils have never mentioned— She looked at me hard as I musingly pulled up. His having been here and the time they were with him? The time they were with him, and his name, his presence, his history, in any way. Oh, the little lady doesn't remember. She never heard or knew. The circumstances of his death? I thought with some intensity. Perhaps not, but Miles would remember. Miles would know. Ah, don't try him, broke from Mrs. Gross. I returned her the look she had given me. Don't be afraid. I continued to think. It is rather odd. That he has never spoken of him? Never by the least allusion. And you tell me they were great friends? Oh, it wasn't him, Mrs. Gross with emphasis declared. It was Quint's own fancy. To play with him, I mean, to spoil him. She paused a moment, and then she added, Quint was much too free. This gave me, straight from my vision of his face, such a face, a sudden sickness of disgust. Too free with my boy? Too free with everyone. I forbore, for the moment, to analyze this description further than by the reflection that a part of it applied to several of the members of the household, of the half-dozen maids and men who were still of our small colony. But there was everything, for our apprehension, in the lucky fact that no discomfortable legend, no perturbation of scullions, had ever, within anyone's memory, attached to the kind old place. It had neither bad name nor ill fame, and Mrs. Gross, most apparently, only desired to cling to me and to quake in silence. I even put her, the very last thing of all, to the test. It was when, at midnight, she had her hand on the schoolroom door to take leave. I have it from you, then, for it's of great importance, that he was definitely and admittedly bad. Oh, not admittedly. I knew it, but the master didn't. And you never told him? Well, he didn't like tale-bearing. He hated complaints. He was terribly short with anything of that kind, and if people were all right to him, he wouldn't be bothered with more. This squared well enough with my impression of him. He was not a trouble-loving gentleman, nor so very particular, perhaps, about some of the company he kept. All the same, I pressed my interlocutress. I promise you I would have told. She felt my discrimination. I dare say I was wrong, but really I was afraid. Afraid of what? Of things that man could do. Quint was so clever. He was so deep. I took this in, still more than probably I showed. You weren't afraid of anything else? Not of his effect? His effect? She repeated with a face of anguish and waiting, while I faltered. On innocent little precious lives. They were in your charge. No, they were not in mine, she roundly and distressfully returned. The master believed in him and placed him here because he was supposed not to be well and the country air so good for him. So he had everything to say. Yes, she let me have it, even about them. Them? That creature? I had to smother a kind of howl. And you could bear it? No, I couldn't, and I can't now. And the poor woman burst into tears. A rigid control, from the next day, was, as I have said, to follow them. Yet how often and how passionately for a week we came back together to the subject. Much as we had discussed it that Sunday night, I was in the immediate later hours in especial, for it may be imagined whether I slept, still haunted with the shadow of something she had not told me. I myself had kept back nothing, but there was a word Mrs. Gross had kept back. I was sure, moreover, by morning, that this was not from a failure of frankness, but because on every side there were fears. It seems to me, indeed, in retrospect, that by the time the morrow's sun was high, I had restlessly read into the fact before us almost all the meaning they were to receive from subsequent and more cruel occurrences. What they gave me above all was just the sinister figure of the living man. The dead one would keep a while. and of the months he had continuously passed at Bly, which, added up, made a formidable stretch. The limit of this evil time had arrived only when, on the dawn of a winter's morning, Peter Quint was found by a labourer going to early work, stone dead on the road from the village. A catastrophe explained, superficially at least, by a visible wound to his head; such a wound as might have been produced, and as, on the final evidence, had been, by a fatal slip, in the dark and after leaving the public-house, on the steepish, icy slope, a wrong path altogether, at the bottom of which he lay. The icy slope, the turn mistaken at night, and in liquor, accounted for much; practically, in the end, and after the inquest and boundless chatter, for everything. But there had been matters in his life, strange passages and perils and secret disorders, vices more than suspected, that would have accounted for a good deal more. I scarce know how to put my story into words that shall be a credible picture of my state of mind, but I was in these days literally able to find a joy in the extraordinary flight of heroism the occasion demanded of me. I now saw that I had been asked for a service admirable and difficult, and there would be a greatness in letting it be seen, in the right quarter, that I could succeed where many another girl might have failed. It was an immense help to me, I confess I rather applaud myself as I look back, that I saw my service so strongly and so simply. I was there to protect and defend the little creatures in the world, the most bereaved and the most lovable, the appeal of whose helplessness had suddenly become only too explicit, a deep, constant ache of one's own committed heart. We were cut off, really, together. We were united in our danger. They had nothing but me, and I had them. It was, in short, a magnificent chance. This chance presented itself to me in an image richly material. I was a screen. I was to stand before them. The more I saw, the less they would. I began to watch them in a stifled suspense, a disguised excitement that might well, had it continued too long, have turned to something like madness. What saved me, as I now see, was that it turned to something else altogether. It didn't last as suspense. It was superseded by horrible proofs. Proofs, I say, yes, from the moment I really took hold. This moment dated from an afternoon hour that I happened to spend in the grounds with the younger of my pupils alone. We had left Miles indoors on the red cushion of a deep window-seat. He had wished to finish a book, and I had been glad to encourage a purpose so laudable in a young man whose only defect was an occasional excess of the restless. His sister, on the contrary, had been alert to come out, and I strolled with her half an hour, seeking the shade, for the sun was still high and the day exceptionally warm. I was aware afresh with her, as we went, of how, like her brother, she contrived, it was the charming thing in both children, to let me alone without appearing to drop me, and to accompany me without appearing to surround. They were never importunate, and yet never listless. My attention to them all really went to seeing them amuse themselves immensely without me. This was a spectacle they seemed actively to prepare, and that engaged me as an active admirer. I walked in a world of their invention. They had no occasion whatever to draw upon mine, so that my time was taken only with being, for them, some remarkable person or thing that the game of the moment required, and that was merely, thanks to my superior, my exalted stamp, a happy and highly distinguished sinecure. I forget what I was on the present occasion. I only remember that I was something very important and very quiet, and that Flora was playing very hard. We were on the edge of the lake, and as we had lately begun geography, the lake was the Sea of Azov. Suddenly, in these circumstances, I became aware that, on the other side of the Sea of Azov, we had an interested spectator. The way this knowledge gathered in me was the strangest thing in the world, the strangest, that is, except the very much stranger in which it quickly merged itself. I had sat down with a piece of work, for I was something or other that could sit, on the old stone bench which overlooked the pond, and in this position I began to take in with certitude, and yet without direct vision, the presence, at a distance, of a third person. The old trees, the thick shrubbery, made a great and pleasant shade, but it was all suffused with the brightness of the hot, still hour. There was no ambiguity in anything, none whatever, at least in the conviction I from one moment to another found myself forming as to what I should see straight before me, and across the lake, as a consequence of raising my eyes. They were attached at this juncture to the stitching in which I was engaged, and I can feel once more the spasm of my effort not to move them till I should so have steadied myself as to be able to make up my mind what to do. There was an alien object in view, a figure whose right of presence I instantly, passionately questioned. I recollect counting over perfectly the possibilities, reminding myself that nothing was more natural, for instance, than the appearance of one of the men about the place, or even of a messenger, a postman, or a tradesman's boy from the village. That reminder had as little effect on my practical certitude as I was conscious, still, even without looking, of its having upon the character and attitude of our visitor. Nothing was more natural than that these things should be the other things that they absolutely were not. Of the positive identity of the apparition I could assure myself as soon as the small clock of my courage should have ticked out the right second. Meanwhile, with an effort that was already sharp enough, I transferred my eye straight to little Flora, who at the moment was about 10 yards away. My heart had stood still for an instant with the wonder and terror of the question whether she too would see, and I held my breath while I waited for what a cry from her, what some sudden innocent sign either of interest or alarm, would tell me. I waited, but nothing came. Then, in the first place, and there was something more dire in this, I feel, than in anything I have to relate, I was determined by a sense that, within a minute, all sounds from her had previously dropped, and in the second, by the circumstance that also within the minute she had in her play turned her back to the water. This was her attitude when I at last looked at her, looked with the confirmed conviction that we were still together under direct personal notice. She had picked up a small flat piece of wood which happened to have in it a little hole that had evidently suggested to her the idea of sticking in another fragment that might figure as a mast and make the thing a boat. This second morsel, as I watched her, she was very markedly and intently attempting to tighten in its place. My apprehension of what she was doing sustained me so that after some seconds I felt I was ready for more. Then I again shifted my eyes. I faced what I had to face. Part 18